Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, people? I hope everyone is well this morning. Shit, that coffee. I got black coffee this morning because I'm still fasting. I'm fasting. This is my first coffee that I needed it because Robin G's in chat. So first coffee. So yeah, first. That's hot. First business today. Please make sure that you like the stream. That's all I ask is that you like it. That would be absolutely fantastico. Good morning, Robin G. Good morning, Dennis Sweeney. Morning, Jersey Jen. Morning, Katie. Yeah, overachievers here before time. Most of them leave. Most of them leave, Katie. Most of them leave. Jersey Jen doesn't, though. Jersey Jen doesn't. She's always here. Robin G, she fucks off. Dennis does as well. So, starting nonsense around here. Morning, afternoon, Badaza. How are you, sir? Hope you're doing well as well. In a dumb Teams meeting, so can't see, but not here for a few minutes. Right, what's going on here? For some reason, it says to me I got no one here. I hate those. Why is there no one in? It's coming up on my end that there's no one here. Why is there no one here? 0 viewers. That's strange because I know there's people in chat. So how have I got 0 viewers? That's very, very strange. And then the chat stopped chatting, so I don't know if something's happened. If you're in chat, say one or hello, say something, because I literally got nothing here. Chat's not saying anything. Okay, so it might just be me streaming to myself. Shit. What have I done? No, it's working now. What? What's going on? Hello, hippie chick. Have you been here all the time? What's going on? Why was there no one here? You hear me? Thank fuck for that. Good. Thank you, hippie chick. Literally, it says 0 people now, so the number has gone up. It's increased. Fine. But for about a few minutes there, I was panicking. Anyway, we're here. We're fine. Hippie chick's in from the streets, so we're fine.
She kisses Joy and says, "Sorry, I love you."
Was this an accident or murder?
And that is where the truth begins to get twisted.
The Kiss and Kill murder trial. Trial coverage today on Court TV.
We just got to wait now. Just remember, so the court starts at 8 Wisconsin time, but we don't start until 8:30, so we got plenty of time. So we were just going to chill this morning. Hippie chick, lady, dice, spacey, Stacy, walking the streets all night, waiting for Erin Hack to come collect them now. I just made another song up. Oh, good luck to you, my darling. Good luck to Hippie Chick today. Good luck to Hippie Chick today. Good luck to J Mac today as well. J Mac's having cancer treatment, and Hippie Chick is having a finger up her bum today. So she's never been so happy to go to a doctor. So that's good, Hippie Chick, you know. I'm joking. On serious note, best of luck today, hippie chick. She's having back issues. So, and I hate stuff like that. It's terrible. So, yeah, I understand your excitement for that. So, hope your all goes well, my darling. Chilling like the land. Chilling like Monday morning. I'm chilling as well, Dana. Chill. Stacy Hippie Die. I love that. Hippie chick, lady die, Spacey Stacy. I need to get a better song though. Hippie chick praying for your love. Yes, pray for hippie chick, pray for J Mac today. Baseball Dad, hello to you. How are you, sir? Nice to see you all the way over there in Dolphins World in Indiana. Hope you're doing well, bud. Well, I'm hoping today's the day. I'm hoping today is the day when two become one. I need somebody like I never needed love before. Bam, bam, bam. Hopefully this trial is done before four. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I'm hoping this trial is done today. We've got the defendant on this, Samantha Krebs, the actress of The Sentry, is on the stand. She's coming back for her cross-examination and then redirect. Then I believe the defense arrested. I believe, but don't check on me too much on that one. And there's an opportunity for the state to then put rebuttal witnesses on. However, please don't. Please don't. Do you know what, Baseball Dad, right? Until I listened, I know where you're coming from. Until I listened to the the videos with the audio calls where she was just like, "Oh, what are you phoning?" She was just such an actress on those calls. She literally sounds just like that here. Poor me. Um, had I not heard those calls, I'd be possibly thinking the same as you, thinking, "Oh, she is credible." However, I've seen her speak in the same manner, in the same ways, when she's lying. So I just know she can make it up. So that's her credibility for me goes out the window. But I get what you're saying, though, sir. I do get it. Um, not the Teddy's Bear picnic. No, not today. Tomorrow. Yeah, you or your makes cause could make her look bad. Could make her look bad. Yes, just that. But otherwise, I'd be same as you going. Okay, but weighing everything in together, I'm not sure, but we respect it. So I took my garbage down to the chute last night, and someone had stuffed a big stuffed animal in there, and I was stuck, and I screamed like a girl. Well, you are a girl, Jersey Jen, so you're allowed to scream like a girl. Um, like if it's me, bad dads, or a baseball dad, then we're supposed to be brave men. We're not. We're pussies. But hope it got fixed though. So I don't. Hopefully, there's no rebuttal because I don't see why there's a need for rebuttal. But we'll see. Robin G. Hello. Well, I know that. I know you know that. I just wanted to check just in case. I don't know. We've got hopefully no rebuttal. Then that means they've got to want to go through the jury instructions. Hopefully that doesn't take all day with this judge. Then hopefully closing arguments will be short and sweet, and they may or may not go into deliberations. I don't know. Hopefully they do, and then we can start a new trial tomorrow. Then, if not, we'll it scared the crap out of me. I like pussies as well. We all like pussies. Bad does it? Yes. Yeah. Hopefully we have a judgment today. If not, then early on tomorrow morning, hopefully, then we can just zoom the new trial then. I'm probably going to zoom a bit of it anyway, so we'll see. Oh my god, yes, I'm all good. Well, I just have to check because you did say that, well, you know, we won't go down that road. You've had the beep beep, tweet tweet, and the swab. So I believe you. I believe you. Right, so hopefully they did start at 8, which means then we will be live in court in 19 minutes. Hopefully it starts before then. Hopefully. I'm not sure what I think about this delay. I hate delay. I'm like, come on, let's get it on. Let's get going. This coffee. Oh, there you go. All right, hippie chick. Oh, this is hot. Hippie chick and baseball dad. Hippie chick though was a genuine Indiana girl. She bought this for me. She's genuinely Indiana. Bardaza is Indiana slash Dolphins fan. So technically he's not an Indiana guy. But we do have two Indiana people here. But thank you, Hippie Chick. Cheers to Indiana, everybody. Cheers. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, fuck. Hang on, people. Robin G's behind in chat. That is a nightmare because that means she's having conversations with herself now for the next 5 minutes. She likes to do that. She's always behind, and she's like, she puts random stuff in chat. And I'm like, what's she even on about? And then I remember she's like 45 minutes behind in chat. But by the time she sees this, she'll be like, no, I'm not. I'm here. Anyway. Good morning, Terry. How are you? How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. No, but how the hell are you not, though? Because you just said, good luck, hippie chick. We spoke about that 10 minutes ago. You must be behind. Or you just zoomed to the live one now. So, anyway, it doesn't matter. We're ready. We're just waiting for the court now. Come on, court. Let's go. We're ready. Ready or not, here I am. Talking shit. Because I like to talk shit. I hope you do well, Terry. Nice to see you, as always. I was reading chat there. Oh, fucking nosy. I forgot you're a nosy bitch. Normal people come in and they just like, don't read up the chat. And not Robin G. Nosy. Has to go back and see what everyone says about her. I'm just going to start putting bad things about you, Robin, in chat. Robin G sucks. And stuff like that. Just to make you paranoid then. So you're going to have to read all the chats now from now on. Robin G. Starting rumors about Robin G. Lady Di. I only know two people for Virginia. And Lady Di is my second favourite. So she's 2 from 2. Have no fear, I am here. Good morning to you, Lady Di. Hope you're doing well. I do know you knew, yes. Woohoo! There you go, Terry. Looks like the judge gets dressed as fast as he talks. Look, to be fair, Bardaza, the court is in session, I think. We're on delay by 30 minutes. The court is being pretty on point, but we're on a delay of 30 minutes. So wherever's happening right now, we will see in 30 minutes. So I'm hoping he did start at 8. If he did, then we will be here, at 8:30 Eastern. See, at least the chat is happy I'm here. I know, well, somebody has to be to make you come back because I'm not. All right, let me ban you before Sarah P comes in. Oh, fuck, she's here. Hey, Sarah P, how nice to see you. Nice to see you, my darling. Lovely to see you, as always. Lies. I'm an actress as well. I can act as well. Lady Di and Sarah P, lovely to see you both. I love you both so much. You're great. See, that's an actor. That's what she's doing on the stand. When does this trial end? Today, hopefully. Either today or tomorrow. So, she's got her cross now, and then she'll have a redirect, and then depends if they go any more witnesses and if there's a rebuttal witness. We don't know. But the judge is hoping that the jury get the case later on this evening or first thing tomorrow morning. So that's what he said yesterday. So I think we'll be done fairly quickly. We have a new trial setup ready for when this is done. Either we're going to start straight away or we'll be zooming it. It's a Florida trial, so we'll be there. Hippie chick, lady die, spaces they see, working the streets all night, waiting for Erin Hack. Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchery drives a bus all day long. Also, welcome to everyone and thanks for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe and notification bell. Also, we've had a lot of people watching this on replay, so thank you to you if you are watching on replay. So thank you for subscribing and liking. That's all we ask for. Please do so. And if you are inclined to do so, if you'd like to help with my trip to Boston, not really need to help with that, but if you'd rather donate through GoFundMe, you can, because I get 97% of that, and I get 90% of PayPal and 94% of Buy Me a Coffee. Those are always the best ways to contribute to the channel. But yeah, it's just because I get to keep a larger amount. So if you want to support the channel, please consider that. But always appreciated though, but never required. The only thing I require is a fucking like, people. So like the fucking stream so we can push it out. That's the only thing we require. Love you, Sarah P. Making trouble. She's always making trouble. Morning, Sarah P. Jackie O. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. How are you? Lovely to see you as always. It's good to see you, Jackie. I'll donate to you to stay where you are. Thank you, Dana. I would take that and then still come anyway. Yes, and it doesn't, whatever people say, we are a small chat, but we're a very generous chat. So thank you to everybody that has contributed. You're lovely. So thank you very much. And, both on all of it. So yeah, thank you so much. Thumbs down like I do, either will help. It does. It genuinely does. It doesn't matter if you like it or dislike it. Obviously, I prefer if you like it because it goes against percentages. But even if you dislike it, it's still. I got at least one person that always dislikes my streams, which is fine because what they don't understand is that it helps the channel because it's interaction. You have to click on it, so I get a view, and then you interact with it. So YouTube counts it as an interaction. So it all helps. So, Hamburger, how are you? Now, you were quiet yesterday. People are asking for you because obviously after seeing Minnesota against Chicago, I like your picture as well. Yeah, Green Bay look like a force in that division, David. Looks like it's your divisions to lose, David. Hey, JJ. Looking forward to you getting here. I know. I'm looking forward to being there as well. I am. Thanks, Dana. I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, yes. Sorry, I forgot, David. Dave is now granddaddy for, I think, is this the second time? Is it Olivia? Did you say Olivia her name was? I got a recollection of Olivia, but I don't remember if it is. So congratulations, Dave, for becoming a granddaddy yesterday. So there you go. There you go, Dave. You got the Packers winning. You got Mika Parsons. You got Olivia now. Olivia John. Olivia Amber. No, she's not Amberger, is she? You've saved her from that. She's not a hamburger. She's got a different surname. So number 2. Right, go to the toilet quickly then, Dave. Yeah, she's a number 1 grandchild. What about the Ducks? Oregon, are they doing well? I've not. They are doing well. They beat Oregon. They beat Oklahoma State, didn't they? They thrashed them. You're having a good time in the minute, Dave. You're having a very good time in the minute, which is good. Oh, sorry. You're already. Olivia Marie King. Ah, that's nice, Dave. That's what a nice name that is. That's a really nice name. 69 points still. Yes, fine. 693, I think, wasn't it? Well, congratulations to the family and all the best to Olivia Marie King. 70 years your junior, Dave. 70 years your junior. What was the first word she'll say? I bet it's gonna be guilty. Olivia's first words will probably be guilty. Guilty. Morning, Sea Star. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Good morning to you, beautiful people. Good morning to you, beautiful person, Sea Star. Lovely to see you, my darling. As always, good to see you. Check out Don's Amazon wish list, and thank you for everybody that's been very generous already with the Amazon wish list. So thank you, I appreciate it. But there are some, as I say, if people want to send stuff from other states, please feel free to do so. You can do it. You don't have to buy what's on the Amazon wish list because I don't really care about that. It's for people that want to send stuff whilst I'm in Boston. My daughter's name is Olivia. Oh, that's nice. Olivia Newton-John. That's nice. By the way, the Bears are not good and the Vikings are not very good either. Where's Hack? Hack was here all day yesterday, but she's busy again today, I think. So guilty. It will be. The baby Olivia's first words will be guilty. Guilty. Oh, hang on, I need to fucking hang on. What have I done here? Oh. I may have fucked up here. 2 seconds. Oh no. What have I done? No, I haven't. Right, I need to go into the other one now. That's what I haven't done. Sarah P's done it, so I need to pin it. Need to pin Sarah P here. Pin message. See you Star morning, Josie. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always. There you go. There you go. Join Facebook and all that. Shamiz Giz. Ooh. Olivia de Havilland. Who's that? Olivia de Havilland. Sarah was my crush. Jeepers. J.J.C, love to see you all here as always. I'm sorry we started this early. I sometimes forget that we're on a 30-minute delay with court. So maybe tomorrow, if we're still here tomorrow, I might start it at 8:50. Oh, right. There was movement. Ugh. Actress still on. Yes. Congratulations, Grandpa. Yes, congratulations, Dave Umberger, for being a grandfather to little Olivia. Morning to you, hack, because Dave is looking for you.
Ole, 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 Erin hack, ole, Erin hack, ole. Let's go, Erin hack, ole, Erin hack, ole.
There you go. Yes, she played Juliet in Romeo and Juliet. I've never watched it. Never watched that. Daddy is a granddaddy, granddaughter or grandchild number 2, Olivia Marie King. So God bless Olivia. God bless the King. Daffy, hey Daffy, how are you, Daffy? I've not seen you, Daffy, yesterday. I did see you yesterday, but I was playing a song and you weren't here. Daffy Dill, always with Will. Daffy Dill, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffy Dill. So there you go. Sarah, great, lol. There you go. Josie, hi Josie Jen. Erin, morning, hun. Congrats, Dave. Hey, Daza. Hey, Christine, how are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. Josie, I'm a birthday and as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Erin, you're a great auntie. Oh, yes, you are now, Erin, aren't you? I prefer auntie from the home of the kings of the north. Hey, Christine. Christine Morningham. Let's try to get this straight. I have 6 grandkids and 2 great. Right. Okay. So you go. Right. I got you now. So you got 6 grandkids and 2 great grandkids. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, Dave. I did not realize that. Sorry, I didn't realize you were so old, Dave. Sorry, apologies. Yeah, Dave is very old. I forgot. Sorry, Dave. So your great grandkid is 70 years younger than you. Okay, I got you now. Got you, Dave. We miss you, Daffy. We do. We'll always miss Daffy. Member for 24 months. Thank you very much, Christine Fortunato. She's been a very loyal member for 24 months. 24 months. Wow. I think I posted it to them all. I think Christine's like in 5th position or 6th position, longest serving. I think it's Erin Hack, Sarah P, Josie, and Mexi Texi. I'm not sure what the order. They're the top 4, longest serving, and then there's a host of people. Then like I think Lou is up there as well, 20 odd. Christine as well. I was cheating the ages, lying, liar. 24 months. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate you, my darling. Dave has been busy procreating and shit. I said, Erin, the first word of the great grandchild will be guilty. That's the first word. If the great grandchild is in his company, first word will be guilty. So, brave man told mine they can't have any till I'm in the ground. Lol. Like you, Christine. Lol. Paddington. I have no grandkids. My oldest are 25 and 21. They aren't anywhere near ready. I had 2 kids already, 25, and you look gorgeous, Josie. Josie does not look her age. Josie looks like she's early 30s, but she's actually, I won't say your age. But yeah, you look a lot younger than you are. Sarah P looks a lot older than she is. That's the difference. So, Standing Stones. We're Standing Stones. Oh, that was you, Sean. Sorry, buddy. I didn't see. I thought it was Bad Dazza. I don't know why. Morning, Standing Stones. Morning, sir. Thank you, Lady Di, for being a member for 13 months. Has it been that long? Wow, I didn't realize that. That's a long time. I thought it would be less than that. If I could have guessed, I would have said 8 months. 8 months, I would have said. Jersey Jen's been a month. Daffodil's been here. If you've been 30 months, Daffodil's been in his channel for like probably 20 months then. Dave is like, yeah, he's been here from the start pretty much. At least some people are appreciated. Hey, I did appreciate you. How long have you been a channel member? You've been here, what, 14 months maybe? 14 months? Standing Stone's been here for a few months now. Dilly and Erin, do you like my... Yes, I do. Go Paco, I do. Josie, now that you said that, you've done G Mama. Lol. I always worry about that. So I do not say it out loud. 24, and Ian's 21. My daughter's like 39. Time flies when you're being a bully. Robbie G. You literally have some nerve after Monday. Are you ignoring Monday? He did say about Monday, he says the Vikings look shit. Hippie Chick, thank you for being 15 months. I thought you were a little bit longer, to be quite honest with you. I would have said 18 months with you, if I'm being honest. I thought you were a little bit longer. Damn it, I take it back, Erin. I don't know, it isn't showing me. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you probably used it up then or something. Maybe my comments scroll up. JJ to JJ. Morning, KD. KD's been probably about 13, 14 months, I think, as well. You were a virgin here, yes. And you should be proud of being a virgin. Robin G, Erin's Taco Club member, 30 minutes. Oh, I thought you were longer, Erin. Robin. I thought you were longer than that. Jeepers. I thought you were longer. There you go. Oops. That's fine. Yeah, I thought you'd been longer than that. You bitch. You were not a member for the first few months. You absolute... I don't even want to call you what I want to call you. Hey, Marky. How are you? Hope you're doing well, buddy. March or April 2024. There you go. Right, let's get into it. At least someone here is a virgin, yes. Right, I can just slide this across then. Hey, Jen, how are you? I now know we got two Jens. We got two twin sisters in the chat. They are sisters from another mister. We have got, where's she gone? Where's the Virgin gone? Here she is. Jersey Jen. And her twin sister, Jen. They look just alike. Thank you. I appreciate you, Jen. Thank you, my darling. Nice to see you. Love it. Thank you, my darling. And I'm only teasing, by the way. Oh, shit. I like to give people a hard time, Jen. I like to give Robin G and Lady Di and all them a hard time. So. Oh, what's that? He's a Packer. Yes. So Dave, the jury are all Packers except for one. He is a Bears fan, or she is a Bears fan, and the judge is a Packers fan as well. Let's have a great day. Absolutely. Oh, the court's just gone off again. Just waiting. So the judge is there on time. Let us all. So I will say it now. Prayers. Keep Hippie Chick in your thoughts. She's having her vaccine too, so we wish her well. And we've also got prayers up to J Mac, who will probably be in chat later on while she's having her her cancer treatment. So we love J Mac. So yes, let's go. Let's go. Badaza. What did Badaza say? I heard it grows back. What grows back? Do I even want to know what Badaza just said? I don't know. So I imagine J Mac will be in chat later on. She says she misses you, Katie. She misses chat. She didn't say that she misses me though. So Daffy does go to
the end of yesterday, at
Virgin
least for
Islands.
starters, the DA's office raised the issue of the court considering the admission of a recording involving the defendant and her mother and discussions of phrases such as manic and psychosis. The court also talked to the parties about questions related to people on probation. So we talked about that at sidebar, and the attorneys could prepare for that for today. The court staff did mention one thing first, that on the sequestration order, I know certain witnesses were excused from that. The court's not entirely sure, but one of the court staff thought that in the afternoon at the end when the defendant was testifying that, and I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, so just want to clarify, was Susan Cox in the courtroom during the testimony?
She was, Your Honor.
All right. Was there an agreement to exclude her from the sequestration order?
I believe there was. She had been released from her subpoena by the time that she had entered, is my understanding. though.
Okay. All right. Just wanted that clarified for us on the record. So appreciate that was something discussed between the attorneys. The court didn't have access to a certified transcript, but did confirm what was discussed at sidebar about the reference to people being on probation, and the court's recollection was confirmed. There was a second part of testimony that the court did, at least reviewed an uncertified transcript where the defendant was asked to explain what was said or what was going on in the moments between an encounter in the bathroom area and then an encounter in the kitchen. The court reviewed the defendant's response. It was quite lengthy, but part of it was the defendant testifying that the alleged victim, Joey, pretty much gave a list of things that were on his mind. So the answer, and this is not certified, said that she told him to go in the kitchen and have some pizza. She said, I'm thinking maybe it would sober him up a little. Then she goes into quite a lengthy list of things that she said he was mentioning about potentially his state of mind or his mental health. And the way she phrased it was, quote, he's continuing to talk about he's going to lose his job. Talks a little bit about his childhood trauma that he has and his fears of how the same trauma was being repeated to his son by the mother of his son's boyfriend. And so I was like, after I heard these same loop that he started to go into, I know he's just going to get more agitated and more crazy. So I told Joey, I'm too tired for this today. I'm leaving. I'm going over to Jeff's. You can meet me over there if you decide that you're going to calm down because I'm not dealing with this tonight. The next sentence says, I've dealt with this over and over in these psychosis or manics, whatever episodes that he would have would last anywhere from 12 to 72 hours. And I was just at the point where I separated myself from him, unquote. So at the end of the hearing yesterday, the DA's office believed that the court should revisit at least one audio call of the defendant talking to her mother and using those phrases, or the phrases coming up, psychosis and manic. And I said that I needed to hear that one more time. So do you have that queued up?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and can you, just for the clerk's minutes, note, it's on jump drive 1. What is it referenced as?
It's referred to as mania to psychosis, audio only, hyphen April 24th, 2025 at 18:38.
How long is it?
I believe it's less than a minute. Well,
All right,
I'll put it and pause it and I can answer that question for Your Honor.
Aunt Mania, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
58 seconds is how long it is.
how many seconds?
58.
Play the 58-second clip so I can hear it one more time.
Okay, I'll play it from the beginning in its entirety.
Aunt Mania, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it,
No,
and
I
now
didn't look it.
oh, anyway, it's really, you can get it from trauma. You can get it from using street drugs. You can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes, and it's psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you are in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, can you tell that to, Knuckles, what did you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing, and then,
It's played. It's completed. Playing.
All right, and so what's your final summary on whether the court should reconsider it based on the defendant's direct exam yesterday?
I think my argument is that this call is relevant because as of now, I believe there is a significant amount of evidence before the court to show that the defendant has changed her story in numerous ways throughout numerous times. And interestingly enough, after she's been presented with numerous different points of evidence. I think that this call is relevant because it's from April of 2025, after she's been charged, after she's in custody for this incident. And she's discussing something that changes the evidence yet again. Up until her testimony yesterday, everything she's said, whether it be in written statements or text messages or any of the other evidence that we've introduced before, Your Honor, has all been that the defendant is manic. The defendant has mania. He is all, it's manic. Psychosis is never mentioned. Then this call comes up. They're continuing to do research, which in and of itself isn't bad. But what's bad is that now that they've done this, she suggests that Pin, whoever Pin is, or her mother, who she's speaking to in this, when she comes to court, they're just going to have to say that instead of mania, essentially asking her mother and whoever this other witness would be, Pin, to change their testimony based on what they've learned since it happened. I think this further cements the idea that the defendant continues to change her version of the facts based on what comes in, what happens. It's not the truth. The truth itself never changes, and the defendant's stories continually do. And I think that this goes to show.
Sorry, bear with me for a second. What the? Mama Ames, I was sending out a search party for you. I hope you're doing well, my darling. I will say my favourite Virginia person, Mama Ames. I have not seen it for days. I hope you're okay. Because I was. Did you get one of these in the end as well? Did it help you? I was wondering. Hope you're doing well, my darling. It was actually Lady Di, I believe. Lady Di gifted you membership. You're the first one as well. So nice to see you. As I say, number one from Virginia. Thank you, Mama Ames.
That they're working to do that. There's also this argument that the defendant, what she said yesterday, had a minimal part in the cover-up. John did these things to cover up without her knowledge. He told her to leave. He did all these things without her knowledge. Jeff Hayes put this cover on her VIN number. She didn't know that. The stickers, she didn't know that either. This is the defendant herself taking an active role in it and saying, when you come to court, you're just going to have to say that. It cuts right against her testimony and much of the other evidence that we've seen. So I think it's relevant in a number of ways. And with her actually changing it yesterday, saying mania or psychosis or whatever, I believe she's opened the door to that, specifically as is referenced in this audio call or audio version of the video clip. I should note that the original had video, but this, what I played, will be a black screen. It has no reference at all to the fact that she's in custody.
All right, and my recollection was at some point, maybe even in the defendant's testimony yesterday, Pin was identified as Jeff Hayes.
I don't recall if he was he?
I don't believe that was part of the testimony, but the full audio call makes it very clear that that is who
Okay,
Pin is.
and maybe it came up at sidebar or at a motion. All right, I'll have defense counsel respond. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I just want to make a record and say we are objecting to this audio call, video call being played. We did not receive a copy of this call until last night. So I think that at this point in time, it's untimely and we would object to it for that reason. But further, I don't believe that it is relevant. The state is arguing that it shows that Ms. Krebs has changed her story, talking about mania and then using the term psychosis. But even yesterday in her own testimony, she uses the term mania, manic. She continues to use that term. If you listen to the entire audio call, it's very clear that she's not trying to change any testimony or any statements or influence anybody. Rather, there is research that's being done. The symptoms that she says that Joey displayed always remain the same and are consistent with what she has testified to. I think taking this very short clip, quite frankly, takes this conversation out of context. I have further concerns still about the reference to any conversation with Stephanie. Even if it doesn't talk about what she may be discussing with her lawyer, it certainly gives the jury an idea as to conversations that we would have had. The state argues that this just shows that Ms. Krebs continues to change her story and to change what the truth is. But again, it's simply the discussion of what the accurate terminology is supposed to be. And again, she still continues to use the term mania even during her testimony yesterday.
All right, from a contextual starting standpoint, the court is focused on a witness on the witness stand. So these are statements of the defendant in court. So it implicates certain jury instructions. One would be 300, which is the credibility of the witness. So whether it's a citizen witness for the state or the defense or a party testifying, including a defendant, when they're on the witness stand, whether compelled by subpoena or make a decision to testify, their credibility is put at issue. 300 is a full-page instruction explaining what the jury is to consider regarding any witness, including the defendant. The instruction says if a defendant testifies, you should not discredit the defendant's testimony just because they're charged with the same crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and the weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. So the scrutiny of the earlier witnesses should be the same, and scrutiny and consideration of the defendant's testimony should be filtered through jury instruction 300 for the jury. During the course of the direct examination, from a contextual standpoint, part of it was recollection of the history of what happened on July 18th and the days following. Part of it was contextual as to the relationship between the essential parties or players in the case, the defendant, Joey Carnot, some of the people that intertwined with this case after the fact, including Jeff Hayes, who courts believe he is identified in some capacity as Penn, John Pfeffer, and some others. So their credibility is all at issue. There's different versions of different stories. So part of the fact finder's role is to decide the reliability and the believability of things people say, not just their out-of-court statements, but in particular when they take an oath and decide to testify. So there's all the bullet points in 300 as to factors to consider, including the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, any kind of bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony. Some of the things the defendant testified about said she was following somebody else's lead. The issue of the statement regarding what Joey Carnot may have been doing right before he sustained a stab wound is highly relevant. It's obviously contextual as to a case that may be viewed as a whodunit. And so before the defendant testified, we had a series of exhibits that showed communications. I think they were exhibits 153 through 162. So leading up to the moments or within maybe 5-10 minutes of the alleged injury and the death of Joseph Carnot. When the defendant was on the stand, rightfully so, she's allowed to give her recollection and version of what took place. But when a defendant decides to testify, then they're subject to cross-examination on whether her testimony or anybody's as a defendant's testimony is influenced in some way. She used the phrase psychosis. She explains, as I said, a list of things that were being said by Joey Carnot, which at least in some general context is quite lengthy, in contrast to, I guess, more limited or off-the-cuff short comments and text messages. So the DA's office is going to get a chance to cross-examine her on what she said took place in the apartment, especially that time period between an interaction near the bathroom and into the kitchen. But her lengthy response, including claim that the victim, alleged victim, was recounting a series of things from his treatment records. And then she uses the phrases mania and then psychosis. Now, she did, I think Attorney Aubert brought up yesterday, well, she said whatever, but she chose the word psychosis in her testimony. A few months ago, maybe about 7 or 8 months into the case in April of 2024, she's on the phone and somebody related to her is suggesting that phrase. And there's a dialogue about that. So in the court's view, that implicates some outside influence, maybe portrayed that she's just following the lead of somebody else, consistent with following the lead of John Pfeffer, but it at least implicates an inquiry and opens the door to a cross-examination to explain whether that's something she independently recollected from July 18th of 2024 on her own, or it was influenced by her mother saying, this could change the whole thing. And this is something that should be relayed through Mom's testimony and Penn, Jeff Hayes' testimony, and she at least affirms that. So that at least opens the door in the court's view, her use of that phrase psychosis, and a change from frequent references to mania, that her testimony may have been influenced by somebody else or constructed in a certain way to line up with others and their suggestions. So the court will allow the recording to be played to the defendant, and she can be questioned about it. It can be made clear that it was from April 24th of 2025. Should not reference any status in the jail. It does make a reference to the attorney, but the court feels that the defendant's response to that suggestion isn't anything that is inconsistent with a general thought that people that are charged with crimes talk to their lawyers. It was the defendant that, in the court's view, volunteered the phrase psychosis. It wasn't in a leading question from defense counsel. So the court doesn't believe that phrase was suggested by defense counsel. That was something the defendant on direct volunteered in her recollections or version of what took place right before the stab wound. So the court feels jury instruction 300 is implicated. Also, once again, we've talked numerous times about jury instruction 172, the behavior after the fact is probative as evidence of conduct after the fact an alleged crime was committed, whether the behavior after the fact, whether it's fleeing from the scene, concealing things, different statements that change, whether that's a consciousness of guilt. That's something that historically 172 is always addressed. And once again, the jury is told whether that shows consciousness of guilt and it equals actual guilt are matters exclusively for the jury to decide. But the defendant's conduct after the fact is relevant. And even months later, preparing for trial and discussing the use of alternative terms that may portray the alleged victim in a more negative light, such as psychosis, is relevant to show possible motives for adjusting or falsifying testimony. So the court will allow cross-examination on that. Is there any other issue that came up on direct exam that the state feels the court has to review? Any other recordings before the defendant comes back on the stand?
But just one point of clarification on the order Your Honor just made. Would the state also have the option of, rather than cross-examining the defendant on, addressing that with witnesses in rebuttal?
Well, I think she needs to be confronted with it before it opens the door for a rebuttal witness.
Understand. Thank you. Any other issues?
The court was inquiring regarding the probation situation. I did look to confirm Joey's probation status, and I do not believe he was on probation. There was a 2018 case where he received a fine, so he didn't have probation in that case. And there was a CF case that got resolved as a misdemeanor, drug paraphernalia possession in 2013. And that was a 1-year period of probation. So from anything I can see, he would not have been. So I think that confirms what we had talked about yesterday with the court.
All right, so the defense agrees that in fact Joseph Kerna was not on probation on July 18th of 2024?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right, so the state can cross-examine the defendant on the broader statement she made. The transcript indicated that she was asked a question, when you remember that here are drugs in the apartment, what are you concerned about? And her answer was Joey losing his son, all of us being on probation, the cops coming into the apartment, so she can be cross-examined on that. The defendant, just on one other issue before we bring the jury back out, the defendant did testify about some things about our phone and replacement of the phone. The court had a question on Exhibit 195, which is a text or an electronic message on July 21st at 2:31 p.m. Who is that message to? Because it says I need a phone to 195.
Let me just double check.
This one?
That's to Greg Allen.
All right. I don't remember everything that came up in an earlier recording that you had of Mr. Allen, but was there an intention to confront the defendant with that recording if it referenced anything about the phone?
The recording that we played, I don't believe was about the phone. I believe that was more focused on Mr. Allen and Mr. Krebs' relationship. I can use the mic, I'm sorry. I believe that previous recording didn't mention the phone. It just mentioned, was more focused on the relationship between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs. I think it relates to this message because the audio message that Your Honor heard was from, if memory serves, 16 days after Joey Carnot's death. And there was some question as to whether or not Ms. Krebs and Mr. Allen had this relationship closer in time to when Joey Carnot was alive. This text message was 3 days after Joey's death, and it ends with the phrase, I'm going to owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. There was some argument over exactly what that meant, but the state's contention was that Ms. Krebs was essentially referencing sexual favors for the payment of the phone. So that's how those two messages would have related.
Can you remind me if the follow-up phone call, did you say it was 16 days after the death of Mr. Kerna?
I believe so.
Was an extension of this in any way?
I don't believe it was an extension of this message. I think it was kind of a separate conversation that more kind of encapsulates their relationship.
All right. I'm not authorizing it to be played, but if something comes up that opens the door, I kind of want to hear it before the defendant gets back on the stand, just so I don't have to excuse the jury and make a decision. But if she's cross-examined on something that relates to the phone and Mr. Allen, and you think that opens the door to this, I want to at least hear this again. I'm not at that point, I'm still excluding it, but I don't, what I was thinking about when the phone testimony came up yesterday was the procurement of the phone was raised by the defendant. And so I look back at the exhibits that discuss the procurement of a phone after the fact. And I wasn't sure if 195 related to Mr. Allen or somebody else. So can you at least play the Allen recording so I can be refreshed as to what's even referenced in there?
Yes, sir, I can. And for the record, it is under Exhibit 1. It's under the Chad Riddle folder. There's a subfolder in there that says calls. And within there, it's labeled Krebs and Greg Allen -relationship.
And what's the date and time of the call?
August 3rd, 2024 at 2021.
In the afternoon, 20:21 p.m.?
8:21 p.m., yes, sir. 2021 hours.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. You can play it just so I can hear it ahead of time.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all I said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
Got you on that. Yep.
All right.
I
I
got
hope
you.
so.
100.
Because that's between you and me. I told you we got to start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want to press you
My
into
friend
it.
just found out today that she's preggo. She's in here
She's
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah, I think you will if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it? Pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I want to have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
Something.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
The calls, that's the complete call.
Okay.
Or the complete clip of the call. There are other parts of the call. That's a clip of the total call.
All right. So there's not a reference to the phone. There's a reference to potential sexual behavior. Are you asking the court to revisit anything about that? Because right now I'm excluding it.
Not at this point, no.
All right. If something comes up on cross that you think opens the door, then we can revisit it. And I've at least heard it at a time, so we don't have to excuse the jury. I'll just go to sidebar and we'll just discuss it.
Bad Daza.
At this point, the last call between Gregory Allen and the defendant from August 3rd of 2024. Court understands it's 16 days after the fact, so there may be some relevance depending on how the testimony goes. But at this point,
Okay, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to the judge later. Right? Lady Di said to me, if I don't play this, then she's going to smash my head in. So I have to play this for you people.
you car.
Thank you, Lady Di. I'm glad you all watched that in person because I'm gonna have to edit that out. Otherwise, I get a copyright strike. So, but we did see you in person. You just added more work to me, but that's fine. That's fine, Lady Di. Fuck's sakes. Right, here we go. Let's get back to the judge. I'll play you 1.5 now. Playback speed 1.5.
It's may have some vague reference to a follow-up to an exhibit that's already been received, 195, but it kind of depends on what the defendant says on the stand. So at this point, don't bring it up. If you think you have grounds to bring it up, we can ask for a sidebar. All right, is there any other recording that I deferred a ruling on or gave a ruling that you thought should be revisited? Just once again, I want to avoid having the defendant get off the stand or excusing the jury for longer periods of time during the cross-examination.
Yes, I understand. Unless you want to take the Hayes one thing. No, I don't think so, Your Honor.
Anything you can think of that you want me to rule on before your client gets back up on the stand?
No, sir.
All right. Just the last thing before we get the defendant back up there is there was a reference to a family court hearing. So I just double checked that. The only thing I saw was that there was a hearing scheduled for family court July 31st at 9:30 in the morning in front of a Winnebago County Court Commissioner. Does that sound accurate? All right. So if that comes up, the court can take judicial notice of that hearing date if it's necessary. Okay. We'll bring the jury out. All right. We'll wait a minute and then.
I think you have to have her go up there anyway. Can we have her?
Wait a minute and we'll have the Deputy Rachel assist the defendant up to the witness stand. And keep things moving in an efficient and reasonable. Samantha Krebs, this is day 6 of the jury trial here in Branch 6 for Outagamie County Circuit Court, state of Wisconsin. The parties at the tables are the same, and we're going to continue with testimony from Ms. Krebs in a few moments. The court, as I mentioned, is going to order lunch for you. I'm not sure of the timeline of everything today, but I know the attorneys are ready to work hard and keep things moving in an efficient and reasonable pace. And we did take up a couple legal issues that delayed your arrival in court just to try and avoid too many breaks while the next witness or witnesses testify. So that's what we were doing. All right. District Attorney Ms. Templis is going to do cross-examination. As a reminder to everybody in the back of court, make sure your phones are completely off. We don't want any distractions. For Ms. Krebs, when you get questions, make sure you listen carefully to the questions. Your microphone is activated, so stay near your microphone. When you hear the scope of the question, keep your answers within the scope of the question. Don't volunteer anything extra. If either attorney wants anything extra, they'll ask you a follow-up question. Also, if you need anything to refresh your memory, whether it's an exhibit or any kind of document, the attorneys will give those to you to review to assist you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Ms. Krebs, you're 40 years old.
That is correct, ma'am.
And this happened last year.
Yes.
And you said you started dating Joey Carnot in May of 2023, right?
It was around there, yes.
In fact, the first message or text message between you was about May 31st of 2023. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were dating Joey, you met Kaysen, his son, in approximately June of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you met Kaysen, that was at a drop-off at Quick Trip, right?
I believe so, yes.
And isn't it true that you wouldn't tell Brittany your last name and that you just went by Sam then, or Samantha, right?
It was going on between Joey and Brittany. Brittany wouldn't tell Joey Chris's last name, and Joey would not tell
Sam,
Brittany my last
Samantha,
name.
I'm going to ask you questions, and I just want you to answer my question, okay?
Okay.
So it's true that Brittany didn't know your last name, right?
That's correct.
And at a point in time, she asked you your last name, and you didn't give her your last name either, right?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that the phone number that Joey had prior to meeting you was the same phone number that he had when he died?
That is correct.
And so his phone number was never actually disconnected, right?
No, it wasn't.
And he used your phone to call or to contact Brittany and have communication with her?
That is correct.
During the summer of 2024, your employment really was just you selling some things on eBay. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. What was your employment?
I was doing landscaping.
Okay. Not landscaping, though, on July 18th of 2024, though, right?
No.
Okay. You said you got engaged sometime prior to when Joey died?
Correct.
So at that point in time, last summer, Kaysen would have been 4 years old. Is that right?
That's right.
And isn't it true that Joey loved being a dad?
That is correct.
And Kaysen was really important to him.
That is correct.
And his dad wasn't really involved in his life, so he really wanted to be involved in Kaysen's life. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said yesterday that you wanted you, Joey, and Kaysen to be a family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would make you his stepmom, right, when you got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we can all agree that being a stepmom to a young child is an important responsibility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it requires a lot of responsibility for putting somebody else's needs or child's needs ahead of your own, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly want to give Kaysen the best life he can, right?
Right.
And you would certainly want him to be safe, right?
That is correct.
And you'd certainly want him to be healthy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you and Joey were upset that Brittany was withholding Kaysen from you and Joey that last month. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that was a big deal because you wanted to be a family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, Joey was supposed to have Kaysen on Wednesdays and every other weekend. Is that true?
That is correct.
And in fact, she was going back to court for family court to get full custody of Kaysen and had a court hearing scheduled later that month, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that was because of the concerns about Joey's drug use at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that, as you talked about sometimes, or maybe you didn't, but when he was using, sometimes he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
I don't understand the question.
Sometimes because of drug use, he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And isn't it true that part of the reason why you left on July 18th was because you had drugs and drug paraphernalia in the house, right?
That is correct.
And I think we can all agree that having drugs and drug paraphernalia in a house wouldn't be a good environment for a 4-year-old child, right?
Right.
And during this time, you said your testimony yesterday was that you were using pretty consistently around that period of time of July of 2024, right?
Periodically.
Well, you said you had been using quite a bit, right?
That day, yes.
Okay. And certainly we wouldn't want a 4-year-old child around somebody who has been using, right?
No.
And when somebody is using, somebody can act in ways that don't make them responsible for a 4-year-old child, right?
Correct.
Including you, right?
Correct.
And so as Kaysen's future stepmom, you'd agree that it wouldn't be in Kaysen's best interest to be around two people who are using together at that time, right?
Correct.
And we talked about how important Joey's role as a father to Kaysen was. And you certainly love Joey, you said yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you were engaged to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you would presumably want the best for him, right?
That is right.
And the best for him at that time would not to have him be using and for him to get treatment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you still continued to use around him, right?
Who is him?
Joey, you continued to use around Joey.
Yes.
And you continued to have drugs around Joey, right?
We both had drugs, so yes.
Right. But you said that that night you had invited John Pfeffer over that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that he was also bringing somebody else, right?
That is correct.
And you heard John Pfeffer's testimony that he was coming over because you had meth, right?
We both did, yes.
You and John had meth?
Me and Joey both did.
Okay. But you had told John Pfeffer that you had meth, right?
I think it was unspoken, but yes.
Okay. And what would be in Joey's best interest was with his upcoming child custody hearing would be for him to encourage him to get into treatment, right?
Yes,
And to not be using around him as well, right?
correct.
And so that you could be a soon-to-be stepmom and get help yourself, right?
Correct.
And you did not, correct?
Um,
Help that July.
actually, I was seeking help. I was in AODA and day treatment.
Okay, so you're in treatment and you're still actively using meth, right?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay, but you're in treatment and you're using meth, right?
Yeah, I had relapses, of course.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about testimony you said yesterday about an incident that happened at a hotel in Wisconsin Rapids. Isn't it true that that happened in March 29th of 2024 and not the summer of 2024?
I'd be guessing, but that sounds correct.
Okay, and you said that Joey was exhibiting some odd behaviors from using meth, right?
Yes,
And those behaviors were not violent, right?
no.
And they were not suicidal, right?
Well,
Yes or no?
were they suicidal? No.
Okay. No self-harm, right? He wasn't cutting or he wasn't doing anything to hurt himself in terms of self-harm, right?
Not while I was present, no.
Okay. And there wasn't any mental health hold or anything that came out of whatever happened that day, right?
He just got a fine.
We're talking about a mental health hold, right?
No.
No mental health hold. So you talked about being on probation yesterday. Joey was not on probation, right?
That is correct.
And you talked about your probation agent was in Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And when you were arrested on July 22nd of 2024, you stated yesterday you were walking to Missy's van to tell her she could wait inside while you got ready. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you recall seeing a video where Jeff Hayes exits the apartment, looks around, and then basically waves you to come out, right? You saw that video?
yes, I did.
And so he was kind of looking ahead and making sure no one was out there for you, right?
Correct.
And then once he gave you the all clear sign, then you exited the apartment, right?
Yes,
And you said that Missy, that was about 2:30. Do you recall that?
yes,
PM or AM?
I'm sorry, PM on July 22nd of 2024, right?
I don't remember the time.
Kind of mid-afternoon, right?
Correct.
And you said that you were going to go in and you were going to get ready and Missy was going to wait inside with you. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And the probation agent's office closes at 4:30, right?
4:35, I'm not sure.
Okay. And as of then, you weren't ready and you had to still drive to Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And Wisconsin Rapids is about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more from here to there, right?
I'd say less.
Okay. So let's walk through the time on July 18th of 2024. So I want to start with exhibit number 150. If we could put that on the stand or on the screen, thank you. So this text is sent to you at 7:27 in the morning on July 18th. And it is from Joey to you, right?
Correct.
And when he sends it to you, are you still sleeping at that time, which is why you don't read it till 9:25?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't read it for about 2 hours, right?
That is correct.
And the text message says, "Good morning, my shine bright." And is that like a diamond?
Yes, ma'am.
"I would love to make home cooked meals with you and be partners in the kitchen." Do you see that?
Yes.
Sweet message, don't you think?
Yes.
And he was really sweet, wasn't he?
Yes.
And really kind and really loving. So then we have your response back. After you read the message at 9:25, you respond at 9:31. And I'd like to show you what's exhibit marked 151. And that's from you back to Joey, right?
That is correct.
So after his sweet message, you said, "I know you're trying so hard to have time with me, and I'm so sorry I didn't think that extra little PC would put my dick in the dirt, but I'm still fucked up as we speak. Love you." So when you talk about that extra little piece, it's LILPC, are you talking about another drug?
I'm talking about my medication.
Okay. And it would put my dick in the dirt. And that's what you said, right?
Correct.
And you're still fucked up, right?
Yes.
And that fucked up is from you using meth, right?
No, that's from my Suboxone.
Well, you said yesterday that I thought you said that you had been using
Meth?
that morning. Yes.
I didn't use that morning. I don't think it was until afternoon.
Okay. But you're still, quote, fucked up, right? Is that
Off my
you?
Suboxone, correct.
And your Suboxone's supposed to be helping you stay clean, right?
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
a process to get it in my system.
I understand, but I'm just going to ask you if the Suboxone is supposed to help you get clean, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then if we look at exhibit 152, he responds back to you when you tell him that you're fucked up and your dick is in the dirt. He says to you in a text message at 1:25, "I know you got a lot going on and stuff. It's okay. Just can't wait to say I do." Isn't that what he says?
That is correct.
And that's him talking about he can't wait to marry you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's another really sweet message, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So then at exhibit 153, he sends you another text message shortly after that at 1:27 that says, "Remember to call in your subs and get the Capital One card done too." So in this call, is he reminding you to get your prescriptions and then also to pay your Capital One card?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's trying to be real responsible, making sure that you're getting certain things done to help out, right?
Correct.
And then when we see exhibit 154, he sends that shortly after, within seconds, where he tells you that he's right by the house, come say hello. Do you see that on exhibit 154?
Yes.
He was working that day, right?
Yes.
And that's a good thing that he's working, right?
Yes.
And he sends that to you at 1:27, and then you see that at 2:17. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, in the next exhibit, 155, that particular portion of the message is actually blown up in 156, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a construction area where he was working close to where you two were living?
That's what I would assume, yes.
And he wanted you to stop by to say hi, right?
I think he was stopping by the apartment to say hello.
I believe if we look at exhibit 154, he says, "I'm right by the house, come say hello," right? And his work, where he was working that construction, was right by the house, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so he wanted to say hi to you in the middle of the day, right?
Yes.
Because he cared about you and that would be a nice little bright spot in his day, right? So then we get to a message where
you don't respond to that particular message about come say hello. And on 157, he sends you a text message at 4:25 that says hello, as kind of as if you haven't responded. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then at a couple seconds later, he tells you in Exhibit 158, I'm on my way home. Do you see that?
I see that.
So he's letting you know that he's on his way home from work, continuing to communicate with you. Isn't it true that this is very normal conversation, right?
Yes.
And then a couple seconds later, he says, what are you up to? Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's done with work and he's going to be heading home and he's wondering what you're up to. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, he sends that at 4:25, but you don't actually read that message until 8:50, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Exhibit 160, he sends that at 4:51:27 from him to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And he's apologizing. Something happened and he says, sorry, I think I overreacted. It's all good, no worries. Do you see that?
I see that.
And when he has you identified in his phone, do you see that where it says Samantha LOML?
Yes, I see that.
And that means love of my life, right?
Yes.
A really affectionate way for him to refer to you.
Yes.
And in Exhibit 161, he then follows up within the same couple seconds that whatever he was apologizing for, he didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny Boy. Do you see that in 161?
Yes.
And so the conversation that he wanted to have was just not something he wanted to talk with Johnny Boy around, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then we get to Exhibit 162. Let me back up. This message in 161 that he sent at 4:51, you didn't read that until 6:57, right?
Correct.
And you said during that afternoon you were smoking meth, right?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 162, he texts at 4:53, a little bit after him not wanting to talk about whatever the topic was with Johnny Boy. And he says, hey, on 162, hey, no worries, I ain't gonna touch his stuff, but I was gonna sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see a bitch in front of me. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And bitch refers to what?
Paraphernalia.
And at that point in time, he had 4:53 had just gotten home, and at that point hadn't used anything, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then let me just look. That night you had, you said you were smoking meth that afternoon. You had Johnny Boy over. Does Johnny Boy also smoke meth?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had Chong over at some point, right?
Correct.
And Chong also smokes meth?
Correct.
And you then get this message on 165 that is dated or sent, I'm sorry, at 8:50. And this is when he's in the bedroom, right?
Correct.
And you're out with Chong at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at 8:50, you're out with Chong, you're smoking meth, right?
I think we were done smoking meth at that point.
Okay, well, you had just smoked meth with Chong, right?
Yes, we all did.
And then, meaning you and Chong, Joey's in the bedroom right now, right?
No, we smoked meth and then Joey went into the bedroom.
Okay. You see where it says, Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe, and you tell me to go in the other room. While you sit out there with dude, my cravings are skyrocketing right now. Meaning at that point in time, he was having a drug craving, right?
Yeah, he wanted more.
Okay. And then you send him a text message that Chong left at 8:51, right?
Yes.
And his response back to that was still exclamation mark, right?
Yes.
And then you told him that you were eating a bowl of ice cream, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that really ice cream or was that a reference to doing drugs?
I think I really was eating ice cream.
Okay. Sometimes bowl references drugs, right?
Yes.
And so it's your testimony that was really ice cream.
Yes.
Okay. And in Exhibit 169, Joey's still sitting in the bedroom and he said, you're sitting out there high. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were high because you had just smoked meth, right?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 170, you said, should I not be? Right?
Yes.
Like, should you not be high? Right?
Not be sitting in the living room is what I meant.
Okay. But his message to you in 169 was you're sitting out there high, right?
I don't know if he is referencing that I'm high or I'm sitting out there high, like, hello, pay attention to me.
Okay, but we know you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 169. He knows you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to a message at 8:52 that says, I'll split if you split. Do you recall that message from him to you?
Yes, I do.
And splitting usually means splitting some drugs, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you then ask him split what, right?
Yes.
And he tells you you're an adult and that was referencing Exhibit 170 when he says, should I not be? Or I'm sorry, when you say, should I not be, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep, sure. I think that was a bad question. So in Exhibit 170, he says, or you say to him, should I not be? And he was referencing how you were sitting in the living room high, right?
Yes.
And then you respond back, should I not be at 8:52:05? Do you see that? On 170, I'm sorry, 170. There we go.
What was the question though?
Yes. So he said, or you sent him a message at 8:52 that says, should I not be, referencing the text about you sitting in the living room high, right?
Correct.
Okay. And his response to that in Exhibit 173 is, yes, you are an adult, right?
Yes.
And he said, so is he, in Exhibit 174.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 175 has some question marks because he's wondering, or you have question marks that you're sending him, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're asking him again, split what, right?
Yes. Yes, I wanted him to be specific.
In 176. And that's where he says in 177 and 178, because there's a little typo, so he kind of corrects it, is a bowl for a bowl, right?
Correct.
And does that reference a bowl for a bowl of ice cream or a bowl for a bowl of meth?
A bowl of meth for a bowl of weed.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 180, you send him a message back that says Savage at 8:54, or I'm sorry, 8:53 on 180. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. So 8:53 is approximately an hour before not even an hour. 8:53 is about 55-ish minutes before he's stabbed, right?
That is correct.
And up until that time, we have not seen any text messages here that these messages appear to be conversation between the two of you, you sitting in the living room and him sitting in the bedroom, right?
Yes. Yes.
And they're conversations that go back and forth. And then we don't have any messages at that point yet to Ba. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's look at Exhibit 184. So after those text messages, does Joey come out and use some meth with you in the living room?
That is correct.
Okay. And then when he uses that meth, do you see in Exhibit 184 the message that says, "Can I get that pee from you?" from Joey to Ba at 9:37?
Do I see that? Did you say?
Yes, on Exhibit 184.
Yes.
And he would need a clean urine screen, ultimately, if he has a drug test at work in the next couple days, right? That's why one would need to get pee, right? Clean pee?
Yes. That would be
Okay.
correct.
And so he recognizes that he's used and he has this job, right?
Yes.
And he also knows that he needs to keep his job, right?
Yes.
And keeping his job requires that he have a clean urine sample if he gets tested at work, right?
Yes.
And that was at 9:37. That was at 9:37. Okay, sorry, I was just checking something. 1 minute.
Here you go, Dave, my Boston Red Sox hat. David?
Just looking for one thing. My apologies. I just want to make sure that
All right, while you're looking for something, we can stand and stretch. I'll also introduce you to Christine, our court reporter for today.
Thank you,
So
Judge.
appreciate we
stand
have
up.
another fill-in court
Right,
reporter.
people, we should stand up as well.
She's got lots of young kids and stays off of trampolines herself, so she's not going to have the same accident our other court reporter had. So let's stand and stretch for about a minute.
So everyone, if you're at home, if you're in work, stand up right now. Because it's good for you. Stand up. I'm just going to stand like this. You can see Sean instead. Ooh. It's good when the judge says stand up, we all stand up.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's
Oh, for
9:09
fuck's
a.m.
sake.
and we'll continue with a cross-examination.
That was short.
so Chong left approximately
Good, Mama Ames.
around 9 o'clock. Is that about accurate?
I'm not sure the exact time. I don't remember the.
Refresh, because
Okay.
I think it's Exhibit 166. So 8:51 says Chong just left, right?
Correct.
And prior to this, we aren't seeing any strange text messages on Joey's phone. They all seem to be conversational, right? That we've just looked at.
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you told Chong to leave because of Joey's behavior. And at that time, Joey was in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 8:51 to 9:37, that's the point in time after Chong left that the two of you were smoking meth together.
Yes.
Okay, and you had actually been using for quite some time at that point, right?
That is correct.
So at 9:37 with this text from Joey to Ba, we know that John and Christy walk up to the apartment and get there at about 9:46, right? So less than 10 minutes from when he sends this message, right?
Correct.
Oh, fuck.
And so
Sorry.
at that point in time, he hadn't, other than asking Ba for P, he hadn't gone anywhere to see Ba, right?
No.
And at that point in time, Ba hadn't even responded to him about whether or not he had clean urine, because that text message from Ba didn't come back until 9:56. Do you see that in the lower left-hand corner of Exhibit 184?
Yes, ma'am.
So by then, Joey was already stabbed, so Joey never even would have seen Ba's message, right?
That is correct.
And you said that there had been a plan that Joey was maybe going to meet his Uncle John, right?
Yes.
And you told him that was a bad idea because of the state he was in, right? And you were worried about his custody hearing, right?
Correct.
And you're worried about his custody hearing and seeing Uncle John, but you're also smoking meth with him, right?
Yes.
And then your testimony was that he had a call with his uncle and they called off their plans. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, yes.
And if we look at Exhibit 181, that was when at 8:53 after Chong left that he called off his meeting up with his uncle. Do you see that at 8:53? The call answered to his uncle.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you see another message at 9:13 as well. And I believe that's when it was called off, right? At 180, I'm sorry, Exhibit 183 at July 18th of 2024 at 9:13. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
So between the time of Joey texting Ba that he needs to get clean urine at 9:37, your testimony is that you had been in the bathroom and you knocked over a shelf, right?
That is correct.
And that you stated that yesterday that Joey was accusing you of things at that point, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then you said that he had used the bathroom and accidentally closed the door on your hand, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you then retrieved your phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that Joey was talking about his mom. He was upset and emotional. And you thought he was in a cycle. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said you've seen this in the past and you were concerned because it was common when he was off his meds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that at one point in time you say that he's off his meds for about 24 hours and then you change it to 72 hours at some point, right?
I would be estimating, yes.
Okay, because you don't really know, right? I mean, 24 to 72 hours or 3 days.
I don't want to guess.
Okay. And so then after he's now going to the bathroom, right? When you retrieve your phone.
Yes.
And you said that you then went into the living room and you sat on the couch and called John Pfeffer. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you said you called John Pfeffer 4 times. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you didn't want John to come over because you said it was not going to end well. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after calling John Pfeffer 4 times, it was your testimony that John never answered, right?
That is correct.
And then you also testified that you would often leave in the past, or you were going to have John pick you up and not come inside. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you call him 4 times. Joey comes out of the bathroom, and you said yesterday that after you placed those phone calls to John, Joey just kept going, so you told him to go into the kitchen and have pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And he ate some of the pizza, right?
That I don't know.
Okay, well, there was some pizza on the counter, right?
Correct.
And he told you you told him to have some pizza, right?
But I don't know if he consumed it.
Okay, and you said that Joey went into the kitchen from the bathroom, right?
That is correct.
And you said he was talking about losing his job and he was concerned about things he had gone through as a child, right?
That is true.
And at this point, you said you knew he was going to get more crazy, and so you were going to leave and go to Jeff's. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this time period, it's happening for a few minutes, right?
That is correct.
And it's kind of going on for, do you say 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yes.
Okay, and this is all after you called John, right?
Yes.
So you called John, 5 or 10 minutes. He's having something that you talked to yesterday was either a manic episode or a psychotic episode. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And in fact, do you recall having a conversation with your mom about that?
Yes, I do.
And when you had that conversation, are the two of you talking about what people should testify to at trial in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, what to tell people to say. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, we sequester people at trial so that people can only talk about what they specifically know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so telling people what to testify at trial would not be the right thing to do, right?
That is correct.
All right. I'd like to play that phone call with your mom. And I believe that phone call took place on April 24th of 2025, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. If I told you that's when it happened, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, trial dates were scheduled, right?
In April, yes.
Okay. We've had trial dates for quite some time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew your trial was coming up, right?
Yes.
And you knew that people would be testifying, right?
That is what I was told, yes.
And at this point in time, you had all of the police reports, all the videos, all the audios, all the discovery of the investigation, right?
Not all, but mostly. Yes.
Okay. There's been ongoing things. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. But you had really the bulk of all your tests, the bulk of all the investigation by that point to review, right?
Yeah, bulk of it.
And we've had a number of different court hearings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're talking about the case and preparing for trial, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's listen to this call on April 24th of 2025 at 18:38. And for the record, it's on Exhibit 1 under Krebs Exhibit, Chad Riddle calls, and it's called Mania to Psychosis audio.
Go ahead, you can play that.
Mania and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it,
No,
and
I didn't.
now
I didn't look it.
oh, anyway, it's really, really, you can get it from trauma. You can get it from using street drugs. You can get it from oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes, and it's psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you are in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if can you tell that to Knuckles? What did you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too? That that's what you think it is.
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing, and then
And we played that in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
When your mom is talking in the first part of this call, right?
Yes.
And she's talking about kind of doing her own research between mania and psychosis, right?
Yeah, I think she did research and also from personal experience.
Okay. And she also talked to Pin, and that's Jeff Hayes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so she's talking to Jeff Hayes and she's doing some research. And prior to this, the only reference had ever been mania, right? As you talked about it.
Yes.
And now at this point in time with this conversation with your mom, you then start talking about how instead you're going to call it psychosis. Do you recall listening to that?
Yes, I do.
And that to tell Pin and to her that if they testify that they should also use the word psychosis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that is you trying to impact what people testify about at trial, right? Because you said, have them testify to that, right?
I was just trying to find accuracy, yes.
No, let me ask that again and listen to the question. You're telling people to testify to something specific being psychosis in that call, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't require them to just say what they know. You're telling them what to say, correct?
Yes.
And your mom was talking to Jeff Hayes during this time about your case, right?
Yes.
And then she would relay things back to you, right?
Yes.
So during this 5-10 minute period where you've called John 4 times, he hasn't answered. You said your phone is in the living room with you at that time, right? When Joey's in the kitchen.
That is correct.
Okay. And this lasts for quite a period of time between the phone call and the last phone call to John and when Joey is acting manic or psychotic, has psychosis or mania or whatever you want to call it, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You're in the kitchen or you're in the living room.
Okay.
And it's been like 10 minutes and Joey's having this either mania or psychosis episode, right?
That is correct, yes.
Depending upon what you want to call it, right?
Right.
And you said that you don't know how to calm him down. And so you went into the you were sitting in the couch and you were going to put your sandals on. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said something came across, he threw something across the living room. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were on the couch when that happened and Joey was in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Joey said, if you left, Joey would kill himself. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said all of a sudden you went to leave and he had blood between his fingers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how long is this period of time from the last John Pfeffer call to when you're going to get ready and walk out the door?
If I had to guess, I would say 5-10 minutes,
Okay,
but I'm not sure.
okay. 5 to 10, but a period of time because all of this stuff had to happen with him acting crazy, right?
That is correct.
And him being by the pizza, right?
That is correct.
So you said you see the blood between his fingers and you say, "Oh my God, what did you do?" Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said he's running back and forth and you're not sure what he's doing, so you have him lay down.
That is correct.
And does he lay down nicely?
Yes.
Okay, so he lays down. You said that he grabs a paper towel and then you put pressure on it, right?
I grabbed the paper towel.
Okay. I thought you also testified yesterday that you put pressure on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you saw blood on his shirt. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall testifying that his blood appeared to be gushing out of him, I think were your words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're applying pressure to try to help him at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your hands, they would be covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he's on the ground and you can't see the wound, but you know this blood is gushing out, right?
Yes.
And you said at one point yesterday, you looked in the shirt and you opened up the hole of the shirt to kind of look in the wound. Do you remember that?
I don't know if I opened the shirt. I just kind of examined him. Yes.
Examine him just kind of from the outside without moving the shirt.
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Kelly's testimony about when something like this happens, people get faint, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get dizzy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they lose consciousness, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get pale when they lose that much blood when it's gushing out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was all happening to Joey at that time, right?
I don't know if he was dizzy.
Okay. But he's getting pale, his blood is gushing out, you have him on the floor. It looks really bad at that point, right?
Yes.
And then you said, all of a sudden, you hear the buzz door and you let John in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have to, like, on an apartment, you have to, like, buzz the door, the kind of a button on the wall, usually.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then you have to get up in order to let John in, right?
That is correct.
And so it's your testimony that you have no phone when you're there because your phone is still in the living room, right?
That would be correct. Yes.
And it's been in the living room for like the last 5 or 10 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you let John in, you buzz him in, and that's how he gets into your apartment.
Yes.
And Joey still has blood coming out of him.
I don't think it was coming out at that time because we had pressure on it. So I think the coming out stopped.
Okay, well, you got up though to open the door, right?
That is correct. That is correct. Yes.
And so then you would have had to relieve the pressure to go back, right?
Yes.
And when you come back, then it's your testimony that at this point in time, you don't call 911, right? Because you don't have your phone, right?
Yes.
All right. But calling 911 was clearly what Joey needed at that moment, right?
Yes.
Because he had blood gushing out of him, right?
Right.
So then yesterday you said that you testified that you thought when John got there that you would be able to that John would be able to help you get to Joey to the hospital faster than calling 911. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you still didn't have a phone on you at this time?
No, I was applying pressure.
Okay. And your meth pipe, where was that?
I don't know where the meth pipe was.
Okay, do you recall seeing a picture where it was bloody?
Yes.
Okay. So then once John comes in and you hit the button by the door, that's how this all happened, right?
That is correct.
As we're talking about.
Yes.
So then we're going to move on to 9:47 as John and Christy walk in. So it's been about, if we look at exhibit 184, it's been less than 10 minutes since all of this happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when John comes in, you heard the recording where John says, "You stab, oh my fucking God, Sam," right? You remember that?
I don't think he finished his statement. I think he said stat and then just stopped.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. And then you said, "He's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ," right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't actually know if it went through an organ because it had been gushing blood, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, but that's what you said. And then you said, or I'm sorry, John says in that recording, "We need to call an ambulance." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that time, immediately after, you say, "Hold on, it's just right here." Do you remember hearing that?
I remember saying go ahead and then after that saying that. Yes.
Okay, so first you say, "Go ahead," and then you say, "Hold on, it's just right here."
Yes.
And then John asks you if you put everything away, remember?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, "I have to get the fuck out of here." Do you remember saying that?
No.
And your voice is on the recording saying, "I have to get the fuck out of here," right? We heard that.
No.
We didn't hear that.
No.
Do we need to play that again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I have to get this stuff in here. Keep them away from me. Joey, come on.
Do you hear that where you say, "I have to get the fuck out of here"?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that says that, right? That's your voice.
That is correct.
And then you say, "Keep him awake," right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you say, "What are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife." And you said that, right?
That is correct.
And then John responds back to you, "I don't fucking know," right?
Yes.
So in this message, we don't hear John walk in and say, "Oh my gosh, let's get him to the hospital," right? We don't hear you say that. "Let's drive him," right? We don't hear you say that.
No.
Okay. And we don't say, "Oh my God," when he walks in, you don't say, "Oh my God, call 911 fast," right?
He said call 911, not me.
Right. But you don't say that, right?
No.
He doesn't walk in and you say, "Oh my gosh, help me," right? You don't say that, right?
No.
Instead, you say, "He's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ. Hold on, it's just right here," right?
Yes.
And then after that, the sound goes blank at 9:47. And there's about 5 minutes before walking out of the apartment complex that you're in the apartment before you leave, right?
I'm not sure how long the time was.
Okay. Well, we saw video yesterday where you exit the apartment at somewhere at 9:52, right? So that's about 5 minutes after 9:47.
Correct.
So it takes you about 5 minutes then to get out of the apartment, right?
Right.
And while you're in the apartment for those 5 minutes, John is there, right?
That is correct.
And Christy is rendering aid to him, right?
Yes.
And 911 hasn't been called, right?
I thought he was on the phone with 911.
Well, you recall hearing that he was calling Jeff Hayes, right? You remember that?
That was after the fact.
You remember him calling Jeff Hayes when you were in the apartment?
No.
Okay. But when he is on the phone, he doesn't actually get a hold of anyone because they're really short calls, right?
Yes.
Okay. Directions and saying, here's the address to the apartment, or this is what's happening to him, or this is John Pfeffer. He's not saying anything about anything like that that would be consistent with a 911 call, right?
I wouldn't know. I ran to the bedroom.
Okay, so you ran to the bedroom to get some things, to get your drugs, right?
Correct.
Because right now the most important thing is to clear your apartment of drugs, right?
No.
Well, that's what you do, right?
That's what I do. But that's not the most important.
That's what you chose to do. So you chose to do what was the most important thing to you at the time,
At
right?
the time, yes.
Okay. And when you go to your bedroom, you could have just as easily walked into the living room, grabbed your phone and called 911, right?
Correct.
But you didn't, right?
No.
Because the most important thing was going to get the drugs in your bedroom before you left, right?
Correct.
And the most important thing is you having a conversation with John Pfeffer and being in that apartment for 5 minutes, right?
Right.
So while you're taking care of everything, you're taking care of everything related to you, and you're not taking care of anything related to the person who calls you the love of their life, right?
I don't agree with that. No.
Well, you weren't doing anything to help Joey at that point in time, right? You were getting your drugs and you weren't calling 911, right?
Well, I was getting the drugs out of his house so that he wouldn't get repercussions.
Okay, so the most important thing while he's bleeding out in the kitchen is that he not get in trouble for having some meth, right?
That was my thought, yes.
So the most important thing is that he's not in trouble for meth, but you're not worried about the fact he is bleeding out in the kitchen, right?
I didn't think he was bleeding out.
Well, you just testified that he was gushing with blood. Blood coming out of his chest, gushing. Gushing.
But we put pressure on it so that it stopped.
His chest is gushing with blood, Samantha. That is serious, is it not?
It is very serious.
Okay, and so it is very serious. And the first thing we're going to be concerned about is getting some meth out of the house versus taking care of the person who is bleeding out in the kitchen. That's your priority, right?
Yes.
And we heard Dr. Kelly talk about how he's faint. He's having a hard time breathing. He is losing.
I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization.
All right, well, I haven't heard the whole question yet, so let me hear the question, then I'll rule on the objection.
Sure. You heard Dr. Kelly talking about when somebody is stabbed like this, that they are getting dizzy, that their blood pressure is falling, that they're losing blood to such a degree that it does render them unconscious. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was after the fact. I didn't know that at the time.
Well, you heard testimony that Christy Cleland said that he was unconscious and then he was conscious and then he was unconscious again, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm not a nurse.
Okay. You're not a nurse, but he's still gushing with blood from his chest, right?
We had stopped the blood from gushing.
Okay. Let's just talk about where this injury is. You've seen this injury just below the left nipple, right?
Correct.
And that's where you saw the blood gushing, right?
At first, yes.
And you said that as it's gushing, if we think about, let me strike that and ask this. That location is consistent with where somebody's heart is, right? It's on the left side of your chest.
Yes.
And that's consistent where your lungs are, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how he had been bleeding at that point at least for 5 minutes, right? Because the stabbing happened before John and Christy walked in, right?
Correct.
And he is bleeding out. He'd been gushing. And then at some point, you also knew he was unconscious, right?
Yes, he seemed faint.
Okay, but he went unconscious, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Well, you said in that message with John, you said, keep him awake. And that's because he was losing consciousness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew, again, that this is not going well, right?
Right.
You got your phone, right, from the living room,
Correct.
and you got your drugs from your bedroom, right?
Correct.
And after talking to John, you walked out of the apartment, right?
Correct.
And no one prevented you from calling 911, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you have your phone, right?
Yes.
And you could have called 911, right?
I thought John was on the phone with 911.
Well, it's not uncommon that if there's an emergency, multiple people might call 911 if they want to make sure somebody gets help, right?
I don't know what's common.
Well, you could have called 911 as well, right?
That is correct.
And your fiance, the person you're supposed to marry, who says you are the love of his life, is bleeding out and dying on the kitchen floor, and you leave.
I didn't know he was dying.
Oh, Samantha, you talked about him being unconscious and having blood gushing from his chest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about how serious of a wound this was, right?
Yes.
And you talked about it being near the lungs and the heart, right?
I didn't know that it was.
Samantha, you knew where the location of the injury was, near his lungs and his heart, right?
Yes.
And you left the apartment and you never called 911, ever.
Correct.
Ever. Did you?
I said correct.
And so you leave the person who says that you're the love of his life, and you had just set a wedding date, and that's for better or for worse, isn't it? Marriage.
Yes.
And the person that you're supposed to be committed to, right?
Yes.
And you walked out and left him on the kitchen floor to die.
I didn't know he was going to die.
You left him on the kitchen floor to die because that's what happened, isn't it?
That's what happened, yes.
And you got in your Dodge Journey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the video, we see you pull out of the parking lot, turn onto the road, and then turn right and go to Jeff Hayes' apartment on Northland Avenue, right?
Correct.
In your vehicle with no license plate, right?
I had my temporary plates in the back.
Okay. And at that point in time, you had a visible vehicle identification number in the front, right?
Yes.
And you had decals on the back window, right?
Correct.
And we see you on the flock camera, right?
Yes.
And you drive down Northland, and it takes you about 8 minutes to get to John's, right?
Correct.
And
John or Jeff?
I'm sorry, Jeff.
All
It
right.
takes you about 8 minutes to get to Jeff's, right?
Correct.
Pause. If we're going to start talking about another location, this is a good time to take a break because I've had the court reporter going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So we'll take a break we'll take a 20-minute break till 10:05. So jurors can keep their notebooks in here and we'll get you back in here in about 20 minutes.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
Okay, we're on break till 10:05. We'll have everybody back at the tables at 10:05.
Okay. So there you go. I mean, I think she's doing well. She's holding her own quite well. I'm not going to disparage her. I don't believe everything she says, but I think she's doing well. So I'm not sure what the chat think, if you agree or disagree. I'm not sure how long the state like to go on and on. The state also drones on a lot, I find. They like to go over the point again and again and again and again and again. So, but I hope they get it across more quicker, shall we say. So we'll see. I don't think the mother is going to testify. The mother's voice was there, but I don't think she will testify because I don't think she can bring anything good for the defendant in. Badaza's just made a brew. What did you have? Tea or coffee, Badaza? What make do you use? Tetley's for tea, Dow Egberts for instant coffee for me, or Dunkin' Donuts if I'm doing filter coffee, which I will be doing for dinner. Filter coffee, Dunkin' Donuts. But at the minute I am on Dow Egberts and water. She's not on meth now. So yeah, I think she's doing better than I thought. I'll give her credit. I mean, I don't like her. Maybe that's something to do with it. Katie's drinking meth right now. I didn't think you could. Can you drink meth? I don't know. Oh, you're drinking Dunkin'. Sorry. Coffee instant cheap one. Lidl. That's not cheap. £289. Fucking hell, Badaza. That's about $350, people. But he means £2.89. Dow Egberts is about, if you buy 3, it works out about £6 each for a big gun. Do you know what I mean? So I like my coffee. Do you know what I mean? I like my coffee, but that's just made a Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee in my Keurig ice brewer. Ooh, sounds posh. I didn't even know that was a thing. I've never served a Keurig ice brewer before. Agree that you're not allowed to agree with me. How the fuck are you still in chat? What? 289. The world would be a better place if you just agreed with me every day. It's fine. A lot of the state's questions to me is argumentative, and the defense should be objected, in my opinion. I think it's probably tactical, Dave. I don't know, but there are some points where I would be objecting with the arguments as well. You know, they want to get the cake and eat it. I feel the state do, but I don't disagree with you. I've got to Google what a Keurig ice brewer. Keurig iced brewer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have time. I drink hot coffee anyway. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I just want to know what it was. I agree with you, Another CG. It is redundant. I have K-Pods, but not Dunkin's, but K-Pods. But I bought it from my father, but he never drinks out of it. So he prefers a filter coffee. So, yeah. So, but yeah, my father likes Dunkin's as well. He's into Dunkin's now as well. We I'm a three. I'm a 3 bean strength. I am 3 beans on coffee. I like it mild. Do you know what I mean? I'm a 3 guy. So for those in the US, if you don't know what that means, you've got 5 bean strengths for our coffee. One is very low, very light. Obviously, 5 is super strong. I'm a 3, middle of the road guy. Bad Dad's a little bit stronger. Do you like the filter or pods better? Filter. I prefer the filter. So if I go to Dunkin's, I normally get a latte or something. I like milky stuff, but I prefer at home to make filter coffee over the pods because I feel the pods aren't warm enough. I like it, but it's not the same. And when I make it, it's not as hot. Whereas the filter is just boiling hot, bit of milk on it. Ooh. So I prefer it. But if I went into a Starbucks or a Dunkin's, I would have a latte, extra hot latte. So as weird as that is, I wouldn't want to go into Dunkin's just for a filter coffee. I'd want a latte. So, but at home, I prefer filter with milk, semi-skimmed milk, which is like 2% in the US. Jen is a filter girl as well. There you go. Jersey Jen, what are you? Are you just like your twin? Are you just like Jen? I like filter better, but I live with my cat and she doesn't drink coffee, so okay. Well, I don't. I normally if it's so for me now when I'm streaming, I make 8 cups thing. I don't put 8 coffees into it. I put in like 5 coffees, but I make enough for about 8 cups, and then I drink it throughout the day. But tonight I'll make enough for like 4 coffees. But when I put it in, it's only like enough. It's enough for 2 of these, basically. So I drink a pot of coffee every morning. With fucking hell, Jen, you're on one. You needed to keep awake or something. Jeepers. A pot of coffee. A pot would last me all day long. Coffee is a diuretic tea, isn't it? I don't know, mate. Same. The best coffee is from traditional old school coffee pot. What's that, Katie? I've never heard of that phrase or coffee pot. What's a coffee pot? I don't know what any of that means. I even have a cup that holds 2 cups at a time. So I find when I fill it up with, say, if I fill it up to the 10 top, I don't get 10 cups. Like, I don't get 10 cups out of it. I just get maybe 4, or, out of it. I suppose it's this cup, so maybe that is why. French press. I've never tried a French. Actually, somebody made me a French press once. It took forever for them to make it. I was like, "Fuck it, dude." Just, but it was nice, but it just took forever. I don't think I have the patience. A percolator. Ooh. So you see how this is where we go, right? We got 2 sides of Virginia, the posh one, which is Mama Ames, percolator, and then we got Lady Di, the rough one. She's just like, fucking give me coffee right now. So the 2 sides of Virginia, the rough and the posh. I'm not saying that Mama Ames is posh. I'm just saying that Lady Di is rough. Cups are 8 ounces. So how many ounces is in this then, Robin G? I never measured it. I don't even know. I don't much prefer hot. I prefer hot over. So I'm weird, right? If it's coffee, it has to be hot. If I'm eating dinner, I like to have something cold. I don't like tea or coffee or anything while I'm eating. I prefer like root beer or water or Pepsi or squash, cordial, then stuff like that. But if it's like now, I prefer a cup of tea or coffee. I don't know how to explain it honestly. Like a Mr. Coffee, old school coffee pot. Um, Pour the grounds in and water in the back, and boom. Let's not talk about backs again, Katie. Otherwise, Hershey's will be on the table. Best and definitely hottest coffee. If you like it that way, Katie, I do not judge. Me either. That's what I'm saying. So equals out 2.5 cups for me. I also have a cup after dinner. There you go. That's a drip coffee maker. I don't know what that means. I'm like a drip sometimes, Maxi. I think we went through this before, but my husband drinks about 2-3 pots of Dunkin's coffee per day. Fucking hell. No, I did not know that. I mean, I know you're hard work, AD, but jeepers, I didn't realize you were that hard work. My parents' favorite way to make coffee. Coffee from a percolator is the best, Mama Ames. Oh, there you go. Dave showing his age as well, but Dave is blue collar. We love Dave. Looks like a 12 or 14 ounce to me. Fill it with water and pour in measuring cup. I think it's probably 12, I imagine. What's the Starbucks mug, people? 12, I imagine. Yes, Mexi, thank you. This witness is reminding me of all the talk about. This is why. No, I know that's a shame. I know. Lol, he's a he's a real estate broker. Coffees for closers. If you know what movie. No, I've heard of that, but I don't know what movie. I don't remember the name of the movie. But anyway, it's good that we can talk about coffees. I had to go to filter coffees, so Erin Hack would always be like, you gotta be on filter coffee, and I've never had filter coffee until I went to America. Well, I had Dunkin' Donuts in New Jersey before, but they were all lattes. Then Lulu Bell bought me a Dunkin's card. A few people did actually, but Lulu Bell was the first one, and yeah, I had my first Dunkin's thanks to Lulu Bell. And then J Mac bought me Starbucks one, so I had Starbucks with Maria as well. So I'll also allow myself one large iced coffee, raspberry, 20 shots of flavor with 4 sweet and low regular cream in fucking hell. To get a good cup is that okay? So I need to buy a Dunkin' Donuts cup then, don't I? I need to buy that does not sound nice though. I'll be honest with you, Jen. That's not my cup of tea, but that's fair though. I remember my dad always drank coffee from a percolator, Dave. I've never had one, but when she said old school, that's where my brain went. Mr. Coffee isn't old school for me. See all this different. Right, hang on. We got a message here. You don't like coffee? I'm not a big fan of iced coffee though. I don't. I'm not a massive fan. I prefer extra hot lattes. Mama lol, I don't know what a percolator is. You'll need to switch to Sanka over caffeinated. Yeah, I do. I am scared I drink too much coffee. Do you know what I mean? So I do need to maybe do decaffeinated a little bit. Oh yeah. So Dave saw it. My Red Sox. My Red Sox hat came today. You can't really see the B on it, but yeah. Red Sox came today. I need to mold it. That's why I'm not wearing it. I thought it clashed a little bit. So J Mac is in hospital. She's eating pepperoni pizza. That's who just messaged me, KD. She's eating pepperoni pizza. She's hoping to be in chat at some point, she said. But yeah, she's eating pepperoni pizza. I've not heard from Hippie Chick though. Hope she's okay as well. Monochrome is good. The thing is with you, Spacey, I don't know what the fuck you mean half the time. So I don't even know what I mean. Monochrome. I did not understand, right, that you guys don't say aluminium. You say something else. We say aluminium. You say alien. Some weird way of saying it. I only found that out today. Don't have a decade. It's been no. Don't have decade. It's a big scam. There's still a lot of caffeine in it. No worries. Tell her I said hello. Am I the beautiful one? Thank you, KD. Red Heart. We need all the coffee we can get with this judge. Yes, decaf. It's a red B on a red hat. Yes, Boston Red Sox. Aluminium. No way you're saying aluminium. Like, yeah, I only found out today. You guys say it's totally different. Aluminium. Aluminium. It's aluminium. What the fuck are you all on about? You guys say it. Absolutely ridiculous. I'll let me send it to her. Let me send it to her now. Okay, yeah, I read something. Aluminium. Like you guys are freaks. Thank you, Lady Di. I will take a look at it. Aluminium. Aluminium. Hang on. Because you say like aluminium or something. Hang on. Is this rude, Maxi? Hang on, let me mute. You are all freaks. Hang on. So this is how Maxi and you Americans say it.
Aluminum.
Aluminum. What the fuck? It's aluminium. Aluminum. It's not. It's aluminium. It's not. Bex, I've never seen you before, Bex, but I love you, but you're wrong. Aluminium. What the fuck are we talking about? Welcome, Bex. I've never seen you before, but you're more than welcome to be here, but you're wrong. You're wrong, Bex. People. That's how we spell aluminium. That's how we spell it. Aluminium. Both are right. Badaza, you're on my corner, so shut up, Badaza. Get back in your corner. You people are absolutely bonkers. Sorry, Bex. Welcome, Bex. You just kicked me and I'm like, fuck you, Bex. You're wrong. You're wrong. You spell it wrong too. I do not spell it. That's the correct way to spell it. Thank you very much, Mama Ames. Thank you, Mama Ames. Mama Ames on my side. This is why I like you and don't like Lady Di. Silently watching, but I had to try to. Thank you, Bex. I appreciate you. You better not be from the UK. Where are you from, Bex? You better not be from the UK. Otherwise, I'm going to ban you from the chat.
You need a backup bottle of water? Or are you going to be okay?
In a little while, maybe.
All right, Tony, can you grab an extra bottle of water and just so Ms. Krebs can keep it under her desk?
We did invent the language. Thank you, but that's back in my good books again. It's just weird. I heard it aluminium this morning. I was like, what the fuck's aluminium?
All right, and as I said, we're back on the record. Anything from a legal standpoint before we continue with the cross-examination? Ms. Rock? Okay, all right, we'll get the jury in.
Linoleum. I would say that's linoleum. I don't know if that's how you say it. That's fine. That's fine. It's all goes from the USA. That's fine. I don't care. Thank you. I like you, Bex. When I told you to fuck off, I meant that in endearing way. Please stay. You are more than welcome to be here, Bex, because you understand it. You're from Texas because you say yours. Your sounds better to my ears when we butcher things. Thank you, Bex. I like you already. I know I like you already. So there you go. Bex is she's more than welcome to be here now. Lady Di, you can fuck off with aluminium. Oh, well, at least we passed the day. Wild emails from Lady Di, that's fine. I love it, people. It's good. Linoleum. Linoleum.
Aluminum.
Aluminum. Aluminum. Let's play that one more time.
Aluminum.
Oh, that's crazy. Aluminium, everybody. Freaking Nora. Right, let's get back to this trial. Jeepers. Oh, friggin' Nora. Why are they standing so long? Come on, let's get on with it. So, Katie, that's Mexi-Texi
Okay,
saying
everybody
it.
can be seated.
That's Mexi-Texi saying it. It's aluminium.
All right,
Ah.
we're back on the record in State versus Krebs. We had our first morning break. It's about
Go dogs. There you go, close enough. That is a good guess by me.
District Attorney Melinda Templis. Go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you.
On a serious note, welcome back. It's nice to see you and thank you for chatting. Thank you for saying hello, my darling.
All right. So Samantha, before the break, we were talking about how you're about to turn on to Northland Avenue and head towards Jeff Hayes's apartment, which takes about 8 minutes.
Anytime, Bex, I'll tell anyone to fuck off. If you want to be with Lady Di and Robin G and all them, then I'll tell you to fuck off every day. It's fine.
Right?
Right.
And during that time, when you're driving in your Dodge Journey, there's 8 minutes that you could have called 911, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't, but you do make some other phone calls, right?
Yes.
So let's look at Exhibit 126. So 126 is a phone extraction. And if we look on the second to last column with words in it, we see where it says from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes. And there is a phone call on July 18th, 2024 at 9:53. So that was about the time that you were already driving down Northland headed towards Meade, right?
Right.
And you said in testimony that you called Jeff Hayes to let him know that you were on your way, right?
Right.
And you didn't want to just pop in on him, right?
Right.
And so you were trying to be courteous and call and let him know you were on your way, right?
Yes.
And you talked to him for about 44 seconds. Do you see that on the upper right column where it says 44 seconds? Or 44, 00?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you call and let him know that you're on your way, but you don't call 911, right?
Right.
And then in Exhibit 43, we see you driving through Northland and Mason at about 21:57. So you're getting a little closer to Jeff Hayes's, right?
Right.
And then you saw yesterday the video of the surveillance at Veterans Village of that entryway where we see you drive in, right?
Right.
And when you drive in, you're on the phone at that time, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that you, at that point, attempt to make two different phone calls. If we look at Exhibit 185, that you attempt to contact Joey, right?
Does it say Joey?
Well, this is you calling Joey, and this is a missed call on his phone, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Because we don't have your phone because your phone got wiped, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have to rely on Joey's phone. So in Exhibit 185, you attempt to call Joey at 10 o'clock just as you're arriving at John Pfeffer's, right? Or I'm sorry, Jeff Hayes's.
Right.
And he doesn't answer because he is laying in the kitchen fighting for his life and bleeding out at this point, right?
Right.
And then you try to call him after you call at 10:00:32 on Exhibit 185. You try again at 10:01:04. Do you see that at what in Exhibit 186?
Yes, I do.
And you know that he is in no way going to be able to answer the call himself, right?
I don't know that for sure.
Well, he was unconscious, bleeding out on the linoleum after he was gushing blood. Do you remember that?
He fainted briefly, but he wasn't unconscious when I left.
Okay, but in the phone call or the audio call that we have, you're saying that they need to try to keep him awake because he was losing consciousness, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, it's at least 10 to 15 minutes. Let me just make sure I'm right. It's at least almost 10 minutes from when John Pfeffer walked in. So Joey's been bleeding out now for more than 10 minutes, right?
Correct.
And as you're making these calls, the first version of your story about that night is that you were at a friend's house that night and weren't even at his house or at the apartment with Joey, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. One of the first versions of your story is that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when it happened, right?
Correct.
So you calling Joey would be a way to try to cover up the fact that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house and just checking in on him, right?
I guess that could be a theory.
Well, your story at this point was that you weren't there, right?
I didn't speak to the police till after that and said that, though.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, let's go back to Exhibit 119. So at 119, this is a conversation you're having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
At what time?
That night. And it's probably going to be a little difficult to see, but if we can grab Exhibit 119, I'll put it in front of you.
Thank you.
You see that?
Yes.
Now, this is a conversation that you were having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you see the timestamp of 10:14 when you say Joey was acting all manic, so I haven't been there, right?
Correct.
And then you see another one at 10:14 saying he was talking all crazy. Call me, I'm at my friend's house or at my friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:15, you say, I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house, right?
Correct.
So this version of your story was that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when he got stabbed, right?
Correct.
So if we go back to those phone calls when you're calling Joey at 10 and 10:01, which is Exhibit 185 and 186, you're starting to have this story that you weren't even there when it happened, right?
I don't want to guess.
Okay, well, you know because you were there. So
No, I was there, yes.
this is a phone call from you and you're calling Joey, right?
Correct.
And we know that the story that you have is that you're not there, right?
Correct.
And so if you are following along the lines of the story that you are at a friend's house when this happens, you're not with Joey, right?
Correct.
So if you try to call Joey around 10 o'clock when he's bleeding out, that would be like setting up an alibi to say that you weren't there and that you were trying to reach him, right?
I don't know if that was my intentions.
Okay, well, 15 minutes later, when we look at Exhibit 119, that's when you're starting the story that you're at your friend's house and that you weren't at the apartment, right?
That is correct, yes.
And in fact, you continue this storyline that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house, right?
Right.
And you continue to tell other people that, right?
Right.
And that is a flat out lie, right?
Right.
And then when we're talking about you driving in, you call Jeff Hayes to let him know that you're on your way, so you're not rude and just show up. And Joey's bleeding out in the kitchen, but you never call Joey's mom to tell her that he's having a major medical incident and that he has a stab wound and gushing blood, right? You don't call her.
No.
And no.
No.
And you don't call the mother of his child to let her know that her child's dad is bleeding out in your apartment, right?
She made it clear my number was blocked.
Okay, well, you could have called from Joey's phone or your phone, right? You had the ability to make a phone call. Yes?
Yes.
You don't call anybody in Joey's family. You don't call his sister, right?
I don't have a sister's number.
Okay. But you don't call any of his family members or try to call any of his family members, right?
No.
Right, when you say no, are you agreeing with her statement or?
You didn't try calling anyone, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you went to Jeff Hayes's, which we know, and you know from the messages that you had with him in April that he's in love with you, right?
Love, I don't know. I knew he had feelings for me, yes.
Sexual feelings for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at Exhibit 138, that conversation is about him saying that he thinks the two of you have to acknowledge that there's something between you, right?
Yes.
All right. And on April 20th of 2024 on Exhibit 139, he says, the connection we share and the bond between grew much stronger today, I think. I noticed it like there was a chemical change in the pheromones we both emit. Do you see that? Yes?
Yes.
And that day, the two of you had been together and you spent a lot of time with him, right?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 140, he talks about how it's not an issue, but it generally could, not an issue, but potentially could complicate things. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, you're engaged at this point to marry Joey, right?
Yes.
And then on Exhibit 141, you says, I know that we are great friends, but never anything more on my end. We're too much alike, right?
Correct.
He goes on in Exhibit 142 to talk about how alike you are and how good of a thing that is. And it's rare for him to find someone who he hits it off with right away, right?
Right.
And he talks about in Exhibit 143 how
that he made an observation that it would have been natural and comfortable, good and right, for him to easily have pulled you in and been affectionate with you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then in Exhibit 144, he talks about how he wouldn't have acted upon them, but he says it's wholly fucking inappropriate, right?
Right.
And that would be inappropriate because you're engaged to someone else at that time, right?
Correct.
And then in Exhibit 145, he's texting you and he says he felt like something he could have been done. He felt that it could be reciprocated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that instead of getting a full-on slap across the face, it would have been welcome, basically. Do you see how he talks about that?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 146, he says, I guess we're just gonna have to keep it purely sexual, no biggie. Do you see that?
Yes.
So sometimes there's relationships where it's just sexual and not an actual relationship, right?
Yes.
And that's what he's referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then on Exhibit 147, we see a conversation a few weeks later on May 9th, where he talks about how he's making dinner. So you and Jeff were going to have dinner together, right?
That was his plans.
Okay. And he went to, in Exhibit 147, great extent to make quite the meal, I would say. Is that fair?
Yes, he was a chef.
Okay. And so he outlined lots of different food that he was going to make, including having red wine and white wine and dessert cordials, port wine. And he was really going all out for this meal, right?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 148, you say for me and Joey or me and you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then in Exhibit 149, he says, let's think about this, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off. Do you see that?
I see that.
So he is planning to make this meal with whatever plans you guys have just for the two of you, right?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
And this is more of a date meal than it is getting together for a barbecue with friends, right?
Yes.
And he's only talking about it being the two of you, right?
Correct.
And this is a couple weeks after he talks about keeping things sexual, right?
I think he was being sarcastic.
But that's what he said, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And certainly the way he presents 149 isn't very kind to Joey, right?
No.
No. And in fact, you had said before that Jeff Hayes was a friend of Joey's, right?
Yes.
And in this particular message, he's basically coming on to Joey's fiance and basically talking about how he's just going to make him a peanut butter jelly sandwich, right?
Yeah.
And that's not how friends are, right?
Correct.
And you knew on July 18th, just a couple months after this, you knew July 18th that if you went to Jeff's house, he would help you no matter what, right? He would help you.
Yes.
I mean, that's why you went to his house, right?
I went to his house because he's an advocate for Joey's mental health.
So the person that you just left laying bleeding out on the kitchen, you go to his advocate and the one who wants to have a relationship with you. That's what you want. That's where you went, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you go there, not because of Joey, but because you know that you can trust Jeff, right?
Yes.
And you go there because you know Jeff will help you, right?
Can you be more specific with help?
He'll let you stay there.
Yes.
He'll let, even if something, you make a terrible decision, he's still going to be there to help you out, right?
I can hope so.
Well, he does, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he meets you outside of the apartment complex, right?
Correct.
And you saw video of you walking up kind of that sidewalk by the smoke shack, right?
Yes.
And you see him standing there talking with you, right?
That is correct.
And he doesn't embrace you right away, but he's in deep conversation with you on that video, right?
Correct.
And then within minutes of you getting to Veterans Village, you have this conversation we talked about previously with Joey's cousin saying that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:20, you recall watching a video from an Appleton Police Department body camera where John Pfeffer is being walked down the stairs of the apartment and gets to the door, and you're calling him and he gets on the phone with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was telling you that the police were there and Joey has a stab wound, and gives you kind of the basics at that point, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, that conversation is acting like you had no idea and you weren't there. True?
True.
And that's false, right?
False.
It's a lie, right?
Yes.
And then a little bit later at 10:20, you call John back again, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, John hands the phone to a police officer, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you know you're talking to a police officer, right?
Correct.
And in that video that we watched, that's you talking to him on the phone, right?
Correct.
And during that phone call, you told Officer Felmer that you left a couple hours ago, right?
Correct.
And that's a lie.
Correct.
And then you asked Officer Felmer if Joey was okay, right?
Yes.
And you knew when you left, yes,
Sorry.
that's okay. And you knew when you left that he wasn't okay, right?
Correct.
And you then asked if he took something, right?
That is right.
And you know at that time that the reason why he wasn't okay was that he had a stab wound that had gushed blood, right?
Correct.
And so you testified yesterday that you were just trying to be cryptic with the cop to tell him in case like Joey took something and they were going to try to give him an opiate or something to overcome an opiate. Do you remember that? Yesterday
Can
when
you rephrase the question?
Sure. Yesterday when you were testifying, you said that you wanted to let them know without telling them that he might have taken something and you were trying to be cryptic with them. Do you remember that?
I don't understand what you mean by cryptic.
Well, I don't either, but that's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
I used the word cryptic.
I thought so. Let's rephrase it this way. When you were talking to Officer Felmer, you said you asked if Joey took something. Do you remember saying that in the phone call?
Yes.
And yesterday when you testified that you wondered if he maybe took something and you wanted there to be medical care in case he overdosed. Do you remember that in terms of what they treated him with?
I remember talking about the opiate blocker in case he needed pain meds. Yes.
Right. And so you said yesterday that you were thinking about the opiate blocker. And so you wanted to ask
the officer if he took something because you were trying to get them to understand that maybe that could be it. Do you remember that?
I think I said rhetorical. I asked him a rhetorical question.
No, I don't recall that. I think you were talking about how you were trying to make sure that he could get some help if in fact he needed an opiate blocker. Do you remember that?
Not
Okay.
exactly.
Well, at this point in time, when you're talking to Officer Felmer, this would be a really good opportunity to be able to tell him exactly what happened to Joey, right?
Yes,
And you didn't take that opportunity, right?
correct.
And you would certainly want Joey's best medical interest taken to heart and at the forefront of everybody's mind at that point, right?
Yes,
And yet you didn't provide any of the information that would have been helpful, right?
no, I didn't.
And in fact, during that call, you hear an audible gasp. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you said that you thought that Officer Felmer said his lung collapsed.
Correct.
Okay. We did not hear that on the phone, right?
No.
Okay. And so now, in addition to seeing the gushing blood, and in addition to seeing him laying on the kitchen floor and bleeding out, you're now concerned that he also has a collapsed lung because that's what you heard, right?
Correct.
And that would make it even more serious, right?
Correct.
Because in the original audio with John Pfeffer, you say it didn't hit an organ, right?
Correct.
And so finding out that now his lung collapsed would make it even more serious than it already was, right?
Yeah, yes.
And then so let me kind of go back to that. So now when we combine the stabbing with the blood and him laying on the floor and having periods of unconsciousness, and now potentially you thinking that he had a collapsed lung, that would certainly be a matter of life or death, right?
Yes.
And then you testified that you were trying to call the hospitals to get information and couldn't, right?
Correct.
But you had been on the phone with Officer Felmer, and he talked to you about the importance of coming back so that you could talk to him and you would be able to be with Joey, right?
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Officer Felmer asks you to come back, right?
Correct.
If you came back, you would be able to be at Joey's side, right?
I didn't know where Joey was at that point. If he had been taken in the ambulance, if he was still at home, I didn't know.
Officer Felmer told you in the call that he was still there and not to go to the hospital, right? Do you remember that?
He told me not to go to the hospital, correct?
Right. And he said that Joey was in the apartment and he didn't know his current medical situation. Do you recall that?
I don't know if he said he was still in the apartment. I think he said that he was in a critical medical state, yes.
Okay, so if your fiance is in a critical medical state and you're going with the story that you haven't been there, then you could have come back and been with Joey if he would have needed medical care, right? To go to the hospital with him.
If he was still there, yes.
Okay, and Officer Felmer asks you to come back because he confirms you're his fiance, right?
Correct.
And he talks to you about how serious it is, right?
Yes.
And you think it's serious because of the gushing blood and now a collapsed lung, right?
Correct.
And your response back is that you're not able to come back and have police contact because you're on probation, right?
That is also correct.
And you know in your probation rules that it says that you can have police contact, but you have to report it in 72 hours, correct?
Correct.
And you know that, right?
Yes.
And so you could come back, you could.
Hold on. I apologize for the mic, but some of her answers are muted. So if you give her a chance to say it a second time so it projects. So.
Certainly.
Okay, go ahead.
So you know that you can have police contact, right?
Yes.
And you could then call your probation agent and tell them that you had police contact, right?
Correct.
And At this point in time, Joey's life is hanging in the balance, right?
Correct.
And you're engaged, right?
Yes.
And you say that you love him, right?
Yes.
And you don't choose to come back, right?
Right.
In fact, you have a car, so you could come back, correct?
Correct.
And you say you have to check with your friends to see if you can get a ride back, right?
I said I needed to check with my friends if they would give me a ride back, yes.
But you had a car, so you had the ability to drive yourself anywhere at that point, right?
Yeah.
In fact, it was parked at Jeff Hayes's parking lot, right?
Correct.
So when Joey's life, the guy that you're engaged to, his life is hanging in the balance, and law enforcement is telling you that you should come back because things aren't good, you still choose not to come back, right?
Correct.
And you said your concern was that you had meth in your system, right?
That was one of them, yes.
And you're concerned that you do have this contact with law enforcement. Eventually, you'd have to probably do a urine test for probation, right?
Correct.
And you're going to come up dirty, right?
Correct.
Because you've been using meth, right?
Correct.
And that has its own consequences, right?
Correct.
So you don't come back, and your concern while his life is hanging in the balance is still about you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we saw a video of Jeff Hayes leaving the apartment a little while after you left. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You remember seeing video where after you get to the apartment, you come out in some different shorts. Do you remember that?
Different than when I arrived in?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jeff Hayes leaves kind of shortly after that. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall watching the video where he pulls away and he was gone for a period of time?
Yes.
In fact, during that time, in that evening, were they getting updates about driving by the scene to see what was going on?
That I'm not sure of.
Do you remember that on Jeff's phone that they downloaded the scanner?
I didn't know that he did that, no.
Okay. So let's get to the next thing. If we could look at exhibit number 135 and talk a little bit more about Officer Felmer's phone call. So you talk about it being you talking to Officer Felmer, and you were really pretty good friends with Missy Kane around July of 24, right?
Correct.
And at approximately 11:59 on July 22nd, you and Missy are having a text conversation on Jeff Hayes's phone, right?
Correct.
Because you were using Jeff Hayes' phone after July 19th when John Pfeffer took your phone, right?
That is correct.
And on exhibit 135, you're texting, right, I did talk on the phone to a cop that night, though I was in shock, didn't even know who I was talking to. I thought JP, and that goes into 136. Do you see that?
That is correct.
In fact, that's not true, right? Because you knew you were talking to a police officer, right?
I found out later when I received the evidence that I had a phone call with a police officer, yes.
So you didn't know when you were talking to Officer Felmer that he was a police officer?
He stated that he was a police officer, but at the time, I must have been confused.
Okay, well, we just talked about a whole conversation that you had with Officer Felmer, right?
Yes.
And that conversation was you making specific comments about very specific things during that call, right?
That is correct.
And you specifically told Officer Felmer that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
And that was a lie.
Correct.
And that was a lie, right?
That was, yes.
And you're covering up the fact that you were there, right?
Yes.
And during that conversation, you make very specific points in time to say things to Officer Felmer that are choiceful for you, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. Like this, did he take something, right?
Yes.
Like, should I go to the hospital, right?
Oh, that was true.
And that was all very active conversation that you were having with him, right?
Yes.
And now you're saying when you were talking to Missy that you didn't know that you were talking to a police officer. Do you remember that?
At the time, I was under the influence and I didn't really recall what was going on. It was all so hectic.
Okay, well, let's get to Exhibit 137. In 137, you said, they can't prove that was even me on the phone, though. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so you're talking about whether or not we can prove that that was you, and you didn't think that we could, right?
Correct.
So that is you continuing to try to cover up information or figure out what your story is going to be, right?
Correct.
This point in time, July, you're 38 years old, right?
Correct.
And you have complete control over your own life as a 38-year-old woman, right?
Yes.
You make the choices about what you are going to do with your day every day, right?
Correct.
And you aren't responsible to another adult, right? It's just you making decisions for yourself.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, you don't have at this point like a parent who's telling you what to do, right?
That's correct.
And you're 38, so you get to make your own choices in life, right?
Correct.
So about a half an hour has passed since you left the apartment, and you heard testimony that all life-saving attempts for Joey ended at 10:29, right?
Yes, I heard that, yes.
And he's now dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have already for over a half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, been trying to cover up your involvement at Joey's apartment, correct?
Correct.
At 11:46, you saw photos that you were in new shorts, right?
That is correct.
And we have no idea where your shorts went, correct? They're gone.
I didn't know that, no.
Well, we don't know where they are, right?
Okay.
As we sit here today?
You're telling me yes.
Well, do you know where your pink shorts are?
Last of my recollection, they were in the dirty clothes hamper at Jeff Hayes's.
Okay, so you think that's the last place they went?
Yes.
So right now, today, you don't know where they are?
No.
And it's your testimony you didn't know anything about downloading the scanner page on Jeff's phone?
Correct.
And you were using Jeff's phone all weekend, correct?
Yes.
And you saw video of Jeff Hayes going outside to your car with a Little Caesars pizza box, right?
I saw video, you said? Yes.
And you saw that you come outside, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you also have a different shirt on, right?
Yes.
So now you have different shirt and different shorts, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know where your shirt is today either, right?
Last of my recollection, it was in the dirty hamper.
But we don't know where it is today,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Well, do you know where it is today?
No.
Okay. That's why I just answered the question that I asked, because it's specific. So you see video at 1:12, just a couple hours after you get to Jeff Hayes's,
and you see Jeff come back from your car with a Little Caesars box, and you saw the video of the two of you standing in the smoke shack with him with the Little Caesars pizza box, right?
That is correct.
And you see him standing there talking to you,
Yes.
and you see him do a motion of kind of like pushing something in. Do you see that motion on the video?
I do.
Okay. And he's talking to you, right?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that if we are going to try to hide your VIN, we'd have to make that kind of same motion to push something in there to cover it up, right?
I personally don't know where a VIN is on a car.
Okay. Well, you saw pictures that it's right in front of the driver's side, right?
Yes, I did.
And it's way down there, right?
Yes.
And so in order for you to have anybody to cover it up, you'd have to kind of push it down in there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes doing that and talking to you, right?
Yes.
And then you saw a video where Jeff Hayes takes it out to the pizza box out to the dumpster, right?
Yes.
And you see how that pizza box cardboard matches what was ultimately found hiding your VIN number on your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Now then we get to the next morning at 8:51, and you sent Joey a text, "Baby, what's going on?" Let me see if I can find it. It's Exhibit 187. Actually, can I go back to 94 just to confirm? Exhibit 94. Do you see that on the screen where you're standing there when Jeff's talking to you with the Little Caesars pizza box in the smoke shack?
I can't really see where I am.
We'll dim the lights. With her, yeah, but let the jury see it with the lights.
So Exhibit 94. If you look at this exhibit, this is the same exhibit of what you're looking at on the stand or on the screens, right?
Yes.
And you see yourself there standing kind of by some seating, right?
I can't see it in this picture. It's black.
Can you please turn on the light just so she can see? All right. Do you see yourself with your arms kind of crossed?
Not really.
Okay. Do you have memory of you and Jeff Hayes outside in the smoke shack talking with that pizza box?
I remember seeing the video, but on this picture, I can't tell.
Okay, but do you recall in the video seeing you walk out there underneath the smoke shack?
Yes.
Okay. So that's you then, right?
Correct.
All right. So then we're going to move to 187. And 187 is July 19th at 8:51. And this is a text message from you to Joey. And it says, "Baby, what's going on? What happened? I love you, ... Let me know what's up ASAP. Or are you at work, ... 3 question marks." Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you sent, yes.
Yes.
And you see that at 8:51?
Is that AM?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Says 7/19/2024, 8:51:04 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was you sending a message to Joey, asking him what's going on, and maybe he's at work, right?
Correct.
And let's just reflect again. The last you knew, Joey was on the floor in the kitchen.
Correct.
He had gushed blood with you.
Correct.
He was in and out of consciousness.
Correct.
He did not look good. Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, I think it's
Correct.
And you had a call with Officer Felmer where you thought he said Joey's lung collapsed.
Correct.
And so then hours later, You're wondering if he's at work, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, your whole story is that you weren't there that night, right?
Correct.
So this message is actually to cover, to pretend like you don't know what's all happening, correct?
No.
Well, he certainly was in a dire medical state the last you knew, right?
Yes, but I didn't know if he got help.
Well, he was in a pretty dire medical state, right?
Correct.
And the best case scenario is he's definitely not at work, right?
Correct.
And so at this point in time, you're trying to create a story that you're not even there, right?
Yes.
And this text would be consistent with you not knowing anything, right?
Correct.
Which in fact is not true, correct?
That is correct.
And another lie, correct?
Correct.
And so you're at this point just continuing to build your alibi to say that you weren't at the apartment that night, right?
Correct.
And you're still focused on yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about 10:55 when John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland come. And at that time, when they arrive on July 19th at 10:55, you learn that they had been at the Appleton Police Department all night being interviewed, right?
Yes.
And you learn that they did not tell investigators that he fell on a knife, right?
Yes.
And you needed a new story because the he fell on a knife wasn't going to be a story anymore, correct?
I remember telling them before I left that he had stabbed himself.
Well, the audio from John Pfeffer's phone says, tell them he fell on a knife in your voice. Do you remember that?
That was the first thing I said, yes.
Okay. And you said that, and then that next morning you learned that the fell on the knife really wasn't going to work, right?
No, I knew before I left that he should say that he stabbed himself.
Okay, but we don't hear that at all, right?
John testified it?
No, we didn't hear that you said that he stabbed himself from John, right?
I thought we did.
Okay, well, let's talk about that set of facts, okay?
Okay.
So you said yesterday that if he stabbed himself, you wouldn't want him to get put on like a mental health hold, right?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that, at least from your perspective, that he had a lot of mental health issues happening at this time, right?
That is correct.
And so, being the very concerned fiance that you are, you would want him to get help for his mental health, right?
Yes.
And if he stabbed himself, he really needs to get mental health help, right?
That is correct.
And you really would have wanted to make sure that that was the priority, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do that, did you?
Like I said, the first time I said,
Sam, just answer my question. You did not share anything with anybody. Let me ask it this way. You did not call 911 and say he stabbed himself and tried to kill himself, right?
No.
And you didn't try to get him help right away if in fact he stabbed himself, right?
I don't agree with that, no.
Well, you didn't call for help, right?
I thought John was calling for help.
I didn't ask that question. I said you didn't call, correct?
No, I didn't.
And in your story, in what we know, where you say that Joey stabbed himself, that happened before John walked in, right?
Correct.
Now, in this time, if we go back to Christy and John, they're in the apartment for about 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay, and John Hayes leaves about 20 minutes into that. Does that sound about right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, we saw a video of John Hayes, or I'm sorry, this is my error. John and Christy were upstairs for about 45 minutes, right?
I learned that later, yes. I didn't know that that
Okay.
day.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes leave about 20 minutes into that 45 minutes, right?
Jeff Hayes
Yes,
leaving?
you saw him exit the apartment and go by his car when John and Christy were still in the apartment, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Jeff Hayes's apartment is really small, right?
Yes.
In fact, it's like an efficiency.
Yes.
And the bed is in the same room where the kitchen is,
No. No, the bedroom is separate from the kitchen.
but all in kind of one big general room, right?
No.
Okay, so it's a one-bedroom apartment?
Yes.
Okay, we heard earlier that it was an efficiency?
You walk in and there's the kitchen, and then you walk through a door, and then that's his bedroom.
Okay.
And the bathroom's connected, so.
Okay, so there's about a 25-minute period where John and Christy are upstairs in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And during that time is when John Hayes gets your phone, where you give it to him, right?
Right, you've used the phrase John Hayes several times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
My error.
confused.
I'll re-ask the question. Let me re-ask the question. That's
Okay.
my error. So you said that when you're that John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland are in the apartment for about 45 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you gave John Pfeffer your phone, right?
Correct.
And that was when you were up in the apartment as well.
Correct.
And they're up there with you for about 25 minutes after Jeff Hayes leaves the apartment, right?
Correct.
So the only three people in the apartment for about 25 minutes are you, John Pfeffer, and Christy Cleland, right?
That is correct.
And those are also the three people that were in the apartment last before law enforcement arrived and before you left the night before with Joey, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were worried about what was on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had a conversation with your friend. What was your friend Brittany's last name?
Durant.
Okay, thank you. So not Brittany Hippis, right?
No.
So Brittany Durant, a friend of yours, right?
Yes.
And do you remember you had a conversation about there being evidence of threatening to stab Joey on your phone?
No.
Okay. We listened to a call that you had with Brittany where you talked about previously having threatened to stab, or let me say this. In this phone call, there's a call where you said, who hasn't threatened to stab their boyfriend? Do you remember?
Yes.
And then you laughed, right?
Yes.
In fact, cackled might be a right word, right? Like a pretty good laugh.
Yes.
Okay. And this was after Joey was dead, right?
Correct.
And it was after you knew that he was stabbed to death, right?
Yes.
And this was funny to you because you laughed, right?
Yes.
And you heard testimony that you had threatened to stab Joey previously, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you had threatened to stab Joey previously, hadn't you?
I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know if you ever threatened to stab your boyfriend?
No, I don't want to guess.
Okay. Well, we heard testimony that two people have heard that you have threatened to stab Joey, right?
Yes.
And that's true, right?
No.
You never threatened to stab Joey before.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So you give your phone to John Pfeffer, and then you continue, or then over the course of the weekend, you're using Jeff Hayes's phone, as we've talked about, right?
That is correct.
And then on July 20th at 12:30 a.m., so just kind of Friday right into the very early morning hours of Saturday, John Pfeffer sends you via Jeff Hayes a text that your phone is gone permanently, right?
Yes.
Now, Exhibit 146 said that Jeff Hayes was talking about having this sexual relationship with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in fact, later on, on August 23rd, do you have a phone call with Jeff that is an extremely sexual phone call with him?
Objection, Judge.
All right, we'll take a sidebar and visit on that.
Let's do a sidebar.
Jurors can stand and stretch, and I'll visit with the attorneys.
Erin Hack, there's a message for you in Discord, Erin Hack, by the way. Would you get a chance? I feel like we're going round in circles. I don't get it. I don't understand why the defense aren't objecting more. If I'm being honest, I do think the questioning is quite weak. So I really don't. She's obviously confused, like people pointed out, because the questions suck so bad. So we'll see. We'll see anyway. I was hoping that we had a bit of a hot mic there, but we don't, so we can't hear what's going on. We can. We are the land. There you go, Rhonda. How are you, my darling? Oh, what's the poll doing? The poll is most of you think tomorrow morning for the jury to begin deliberations. Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. The way this is going is taking forever. This cross, and then we go redirect and possibly he's talking about a rebuttal case. So and then you got closings, jury instructions. I've struggled to see how they get the case today. Will probably be tomorrow. I agree. Yes, you are allowed to everybody stretch if you need to. I'm okay for stretching. I just went for a walk. But yeah, please feel free to stretch, chat, if you need to get up and stretch. Stretch those balls, Badaza. Make sure they're not too squishy. Literally, defense is not objecting enough. I agree in the CG. I don't get why they're not. Who's that sweetheart there? Hello. Come back, my darling. Let's have a look again. She's not coming back, so we'll have to go back and look. Hang on. Oh, we don't see enough of her, but she looks nice. There you go. Right. Sidebar. I thought this was a quick sidebar. What are we talking about? Come on, Judge. Yeah, I have to change my mind tomorrow, definitely. There you go. Jen's still on the fence. Drug-induced scared shitless to me, so still not guilty. Yeah, a lot of you are saying not guilty. I've seen that. Lots of you said not guilty. I think that's a good way to look at it, Jen. Again, if you got any doubt in your mind, then it should be not guilty, Jen. Dave says, I feel the way she's questioning that it's leaving a small amount of reasonable doubt, although defense needs to object more. So yeah, I think that but how the jury, but I know a lot of you said that the prosecutor's actually making reasonable doubt. So I get that. Baseball Dad said something similar this morning, that she's very believable. So, and I think, yeah, I thought it'd be more for guilty, but yeah, majority you are not guilty. So, JMac says JMac is a Trump. Yes, we know JMac. We know you're a Trump, my darling. It's all good though. We still love you. Anyone here have done meth? No, I haven't, KD. What does it do to you? Do you feel paranoid? So what it does, it makes it makes me go really high, paranoid. I'm joking. I've never tried it. I don't know what it feels like. I don't. It might make you want to get tattoos. So Jen's got 12. Mexi's got about 60. So Mexi's got one on each finger. And she's now going to get more on each finger. So she's got 40 odd. Spacey, I'll just leave Spacey there for a second. You go Spacey 11. So yeah, I don't know. I imagine it makes you paranoid and stuff like that, KD, but I don't actually know, obviously. So weed and rooms. Never had rooms either. I don't know what shrooms are like. I'm not sure if Dave has done it. I don't know. Maybe in Oregon, there, the duck country. Weed and prescription pain pills. Oof. You guys call it ibuprofen. We call them Nurophens. And ibuprofen, I suppose, but we have Nurophens here. You have ibuprofen. In America. America, fuck yeah. I thought we'd be back by now, fuck's sakes. Now I'm going to have to make myself bigger. America, fuck yeah. Welcome to America, where they do aluminium. Or, instead of that, welcome to America, where they make
aluminum.
Aluminum. What the fuck, weirdos. You fucking Americans are weirdos. But Badaza is on the pill as well. We do have paracetamol. We do, Mama Ames. Have I got any here? Hang on, I got one here. Okay. No, that's ibuprofen. We do have paracetamols, Mama Ames. We do, yes. We do, Mama. We do run. We do run. It sounds like a chemical in a space rocket. There you go. Aluminium. We're not going down that road again, otherwise I'm going to tell Bex to fuck off again. Right. Initial rush phase. So Robert G, she's a meth user. She says initial rush phase, first 30 minutes, users experience an intense surge of energy, alertness, and euphoria. Heart rate and blood pressure spike dramatically, often to dangerous levels. Body temperature rises significantly, leading to excessive sweating and overheating risk. Rapid jerky eye movements increase. Well, she had that yesterday. Increased breathing rate and potential breathing difficulty. So you had eye jerky moments yesterday, didn't you, Robin G? So thank you. See, it's nice to have a meth user in you like Robin G. Thank you for letting us know, Robin G, what you experience.
Okay, you can have a seat.
Did you? What does it? Do you have to pay? Like, do you not have paracetamols in the US then? What?
Visited with the lawyers. We're going to get back to the subject matter they wanted to talk about. We'll do that later. We're going to maybe go about 20 or 30 more minutes before another break, and then I'll have more time to sort things out with the lawyers during that break. So we'll continue with the attorneys for about another 25, 30 minutes, and then we'll have a longer break. Maybe we'll check on lunch was going to come.
We were talking about aluminium. We were. Yes, after you sent me that video, aluminium. You did, you meth head, Robin G. Right, let's get back to that. I need to go back for a second. Yeah, we have paracetamols here. For headaches, Mama Ames, we don't use ibuprofen or anything. It's paracetamols we use.
All right. Visited with the lawyers. We're going to get back to the subject matter they wanted to talk about. We'll do that later. We're going to maybe go about 20 or 30 more minutes before another break, and then I'll have more time to sort things out with the lawyers during that break. So we'll continue with the attorneys for about another 25, 30 minutes, and then we'll have a lawyer.
Do you see this text to you essentially, I think through Jeff Hayes's phone? Oh no, I'm sorry. Through your phone on July 19th, 2024 at 9:22.
Yes.
And do you see on exhibit 133, the attachment that was in 132's text message about Appleton police investigate suspicious death?
Yes.
And do you see a picture of the apartment complex on there?
Yes.
And in that message, was that actually on Jeff's phone? That message with your mom?
I don't remember if it was my phone or Jeff's phone.
Okay. So in that message, if we could look at that attachment, it says that Appleton police are investigating a death. Investigators call suspicious. Police responded Thursday night just before 10 p.m. to a residence in the 2800 block of North Park Drive Lane for an injured male. While life-saving measures were performed, police said he was deceased. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that text was sent to you at 9:22:05. So that's July 19th, the morning after, right?
Can we clarify?
PM. I'm sorry, it's PM.
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit 133 has that message or has that attachment, but doesn't indicate the name of anybody, right?
Yes.
Doesn't say Joey's name in there, right?
No.
So it hadn't been announced yet who was deceased, right?
Correct.
And then if we look at exhibit 134, it says on the top from Sam's mom, isn't that, it says Joyous, but it's really meant to be Joey's, right? Because we see that below.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that Joey's car on the left of the apartment picture? And that's at 9:29 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then you have Jeff Hayes's phone and you're responding to your mom about that. And you said, that's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all. I can't believe my love is gone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so you were upset that you weren't mentioned in that article, right?
I was more surprised than upset.
It says that's so fucking sad they didn't mention me at all, right?
Yes.
And you're focused on you, right?
Yes.
And not how sad Joey's dead, but how sad they didn't mention you at all, right?
Well, first I say that's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all.
Yep.
And then I say, I can't believe he's gone.
Right. But you say you're worried about them not mentioning you and how sad that is, right?
I was surprised.
Okay, well, they didn't mention his name either, right? Okay, so you're focused on you, right?
Yes.
And you saw on July 19th in the mid-afternoon around 3:30 or so, the video of Jeff Hayes removing decals from the back of your car in exhibit 200, right?
Yes.
And you had a phone call with your mom in November of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you said that they think they have my car, but they can't prove it was my car. Do you
Correct.
remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you went on to say, when they found my car, it didn't have stickers on it, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that we know that's your car, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we can see those stickers coming off and why that changes, right?
Yes.
And that was also a lie when you were talking to your mom.
Yes.
Now, do you recall the video where Jeff Hayes gives you kind of that bucket hat or fishing hat?
Yes, I do.
And that's at night when you're sitting in the corner of the smoke shack, right?
Yes.
And it kind of disguises your face, right?
No, it wasn't meant for disguise.
I didn't say what was it meant to, but I said it does disguise your face, right?
Could I see a picture?
Sure. Exhibit 105, do you see it there?
Yes, I can still see my face.
Okay, but it's kind of a wide brim hat, right?
Yes.
And it's right, yes, you said? And it's 8:45 at night, right?
Yes.
I think we need to clarify there's a
Oh.
timing issue.
Sure, I'm sorry, it's probably 44 minus 38, so it's approximately, here we do the math, 10 after-ish, right? Or 8:06, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so about 8 o'clock at night. Thank you for that clarification. As we go into the other exhibits, you saw a video of you standing in the smoke shack talking to an individual that lives at Veterans Village at night, right?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. After you're wearing this hat, you're in kind of the smoke shack talking to someone where you see someone drive into the driveway. Do you remember that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Would it help if we refreshed your recollection?
Yes, please.
All right, let me go to the right video. Okay, so I'm gonna play channel 2 on Vet Village videos for trial Krebs at Night in the Corner, #1, channel 2, which is the smoke shack. And I'm gonna play that if you can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks. So if we pause it first, just to kind of clarify what it is, if we back up. In this video, we have July 19th at about 9:14, right?
Yes.
All right, and this exhibit was 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And you're wearing orange?
Yes, reddish orange.
Okay, reddish orange shirt, black shorts,
Correct.
standing under the smoke shack?
Yep.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
we're gonna play that.
We just watched that to the completion, right?
Yes.
And do you recall that incident?
Barely.
Okay. And you see where you're standing there talking and then you go and hide in the corner?
I don't think I hid. No, I think I put out my cigarette. That's what I observed.
Did you quickly walk over to that corner?
Somewhat quickly, yes.
Okay. And then did you see that the other individual looked like they were watching the entryway to the apartment complex, the driveway?
I wasn't paying attention to where he was looking at that time.
Okay. Well, in the video, do we see that?
That he's looking towards the driveway, yes.
Yes. And then do we see him kind of hurry you along as he continues to walk? And you both go into the apartment? Do we see that?
I don't recall if he was hurrying me or not.
I was asked if you saw that.
No.
Okay. Then I want to bring your attention to the call to the apartment complex. Do you remember calling the Brookfield apartment complex number?
Yes.
And did you in fact go to the apartment and find your apartment door locked?
I think Jeff went.
Okay, so Jeff was going there to get things for you?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew who Kelly Gasser was, right?
Yes, I admit her.
And you knew that she ran the apartment complex, right?
That is correct.
And you know she was the contact person for any issues with the apartment, right?
Her and Blake, yes.
Okay, but she was the one that lived on site, right?
Yes.
And she would take care of issues that would happen at the apartment complex?
Yes.
And she was the one who, if something broke, you would contact her to have maintenance come fix it, right?
Yes.
And she's the one who, if there were any issues, she was there to be able to be on site, right?
She ran 5 properties, so she was really hard to get a hold of.
But she was there, right? Lived there.
She lived on the property.
Okay. And you called down to the Brookfield office, right?
Yes.
And you never mentioned anything about Joey dying at all, right?
I figured they knew it already.
Well, you never mentioned that, right?
No.
Okay. And you never indicated that well, let me ask this. You weren't on that lease, right?
No.
Okay. And so with Joey dead, you would need to have some way to enter into that apartment, right?
Yes.
And you didn't provide any background information about him being dead and needing to get in there, right?
No.
Your Honor, I'm just about at that point, so I don't know if the court wants to take an early recess for lunch. I know it's a little bit early, but it might be the right time.
I got a note that lunch was going to be in at 11:30, so I'm going to have the deputy clerk step out to see if she's got any updates on that.
Here we go. We'll rest in silence for a little bit. Lenovo. I like Lenovo. Lenovo's quite good. I think I used to have a Lenovo screen.
Okay. All right. What we're going to do is this, since I have to take up another legal issue that's going to take a little more time. We're doing an early lunch break. It's a little peculiar, but the food should be here in the next 5-7 minutes or so. So I'm going to have you take your notebooks back to the jury room, because it's probably how I'm going to map it out is it's just before 11:30. You're going to have lunch brought in. I want you to have a relaxing lunch in the jury room. When you're done, you may have a few minutes to go outside, go for a walk. I need you back in the jury room by 12:30.
Ooh.
And then we're going to start up in court soon after 12:30. So it's not a traditional noon to 1 lunch. It's going to be more a 11:30 to 12:30 thing. Really don't want anybody, if you have to go to your car and check some things or make some calls, that's fine. But I really don't want anybody traveling any distance where it would prevent you from being back with the bailiffs by 12:30 at the jury room. We're mapping out some things for this afternoon, and we want to make sure we're efficient doing that. So your assistance on promptly being back at the jury room at 12:30 would be greatly appreciated. So you have as much of a relaxing lunch as you can. The phone should be here in a few minutes. You can get some air on a limited period of time, and then the bailiffs will see you back in the secure area by 12:30. All right, all rise for the jury.
All rise. So this is my paracetamol. My normal one. 500 milligrams couplets. I haven't got the thing in it, but I didn't say anything about Cordillon or whatever you call it. But this is what I use. And ladies, as you can see,
Okay, you can be
it's
seated. We're still on
easy
the
to
record.
swallow. Not that you'd have a problem anyway, but you know.
All right. On the topics on cross you have left, roughly how many more minutes do you think?
Probably 15. I'm just about to the point to close close it up.
All right, we're going to stay on the record. The prosecutors indicated about another 15 minutes across, and then we would go back to redirect. But trying to allow the continued questions of Ms. Krebs without as many interruptions. Some of them are just necessary, and we have to deal with it. When we're at sidebar, the general topic was the scope of inquiry on some calls and the basis as to why the state thinks the calls may be relevant. We had some earlier rulings where the court was analyzing motive, whether there was relationship things that would have been pre-July 18th that suggest motive on behalf of the defendant. The court had ruled, at least on the earlier, that at that point that I didn't think there was enough foundation. We had not had testimony, I think, from Mr. Allen, who we still haven't, and then also Mr. Hayes, who has come up. Now, some of Mr. Hayes' stuff has come in through other ways, through electronic messages and watching video. However, the state at sidebar had mentioned wanting to play a phone call with Mr. Hayes and cross-examine the defendant on it from, I think you said August 23rd?
Yes.
All right, so about 35 days after the death of Mr. Carnot. So how long is the phone call? And I'll have you play it. Obviously, we're outside the presence of the jury, and then I'll hear your arguments, why you think it's relevant, and then I'll hear it from the defense.
The file name for the record is it's under Exhibit 1, the Chad Riddle folder, calls folder, Hayes calls folder. And the file name is Krebs Braid's conversation with Jeff, August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11.
Hold on, August 23rd.
Wapaka. So
Wait a
I
second.
stopped there.
Can you pause it? Thanks.
Yep, did, sorry.
All right, August 23rd, 2024, at what time?
11:11.
AM?
Yes.
All right, and what's the duration?
31 seconds.
All right, you can play that so I can hear it in full.
Playing it in its entirety.
Wapaka. So
You
I
should
stopped
see my
there.
hair. I got it like braided from like the top all the way back around my head and down.
Like cornrows?
Yeah.
Oh, honey. Oh, my God. I'm glad you're not here because I would absolutely bend you over and have my way with you.
You'd want to pull on these braids.
Yeah. Those aren't braids. Those are reins. Oh,
yeah. I'm glad.
That's it.
Right. And what do you want to say about whether that's relevant or not?
So I think it's relevant in the sense that she testified that she went to Jeff Hayes because he was a trusted person. He's somebody that would do anything for her. She testified that she was at his house for that entire weekend before she was arrested on the 22nd. When things go really downhill for her, that's where she flees to. And then we see John Hayes engage in a number of different activities, including the VIN-numbered pizza box, the decals, the hat. I don't know what happened to her clothes, but he's engaging in these behaviors that are supportive of her. They're sharing a phone over the course of the weekend. And the testimony really illustrates how critical he was to her in those days and to her story that we have heard about. And I think it goes to her credibility in the sense that, this is happening 4-ish weeks after the incident. We have a text message earlier in April and then in May about him wanting to have a relationship with her, him talking about how it would just be sexual, how they'll just have it be sexual. Then we have essentially a dinner date that he's planning that she is asking if that's just for her, if it's for her and Joey. And I think it definitely shows his involvement in relationship with her in her creating these alternative versions of her story and the lies and the cover-ups that we see. So I do think it goes to her credibility and I think gives panorama perspective on why he was engaging in the behaviors he did. And she's also saying that she had no idea he was doing all of those, which she says he didn't. I think there's also evidence that says that she really did know. So I think all of that really goes to that credibility piece. And I also think that her responses in there, if somebody's fiance dies a couple of weeks before, she seems in her conversation much more complicit with that behavior and that conversation than saying, oh my gosh, absolutely not. That is not the relationship that we have, or denying that relationship in any way.
All right. And your office didn't file the charge until a few weeks after that call, right?
Yes, I believe it was in September.
All right.
Mid-September, maybe?
Can you refresh my recollection of Mr. Hayes's efforts that you've advanced as assisting the defendant, the timeline of when, I understand the timeline would be soon after the evening of July 18th, but the scope, does it end at some point? Of his assistance alleged by the state,
So
whether she knew about it or not.
And I was just checking for the court. It looks like the initial appearance was on September 16th of 2024, just for the court's record.
Okay, we'll note that in the minutes that the court takes notice that while the defendant may have been in custody on a probation hold, she wasn't formally charged until September 16th of 2024.
So I think I outlined his behavior. As soon as she gets in the car on Northland, just minutes after leaving the apartment complex, she immediately calls Jeff Hayes and says that she's on her way. She arrives, he meets her outside, they're having a conversation. You see him providing her with different clothing. You see him working that night to put the cardboard in the
Okay.
area of,
All right, I
oh,
apologize for cutting you off. I agree
okay.
with your starting time. What I'm trying to remember is after she's taken into custody on July 22nd, have you advanced anything through witnesses that you can remind me of that he did anything after that?
Sure. We had listened to that call from her mom just a little bit ago. That was April 25th of this year, where he's referenced as Pin, and they're having that conversation about the psychosis versus the mania. So it's kind of that ongoing relationship. She even testified that he was talking with her mom and they were having conversations about it. And that's where she says to tell Pin and her mom that that's the words they should use if they testify.
All right, anything other than that call that you can think of that's after July 22nd?
I don't think that we have covered.
All right, and what context I'm trying to understand or be reminded of is the court allowed some of her text messages with Mr. Hayes from April and May before the alleged offense. Not to say she had a motive that she wanted to be with him and was going to kill her present partner to be with Jeff Hayes, but to identify Mr. Hayes as somebody who would be welcoming and sympathetic to her. And so the court granted leeway on that to just give a context of who would she go to for assistance in the minutes after Joey's injury or death. And so that's been explored by the state. There was one text message that was brought out through an officer, but then Ms. Krebs was asked about where there was Mr. Hayes saying something would just keep it sexual. And I think the defendant said that she viewed that more as sarcastic and something that would be laughed off or just pushed aside, not taken seriously. The context of the call on August 23rd continues to be at least a portion of it him with his fantasy, and she doesn't affirmatively say something, she laughs, which may be viewed as peculiar, but why isn't that just more of her rolling with his sarcasm about sex that she hadn't engaged with him yet versus that she actually was going to saying affirmatively, yeah, I'll be into it.
I don't know that it doesn't say that. Like, I don't know if someone says, well, we'll just keep something sexual. To me, that would suggest to me that there's a sexual relationship. That's how I read it. Maybe as she testified, she sees it as sarcastic. I see it not as sarcastic, and I see that as a continuation of that prior text message.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Frank.
I'd say it's great that Attorney Templis sees it that way, but unfortunately, we're not going to know how Mr. Hayes even meant it because he wasn't brought here to testify. So the state's part of their argument is that this conversation is a continuation of panorama perspective on why Jeffrey Hayes did what he did. And if they wanted to present evidence as to why he did what he did, then they should have had him here. He was an available witness. He was under the state subpoena until yesterday afternoon. And so there's no reason why they are trying to get in his perspective through phone calls that took place over a month after this incident. There's been no evidence presented that there was any type of physical or sexual relationship between Samantha Krebs and Jeffrey Hayes before Joey Carnot died. There has in fact been no evidence that they've engaged in anything post that. This phone call is simply irrelevant. It doesn't do anything to advance any type of motive. In fact, the messages that have been presented so far show that Samantha Krebs was not interested in having any type of relationship with Mr. Hayes. She viewed some of his comments as sarcastic. She told him she didn't believe that they could be anything more than friends. When he has this whole elaborate text message about this dinner date, if that's what we want to call it, she says, "For who? I'm confused." And so at this point, Your Honor, I don't see how this call is relevant at all. And I don't believe that it would be any type of proper panorama evidence.
All right. One of the things I said in general at sidebar was that the court viewed the analysis as different from earlier in the trial about motive before the fact of relationships and whether there was foundation to bring up relationships of the defendant with others that would suggest she had a motive of not necessarily being interested in Mr. Carnett anymore and may have taken some actions motivated by desire to be in a relationship with others. And court found there was not at that point foundation for motive evidence regarding a relationship with Jeffrey Hayes. The issue now with the defendant taking the stand is that she puts her credibility at issue. And I mentioned that earlier with the ruling on the phone call with the mom about psychosis versus mania. When a defendant, like any other witness, takes the stand, the things are put in issue, and obviously forefront is credibility of a witness. And that's the factors that I discussed earlier under jury instruction 300. During direct exam, and some prompted by questions and some volunteered by the defendant, she explained the context of their relationship. In the hours this morning, with questions from the state, she confirmed that she viewed her relationship as committed. They were engaged. They were planning a wedding date. She referenced buying a dress. I can't remember if that was for the wedding or to use the dress at a court appearance that was going to come up at the end of July. But she volunteered that she bought a dress, and the court viewed it as that just her, in her volunteer statement, stressing her commitment to Joey and the child, and that they were going to be a family, that she was going to be the stepmom. So that's been gone over and over on direct and cross. That's viewed in a light most favorable to the defendant as someone who would not show ill will or do anything negative or violent towards the partner, to the fiance. So that's how she answered as to the context of the relationship. The fact that 35 days later, she's on the phone with Jeff Hayes and laughing about sexual activity with him could affect the credibility of, she's lost her fiance, the person she's engaged to, the person who has a son that she's going to be stepmom to, and she's joking about sex with Jeff Hayes. There's some vagueness to it. No doubt there's laughing, but the vagueness comes where there's not like an affirmative statement yet that I'm up for it. Let's go or whatever. And I asked the question about, well, what alleged assistance did Jeff Hayes do after that? Which there's not anything explicit that Jeff Hayes assisted with afterwards, after August 23rd. The mother brings up that he's doing some research, but her mom's also doing research. So does she have to endear herself to Jeff Hayes by laughing about his conversations? There's a general context that could be framed that she's trying to keep goodwill with somebody that might be a witness on her behalf. He hasn't testified. So it's more problematic versus if beyond laughing about it, she said, yeah, we'll get together. At the sidebar, we talked once again about, and we've heard now 2 or 3 times, the phone call with Mr. Allen from 16 days after the death, and brought that up at sidebar and raised the issue that, or revisited the issue that could relate to the defendant's credibility as to her commitment to Joey and the family, and that it's a dedicated relationship. That phone call, she's more explicit in responding. Defense counsel then said, Judge, that might open the door to some things. So before I make a final ruling on whether that's going to be getting into, can you tell me what you're concerned that would further open the door to? You said there's some supplying of money for canteen or something similar to that. Go ahead.
Yes. So within the last couple of weeks, the defense has received numerous jail calls, video visit calls, those types of recordings from the state as part of discovery. I don't know how many there are, but I think it's fair to say that there's hundreds, at least over 100 for certain. A lot of those phone calls that we've received are calls between Samantha and her mother. A lot of them are then calls between Samantha and Greg Allen. And I think it's very clear throughout the phone calls that Samantha is engaging in this type of conversation with Greg Allen because he is supplying her with money for her canteen, for her books, for those types of items. And those conversations are made clear. The ones with Mr. Allen, it's made clear that he is providing her with assistance. In the conversations with her mother, she talks a lot, or with other individuals, talks a lot about how Greg Allen is for lack of a better term, I don't know the exact word she uses all the time, but essentially a creepy older individual, and that she doesn't have any intention of being with him. And so I think to refute any type of claim that the state is going to try to make that she did whatever to Joey so that she could then be with Greg Allen weeks later, it's going to open the door to all of these different types of conversations having to be played and to having be explained. And I think that's highly prejudicial, not relevant, and just really leads into a whole second trial.
All right, but setting aside the issue of motive, the issue of credibility of the client on the stand, when she testifies about a love of her life, planning a wedding, wants to be stepmom for his child, going to buy a dress, whether it's either for the court hearing to support him or for a wedding, doesn't she put in issue her credibility regarding her relationship and commitment towards Joey? And if 16 days later she's agreeing to meet Mr. Allen or have sex with him and says it affirmatively versus just awkwardly laughing about it, maybe compared to Mr. Hayes, isn't there a distinction? And setting aside any motive issue, just the credibility by taking the stand and saying those things on direct and confirming them on cross, that she's in a committed relationship with Joey. And then 16 days after he's dead, she's already talking about having sex with Mr. Allen. Go ahead. Just on the credibility portion,
Absolutely.
jury instruction 300.
And I get the court's point on that. 16 days later, she's already received assistance from Greg Allen. I think importantly here is there's really been no challenge to the fact that prior to Joey's death, that there was any issues within this relationship. The state hasn't presented anything saying that there was any type of infidelity between either one of the individuals. They've elicited testimony that Joey, through his text messages and phone calls, believed that this was a very loving relationship, and Samantha has testified consistent with that. So at this point, there's nothing there that is challenging that this wasn't a loving and committed relationship. So I think that, coupled with the distinction that she's receiving this assistance from Greg Allen, even before we hear this recorded phone call, that makes it very succinct that it's not relevant to her credibility.
All right, I'll give the state one last reply on just the issue of credibility. I'm not addressing motive. I've already said it doesn't relate to motive, but if you want to give me a final summary on why you think the defendant should be able to be cross-examined with the Greg Allen phone call from August 3rd of 2024, go ahead.
Well, I do think it lends to her credibility, because if you're in this committed relationship and you are talking about getting married, and within a matter of weeks are talking about having somebody else's kids as soon as you're available, and engaging in that conversation would really go to the credibility of if this was really a truly committed relationship from her standpoint. I know what she has said thus far, but I really do feel like that flies in the face of that from a credibility determination.
All right, well, there's two issues before the court on August 23rd call, and I believe it's August 2nd or 3rd call. On the Hayes call in particular, the court's concern is multiple, that not so much the timing of it, because 35 days within the death of the defendant's partner, her fiance, is a close proximity. And as I've said earlier today, when defendant makes a decision to testify, puts his or her credibility at issue. Conflicting statements can be brought up. Sentiments regarding loyalty to the other person and portraying that relationship is good and is sending a message to the finder of fact, whether it's a judge or jury, whether they are a person that's likely to want to hurt the other person. And in this case, it's alleged by the state that the defendant did the stabbing, and defense or the defendant is saying that Mr. Carnot did it to himself. So the believability of the witnesses are important. Raising the sentiments or the specter of a positive relationship is important because the finder of fact is asked, well, who would maybe have a volatile relationship or an uncommitted relationship and do that? So there's been some portrayal of harmony in the defendant's presentation, that she was ready to be the stepmom, that she was supporting him during struggles, going to attend court. They're planning a wedding. She's buying a dress. And once again, whether that's for court or for the wedding wasn't explicitly clear, but it's a supportive act showing loyalty and support to Joey Carnot. That record has not been void of some disharmony. There was testimony from the co-workers about pressures that Mr. Carnot was under from his fiance, including to the point where he was receiving threats to be stabbed. So there's some evidence that flows portraying a favorable or harmonious relationship, not with completely void of struggles on drug use or mental health issues. But to another level, the state has presented at least witnesses to suggest that there was disharmony to the point that it rose to the level of threat. So the jury has to decide what's the context of the relationship, what's the sentiments. The defendant in her direct testimony and cross has been firm that it was a good relationship. They were committed. They were going to get married. She's grieving the loss of Mr. Carnot, and the calls to with Mr. Allen and Mr. Hayes suggests something different. The court finds that the Hayes call in many ways is cumulative. The court had allowed the background on the relationship to be brought up to explain why an alleged perpetrator may go to that particular person. The court's been flexible on allowing those correspondences regarding April and May, and the state's presented that to explain why she chose him, even though we didn't know what was going on, that she making a decision in an 8-minute drive to go to somebody in particular. There's not as much involvement by Mr. Hayes in the following months. There's some, at least a reference to doing some research, but the court finds that even though the context of the call is peculiar, and obviously laughing about what was brought up is peculiar and could be viewed as troubling, but the court finds that it's a continuation of the earlier evidence that was allowed in, it would be cumulative. So the court would exclude it on that grounds, and also the grounds that there's not a lot of discernible assistance after August 23rd, where the defendant would have to endear herself to Mr. Hayes versus immediately after the alleged crime. On Mr. Allen, it's 16 days after Mr. Carnot's deceased, and it's an affirmative response to say that she's willing to engage with sex with him. The idea that the context, if she wanted to clarify, that is that he's putting money in her canteen, well, that may implicate a reference to jail. However, financial assistance can be referred to in a general sense. And if she wants to clear that up and say, this is somebody I was talking to because he was helping me out financially, that can be explained in that fashion, but she clearly puts her credibility at issue on getting on the stand. She portrays the relationship as harmonious. It's not just harmonious in July. She's ready to attend a court hearing on July 31st, buy a new dress, or at least be there to support Mr. Carnot in keeping his rights or some scope of his rights. So that kind of harmonious picture or loyalty to the decedent is put in issue, and the engagement in a conversation basically 2 or 3 days after the scheduled what was originally the scheduled family court hearing, flies in the face of the harmony and the commitment to Mr. Carnot, and in some ways the grieving process that she's explained on the witness stand. So the court's going to allow the defendant to be cross-examined on the Allen call, but not on the Hayes call. There can be follow-up questions on redirect to explain the context of it, whether she was being sarcastic or felt that she was compelled to keep the conversation going or to agree with him just because she was getting financial assistance. It doesn't have to be referred to as jail canteen, but the defense would be allowed to redirect to clean up the context if they think it's a misportrayal of the actual situation. So that's the ruling of the court.
I just have to get 2 other exhibits marked, and I don't have them marked. They're just 2 other text messages, and I just thought I would give them now so that the court has them. I'll tell you what they're marked in a minute. 305 is the one that is June 24th, 2024 at 11:15:56, and exhibit 306 is June 24th, 2024 at 11:16:52. Oh, I did those in reverse. Well, we'll just leave it that way.
So say the numbers again and start over.
I agree, Lady Di.
Sorry, I am correct. Okay. 5 in June 2024 at 11:16 is 306.
All right, so 11:55. I'm going to take a break till 12:30, then we'll start up again at 12:30. The deputy can assist Ms. Krebs.
So in real time they're back. They're back. So we got 30 minutes. So I'm going to. What do you want to do for 30 minutes? Should we just abuse Lady Di for 30 minutes? I'm up for that if you want to. What were you talking about? What are we doing, people? We only got 30 minutes. It's like sucks. Like I've not even had dinner yet, so I'm gonna be grumpy now. So that's all the court's fault and Lady Di's fault as well. Motherfuckers. But I'm not one of those people that will just leave you. Do you know what I mean? I've taken my ginger shot though. That's done. Oh. Oh. Is there music on? Hang on. Sure, I'm busy, but why not? Oh, there is. Let me mute it. Mute that mofo. Right. What are the words? Oh, hang on. I saw something. Right. What do you think of this? Right. Not that, because she's sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh yeah. Right. What do we think of this? Right. So Badaza, you and me, right, would say this was more like fried bread. But then, what do you Americans think? Oh shit! Hang on. 2 seconds. Right, sorry. I had to go wash my hands. My OCD was kicking in, so if it kicks in, I have to go wash my hands. Hello, Miss Ip. Stopping now. There you go. Hey, Scott. No, they're still on. We're still on. Shit, who's that? I don't know who that is. Fuck off. We're still on thingy direct. 50 minutes left of cross. Sorry. Hello, Spacey Stacy. Right. Hang on. Fucking stop distracting me, everybody. Fucking stop it. Hippie Chick Spa. How was your appointment, Hippie Chick? Hope it went well, my darling. Right, hang on. Right, so what do we think of this? Fresh off the streets. You've been working out there. You ladies been working. I don't want to know where you've been working. Right. As long as you're clean. Remember to use condoms, ladies. Right. Right, hang on. So, right, what do we think of this? Right, because this is motherfucker. Right. Right, hopefully we're done. Oh. Sorry, my OCD is fucking in overdrive today. And if you suffer from OCD, you understand. I am struggling with OCD today. So apologies. But it means when something comes to my head, I gotta do it. That's my weird thing. And unfortunately happened right now. Right, so Badaza, this is like I would never do this way in the UK. This would be more of a fry bread we have for breakfast, but I wouldn't do it this way. Oh, okay. Injections. Oh shit. Okay. Hope it goes okay, hippie chick. So this would be like it's not. I would say more like fry bread for breakfast, Badaza. But watch this. Do you Americans do this? Because this must be an American thing. I've never seen this before. But if I was doing fry bread, I wouldn't do it this way. But anyway. Now that would be fried bread that we would put with our breakfast. But hang on. That must be American. I've never seen this before in my life. No, I'm not against it, but what? What is that? Like, as I say, this bit, I get that bit, because that would be fried bread. Right, that is fried bread. You would have that sometimes for breakfast in the UK. If you ask for fried bread, you would get it. I maybe have fried bread once a year if I get lucky. It's like my reward, for those 2 minutes. So I feel like I've worked those 2 minutes have been hard, so I can have fried bread. But otherwise, I don't have it. So only have it once a year maximum. So, but that is right, fine. But then the rest of it, I fucking don't know. What's the description? Do you prefer sweet or salty? It had to be something like that, didn't it? That's what it says. Do you prefer sweet or salty? Wow, the bread is sucking all the oil. Calories booster. It must be something foreign because, yeah, it's in a language I don't understand. Right. Hang on. What the fuck are you all on about in chat for a second? Let me. What are you all on about in chat? Right, hang on. Fried bread is an Indian dish. Okay. Nothing American about that. Well, there is. Let's be honest. If anyone does this in the whole world, it would be Americans. Fucking dunking all that in oil and then pour in fucking cream and shit like that. Calorie booster. Who does that best? America. Fuck yeah. So, I was thinking the same thing, hippie chick. What's an elephant ear? I don't know what an elephant ear is. I use my toaster. No, so you use your toaster to make toast. This is fried bread. Different. Totally different. Navajo. No, I know what you mean, Dave. I know what you mean. Fried bread. I've never seen it fried like that either before. We normally do it in a fryer, like, you cook your bacon, your sausages, your eggs, and then you put a slice of slice of bread in there, slightly stale, and then you cook it that way. So that's what we would do. French toast. Do you fry your toast like that? I did not know that you did. Pan fry. That's one. Fry pan. Yes, we do. I realize that I'm thick. What you should say, J Mac saying. I realize that I'm thick as shit. I know you are, J Mac. It's fine though. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We know you're thick as shit. It's fine. Do not worry, J Mac. I don't hold that against you at all, my darling. It's all good. In the frying pan with butter. Yes, you could. Yes, this is not normal. I will say that this is not normal. But it's like, as I say, I very rarely do I have fried bread. Only when I get lucky. So you can, it's not lucky at all. How would you make French toast then? Oh, hang on. Let me get out there for a second. Asians are doing it, okay, and the Indians are doing it. Dave said as well. So. Let me just do this then. Oh, Chef Donny. Fine. Let's watch this. This is friend. This is Chef Donny from Barstool Sports. He's going to show us how to do it. Here we go. French. Let me make. No, we'll watch it like that. It's fine.
What's for lunch?
Some mother French toast.
Let's do it.
I'm a private chef, cook for money, yeah.
I've never seen French toast cooked. I've only had French toast once, I think, in all my life. No, twice. I had one in America in the Hilton Hotel, I did have one there. It was lovely. I had strawberries and stuff. It was lovely. Spacey Stacy said Scott McGinn said in fried French toast in the pan. Oh, French toast, you dip the bread into whipped cracked egg, maybe add some cinnamon, and the egg frying pan with butter. Ooh, okay. I've had it once in Glasgow and once in Boston. Texas toast. What's Texas toast? Love French toast. Love French kissing as well. But I need to try more of these things. Right, what's for lunch?
Guys, welcome back to What's for Lunch. Today, Zeb Powell's in the kitchen. Zeb, thanks for coming by, dude.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right, so it's not lunch. We're doing brunch. We just cooked. You're with like 10, 11 professional snowboarders on sliding tour right now. So they just stopped by the office. We had breakfast, and now we're going to go through what we just ate. So we're making French toast. What do you say? Should we get after it?
Yes, we should.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to put you to work a little bit here, Zeb. So we have some bread, some challah bread. This is perfect for French toast. You want day-old bread. You want it dry because when we put it in the custard that we're about to make, you want it to soak that all in. That's how you get the biggest, fluffiest pieces. So if you want to slice maybe like an inch thick, and I'll get started on the batter here. Well, no. We're going this way. We're going.
I was like, what?
We're going this way. All right, I'll start.
That sounds crazy already.
We're going like this. We're going slices. So boom, just like that.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you asked. That's good. So to start, this we're making. I have some egg yolk.
So far, I got it. I got it so far. Now he's doing the ingredients. Let's see what he's doing.
And a little bit of heavy cream, a little bit of whole milk. But usually it's just
egg yolks and heavy cream.
Eggs and a couple egg yolks. You double it up. So French toast is really easy, honestly. You're not doing much. Those look great. That's perfect.
They look like clouds.
Yeah, they do. That's nice soft bread. You want to use like challah is really good, or a brioche, something a little sweeter. French toast is honestly more of a dessert than a breakfast. It's sugar and eggs and milk. And then you want to throw some vanilla extract in there, just like a dash.
My mom does that.
Okay, right. You use the cap.
That's a cap.
Like that. Let's do 2 caps then. That's,
2 caps.
Yeah, 2 caps.
2 caps. No cap.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
Now let's get a whisk. All right, coming out. Ready? Yep. Bang. Get that all whisked together.
That up.
So you're on the road most. You don't even have a home, right?
I literally don't have a home.
So you're not cooking. I was going to ask you, cook a lot, but without a home, it might be tough.
Actually, I love to cook, but I really haven't got to cook a lot or do it. I've been on the road for like 2 years straight.
2 years?
Yeah.
What's the longest you're in one spot?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? All right. Like, is that like Airbnb?
Whoa. What do you use then? What do you use for like your coffee and stuff? Like that's the what?
Hotel, or is that living out of like the RV, or how's it break down?
That's like when I have nothing going on and I need to chill and reset. Like I try to stay either at my friend's house for 3 weeks or at my parents, go see my parents for a second.
Okay, and that's when you get a chance to cook every now and then?
Yeah, I try to cook with my parents. I feel like I need to be at my own house,
that helps.
Honing it.
Having a house and a kitchen does help with being able to cook. Well, what's your go-to if you're gonna cook something? Like where are you leaning towards?
I mean, I actually love breakfast food, so we're actually doing it right now.
Dude, breakfast is the best way to learn how to cook because it's like the same principles of cooking, but you're doing.
Get out. That is disgusting. What are you doing? What the fuck? All of you are disgusting. No milk, no coffee, Mexi.
Dealing with things like you fuck up a piece of French toast, you can throw it away, you restart. You fuck up a nice steak, it's a little bit more expensive. So that's how I learned how to cook, just by starting at breakfast. Honestly, French toast is one of the first things I learned how to cook myself. So it's a good place to start. So all we do here is you get that bread nice and soaked, and the stale bread, like I said, it absorbs that a lot better. You know what? Let's throw some cinnamon in there.
You just dashing this in here? What's good?
That looks about right. That's kind of mostly what cooking is. You just look and see, and
eyeball it.
Yeah, look at that. Looks good because you're on the road all the time. What's the diet like?
It's all over the place because I get up to go snowboard.
Yeah, but you use it in coffee and stuff, don't you? But you use cream though here. So the recipe here, he's not using milk either. He is using cream. Bob Max is saying she doesn't use milk or cream for anything. So you're normal. That's right. Yeah, you're normal. Well, you're not normal, but you know what I mean. You're not. Yeah, you're not normal. But yeah, I don't drink. Well, fucking another weirdo here. I don't drink coffee either, Mexi. I ain't mad at you. Fucking hell. Lactose intolerant. Okay, that's an excuse. That's fine.
and like usually you're like out the house pretty fast. So it's really all over the place. Sometimes I'll have nice breakfast. Sometimes I'll just have like a granola bar and a banana.
I was cooking for you out at X Games, which congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Nice job, dude. That was fun to watch.
Yeah,
and you have, after you got the medal, we had a nice dinner out. So you get those like nice Aspen dinners sometimes. And then I guess the granola bars kind of come. But I feel like you're used to, as a snowboarder, just eating whatever you can, especially in the early days.
Straight up, yeah.
All right, let's get this going. You know what we're going to do? Want to make whipped cream? You like whipped cream on French toast?
Yeah.
All right, we're making fresh.
I agree with the scrambled eggs. I've always put milk in.
We're making fresh whipped cream. Do you have a favorite mountain?
Everyone trips out on this, but this was a little place called Loon
Okay.
in New Hampshire. The weather is good.
I cook it myself, no issues.
It's the best place on earth, I think.
Really? Are you biased towards East Coast? Because that's where you started out in Vermont, right?
I'm from North Carolina, but I moved to Vermont and like put in like 7 to 8 years there, so it's like my second home.
Okay. All right, we'll get this chattering away. Where do you fall on the East Coast versus West Coast debate? Like, are you
East Coast? I think East Coast breeds harder riders because
Yeah?
we call it the Ice Coast, not the East Coast.
I like that. So you said breakfast is your favorite. Do you have like a go-to breakfast? Are you an eggs guy? You like French toast? You go sweet or savory?
I want to say I like both. I'll do both. Do mimosas, like the whole thing.
I like the
whole 9
mimosa.
yards,
That's it.
yeah.
The next time you're here, we'll have to get those going.
I think that's the dream breakfast, you know.
Just mimosas?
Oh, fruit too. Just mimosa.
That's my dream breakfast right there. All right, so whipped cream is super easy. It's heavy cream. It's a little bit of sugar and then some more vanilla. We're gonna put it on high, and that's just gonna go.
Damn. So we're talking heavy cream, sugar, and vanilla.
That's it. That's all you need.
What? Now I know.
Welcome to America, where we don't give a shit about calories or diabetes and any of that shit. Fuck yeah! People ask you, why do you want to move to America? Fuck yeah!
Check on these. Nice. Look at that color we're getting there. Woo-hoo! And look how nice and fluffy we got these.
Yep. They're looking like real clouds now.
That's gonna be good. We'll be good to go. You done any snowboarding abroad? You done in Japan or anything like that?
I just came back from Japan.
Oh
That's
shit!
why I went right after X Games.
No way. How was that?
It was insane.
It was the first time out there?
Yeah,
Dude,
first time
crazy.
out there. That's like the land of powder.
Yeah,
people
that's
say,
what I was
people
saying,
say Japan.
Is it actually that much different? Does it feel like it's a lighter snow?
Yeah, it's actually lighter snow, and it's just they have so much of it. We were there on a bad year, and we were all tripping. Like, we were like, this is insane.
I gotta get out there. See, look, we're already look at that.
That is whipped for sure.
I mean, and that's all it took. We have whipped cream.
So eggy bread for us is basically same concept. It would just be a slice of bread dipped in egg. Essentially, you dip it in egg, make sure both sides are there, and then grill it. You know, it is so same concept. I think they just eat it, no syrup. Yeah, we would. Yeah, I would do that. Welcome to America from Bex. Bex is new. We already told Bex to fuck off already today, but will I tell her to fuck off again now? Let's see. Welcome to America, where everything's a struggle. If you do care about those things, yeah, that would be true. I can't tell you to fuck off by that because that's a true story. That's a true story. But also, right, so Bex is from Georgia. So this is where you get what do you call them? White gravy, country gravy. That's what I want to try. That I want to try chicken, vegetables, potatoes, and that we call them cum sauce, but it's the you know what I mean. I just said it. Country gravy. But Georgia would probably be the place to try it. I imagine that kind of place. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to try that. Love my KitchenAid. So okay, so same concept then, just not sweetened. Yeah, fine. I don't normally have it, but we do. You know, we do a little bit of that. Always what the cum gravy or the country gravy or both maybe. Say what country gravy? I've never tried it. Never tried it. Chicken fried steak with homemade country gravy, eggs, and hash browns. Now we're talking, people. I love this talk. Sausage and gravy, you know it. You know it. Sausage and the cum sauce. Have you tried fried chicken and waffles? Never. Never tried it. Never tried a Bloody Mary either. Mace, you people in power that may suck, but at least they're not trying to something lol. You like they are. I mean, our government is fucked as well. So white gravy is everywhere. I thought I never tried it. Sarah P sent me a picture once. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to be crude, but it looked like cum, and I was like, I ain't eating that. I ain't eating that. It was literally, I was like, you can stick to that. I'm not sure if it was cum or not, but I've since seen pictures and it looks gorgeous. Looks gorgeous. I do want to try it. You're Southern, oh, Mississippi, yeah, of course. Like biscuits and gravy, yes. Country gravy. I thought you were going to say both, but yes, country gravy. That's the one. Dave, chicken fried steak is so good. Never tried it. You see. Never tried Bloody Mary. No, never have. What is it? Oh, I know what it is. I've never tried it. No, never tried it. Waffle the fried chicken breast. So what? Never tried it. I think because it's for you guys, because it's so normalized for you guys out there, you think that it's nothing. For me, I've never tried it. Never ever have I had fried chicken breast with waffles. I wouldn't even know what it. Do you put syrup on it? Do you put white gravy on it? I have no idea. There's a Cracker Barrel in Rentham. What's a Cracker Barrel? If you're going to read my comment, make sure you read it correctly. Lady Di is a bitch. Bangers and mash, one of my favorites. So we had, I like bangers and mash, but it wouldn't be with white gravy. You mean? Remember that picture? It was disgusting. It's just white custard. Yeah, but it's gravy. So ours is brown, but theirs is white. I don't like tomato juice, but I will have a mimosa or two. There you go. You'd stick anything down there, wouldn't you? What's bang? Sausages. Sausages and potatoes. Bangers and mash. Bloody Marys are so good. I tried it. It's stupid. I've never tried it. Have you had Mississippi pot roast? Oh, me. I feel like it might be a niche thing and it's wonderful. I've never had it. What is a Mississippi pot roast? Pot roast for me is a meat, so a piece of meat blended, not blended, but, torn up, and loads of vegetables and stuff like that. That's what it would be for me, and then a bit of like brown gravy in there, and that's it. Don't know what yours would be. Chicken fried steak is actually a lean steak, patty breaded. There you go. If Dennis Sweeney was here now, he'd be growling. Restaurant has country gravy. Oh, okay, Cracker Barrel. Let me put that down there. Cracker Barrel. Thank you. I'll have to ask you about that again then. Sausage are bangers. They're banging as well. I love country fried steak. Okay, that needs to be on my. Right, let's look at Cracker Barrel then. What kind of menu have they got there? Boston. Cracker Barrel. Error. They won't let me look at the menu because I haven't got my VPN on. Anyway, see, I don't talk about food, so he scoots over me. Poutine. I've heard of that. That's gravy. Is that gravy? Fries gravy? No. Oh, I actually don't know what it is. It's just a name. It's like a scone and custard. I think it's different. There you go. That's where they got the phrase "I banged that chicken last night." The chicken banger. It's delicious. I can make you a chicken, pork, or chops too. But what's in it? Vegetables and stuff, or what? Oh, is that what changed the logo? Yellow peppers in it. You would like Cracker Barrel, I think. I need to look it up then. Go to Waffle House if they have one. Do they have Waffle House in Boston? Right, and I love how they honour their customers and change it back. Chicken curds. It is Canadian. Oh, I'm thinking of cheese heads. Eastern. There you go. Putang. Jersey Jen. I lived in Mississippi all my life. I never had the roast. It's in a lava cake. Right, hang on. But mud cake, I've never had that either. Right, let me just go. Let me finish this then, and then I'm gonna put my VPN on. Where's it gone? Oh shit! I can't find it. That's what she said. Hang on, I got it. I think.
Let's give that a try here. See how that tastes. Put your finger on that. Just lick it.
I licked it.
It's pretty good. Lick it. Lick it. Lick it.
I licked it.
Lick it. We don't.
Roast meat, pepperoni, chini, pepperoncini. Is that pepperoni? Peppers, brown gravy mix. Okay, I'm with you. Ranch mix. Don't know what that. Yeah, okay. But I put it in the crock pot. Stew. That's a stew. Basically, that's a stew. We call that a stew. That would be the same thing. Perfect.
Don't need the whip anymore.
Damn, it's that easy.
It's that easy, dude.
I actually did not know that.
That's it. Just cream and sugar. And these are gonna be done in a second here, and we'll plate it up. How long are you in Japan?
We were there for like a week and a half.
What'd you think of the food?
Dude, the food's so good. 7-Eleven there is crazy.
Right? How about the
so
little ham
crazy.
sandwiches you get from 7-Eleven?
Like the
best.
rice.
Oh,
cakes.
yeah. All right, let's plate this up. What do you say? I like it this thick because it's still jiggly, kind of like custardy in the middle, so you get that.
Damn, it really got the shape.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's damn.
We're going with the whipped cream. Of course, we have some maple syrup, but we go a little powdered sugar. So the maple syrup is not, it's not Vermont maple syrup. I was looking for some, but Wisconsin makes pretty good maple syrup.
Oh, I actually.
So I had to go with the Wisconsin. I'm sorry about that. I was looking for Vermont. I was trying.
It's all good.
And there we go. We have our French toast.
Better just drench this.
Go. Yeah. There we go. Boom.
Fire.
Boom.
You see the jiggle on that? Like, come on. I actually don't think I've ever seen that.
That's a fucking signature. Let's go. Look at that. Hell yeah. Thank you, Zeb.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
That was awesome. All right, Zeb. There's your fork. Dive in. I'm a skier. I don't snowboard at all, but I'll give it a shot. You got to teach me. I got to go out with you for the first time.
We'll get you snowboarding. Don't worry about that.
Let's do it.
That looks nice. I'll give him that. Now, I'm hungry because I've not eaten for 19 hours now. 19 hours I've not eaten. So I need to eat. Right, VPN won't work for me. Right, Cracker Barrel. It will not work for me. The mofos will not get it to work for me. It says I need to restart everything. And if I restart everything, I lose a stream. So I can't do that. Hang on, put that down. Cracker Barrel. Menu. Please, let me just get in. Oh, fucking hell. Just let me return to crackerbarrel.com. No, I just want... No, it won't let me. Error forbidden. Bollocks. Okay. I will have to look that up another time then, because it won't let me go into it. Unless I can get into it on my phone. I'm really intrigued now to see a menu. Cracker. Hang on. Cracker Barrel. Right, let me... New York. No, I don't want to go to New York. Come on. It's slow. Don't allow access. Back on your menu. Right, hang on now then. Back on the menu at on your table. Robin G just sent me something. Oh, Robin G just sent me some nudes. Thank you, Robin G. I'll have a look properly later. That looks nice, Robin G. You've been working on that. Thank you, Robin G. That looks really nice, Robin G. That looks like something I would want to eat, Robin G. Definitely. Menu. Also, it's breakfast, chicken and turkey. Mex is, yeah, it won't let me get into it, Mex, because I haven't got my VPN on. Let me put just a fake location and then Rentham, I'll just say. Okay, chicken turkey. Right, this looks nice. This looks promising. Oh, it does work. Now we talk crispy tender dippers, steak and chicken combo, classic right. So we go classic country sampler. Monday, Tuesday, chicken and rice. Chicken fried chicken. I want the chicken and waffles though. Oh no, that's too hot. Honey butter southern fried chicken sounds nice though. Weekend southern fried chicken looks nice as well. Crispy home style chicken looks nice. Oh, that's nice. I need to look at that. It all looks nice. There's a cracker bar in Rentham. Yeah, Robin Jesus said as well. Not far from when you were here next. Yeah, I need to be there. Right. Let's see if the trial's back because it might be back. They should be back. Oh shit! Now I've got to find it now. Sometimes it's difficult, ladies, to find it. Let me find it now then. No, wrong one. Oh shit. Oh no. Let me close all that. No, can I go here? No. No, wrong one. Right, let me go out of here then. I need to close. I've got about 200 tabs open, so hang on, bear with me. No, that's another one. No, that's another one. That's this one. No, that's another one. Oh shit. Now I've lost this now. Where's this stream gone? I lost this stream now. Oh no, it's back here. Okay. Right. Let me just start a new stream then. Not new stream. A new thingy. Right. They're back. But let me look first. Did they say anything? Hang on. I'll put it on here.
Thank you.
Right. Let me zoom this then.
Up 31 p.m. and State versus Krebs, Branch 6, Outagamie County. That all the jurors are back. Court also did put some weight in consideration on the context of Exhibit 195, which was July 21st, 2024, correspondence between the defendant and Gregory Allen. And the court also, beyond jury instruction 300, considered jury instruction 172, conduct after the fact, and statute section 906.16 regarding the credibility of a witness, including a defendant. All right, anything else before we bring the jury back in from the state?
I don't believe so.
Bye, Mrs. Yip.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out.
When my daughter's hated her meal forevermore, no more Cracker Barrels during trips to Florida. No. Right. I still think she's attractive, the defense attorney. She's nice. Right.
I'm going to finish up the cross-examination with Ms. Krebs in a second. If any jurors need any water, they can just after.
Thank you. Thank you.
Live.
Ms. Krebs, it does,
Go get some lunch.
do you know individual identified as Greg Allen?
Yes.
And is he somebody that you know from Wisconsin Rapids?
Correct.
Did he own like a motel that you're,
Maples Motel?
yes, he owned the Maple.
Wait for the whole question to come out before you start answering. Go ahead.
He owned the Maples Motel in Wisconsin Rapids?
Correct.
Yes. And you've known him for quite some time, right?
Yes.
And your mom also knows him?
Yes.
And I want to put on the screen Exhibit 195. Do you remember a text message or a conversation that you had with him where you were using Jeff Hayes's phone to communicate with him?
Yes.
And in that text message that we see here on Exhibit 195, that would be July 21st of 2024 at 2:31 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in that text message, you talk about needing an iPhone Pro Max, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, you're aware that John Pfeffer said your phone was destroyed, I think you said, right?
Correct.
And then you see where it says, I'm gonna, Gunna, owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways.
Yes.
And this isn't the first time you had reached out to Greg Allen after the incident with, or after Joey had been stabbed, right?
Correct.
And in fact, on July 19th at 8:30, you had sent him a message that said, call me when you can. I need to hear your voice. It gives me strength, right?
Correct.
And that was the day after Joey was stabbed?
Was that 8:30 a.m. or p.m.?
PM.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And Greg Allen is somebody who is about 70 years old. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Greg Allen has a pretty significant amount of money of his own, right?
Yes.
And so you were reaching out to him to have you buy him an iPhone Pro Max, right?
Correct.
Did you also have another phone conversation with Greg Allen on August 3rd of 2024?
I'm pretty sure that's the date. Yes.
Okay. And Joey died the night of August 18th, almost into August, or I'm sorry, July 18th, almost into July 19th. And this would be August 3rd within just maybe 2-ish weeks or so, right?
2-ish weeks. Can you be more specific?
Sure. The 19th to the 3rd is like 2 weeks and 2 days, right? So like 16 days?
Correct.
Okay. And that call that you had with him on August 3rd of 2024, I'd like to direct your attention to it identified as Krebs and Greg Allen regarding our relationship, August 3rd of 2024. We're going to put that on the screen.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all I said?
If we could just pause it for a second and look at the timestamps. So you'll see that, for the record, that the upper left corner has a number of different numbers that I can't read right now, but then says August 3rd, 2024, 8/21/52 on the top left corner. On the bottom, there are 2 separate recording lines, if you will. One says 808 to 1117, and then the bottom one has 00 to 18. So in this particular one, we will be paying attention to the bottom timestamp that starts at 00, and then it will go to 1 minute and 18 seconds, I believe. If we could then play that, please.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
Got you on that. Yep.
All right.
I
I
got
hope
you.
so.
100.
Because that's between you and me. I told you we got to start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want to press you
My
into
friend
it.
just found out today that she's preggo. She's in here
She's
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you will, if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it? Pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I want to have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
Something.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
And we listened to that entirety?
Yes.
And Greg Allen, you said, is give or take about 30 plus years older than you, right?
That would be correct.
And he's married?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 305 and 306. Exhibit 305, do you recognize who that's from?
The 305 is from Samalama 9761 Samantha to Little J Mac 30 Josette Perez, owner.
So these two, 305 and 306, are they both between you and you sending messages to Joey?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive Exhibit 305 and 306, and I ask permission to publish.
Any objection? No. All right, there's no objection to 305 and 306, so those exhibits offered by the state are received and can be published.
Exhibit 305, we see that where it says that it's sending from you and it's going to Joseph, right?
Correct.
And we see that on June 24th of 2024, it was sent at 11:15:56. Do you see that?
Correct.
And then it was read at 11:16:13. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in that message, do you see how you texted to Joey, poor fucking baby, no one likes you?
Yes.
Okay. In Exhibit 306. In 306, this text message is again from you to Joseph.
Correct.
And it's on June 24th, 2024 at 11:16, right?
Correct.
And you texted him, you have no kid, no family, no girlfriend, and soon no job, right?
Correct.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 303. I'm sorry. I think it's 302. I think I should double check. It's Exhibit 303. And do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a copy of it. If you can look look at exhibit 303. Do you remember seeing this yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when we talk about this investigation, isn't it true that at various times the information says that you're at the scene, and then at various times it says you're not at the scene, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that today that you were in fact at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that's consistent with the evidence that can be corroborated, right?
Correct.
So the crime lab video and the audio video from John Pfeffer say that you're definitely there, right?
Yes.
And your Facebook location on your phone said that you were also there, right?
Yes.
And then those two things aren't in your control. Agreed?
I don't know how the Facebook location works.
Right. So it's not in your control, right?
Right.
Okay. The 911 call where John Pfeffer says that he thinks he fell on the knife, that's consistent with what you told him in the audio recording, correct?
Yes.
And then the traffic camera sees you fleeing the scene and shows us, in fact, that you were there, headed to Jeff Hayes. And that shows that you were there, right?
Correct.
But then you chose to send a Snapchat message to Peyton Carnot that said that you were not at Joey's apartment, right?
Correct.
Then you chose to have a phone call with Officer Felmer and tell him that you were not there, correct?
Correct.
And then you had talked to, or on the audio, talked about it being that you weren't at the apartment when Joey was stabbed. And you had talked to John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland about that, right? So that you weren't there.
Are you on the no yes one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you had talked to them about saying that you weren't there, correct?
I talked to them that I wasn't there when.
Before you left, you did not want law enforcement to know that you were there, right?
I never spoke with him about that.
Okay. And then you sent a Snapchat message to Joey the next morning, checking in to see how he was doing as if you had been at a friend's, correct?
Correct.
And then you called your mom saying that you were never there on November 1st of 2024, right?
Yes.
And then you called your mom and said that your car had no stickers on November 6th of 2024, right?
Right.
And all of those no's of all of the messages and things that you did were in fact lies, correct?
Correct.
And the fact that he fell on a knife was a cover-up to what really happened, right?
Correct.
The fact that you said to Officer Felmer that he took something was a lie, right?
No, he did take something.
Well, he took something, but that's not what caused him to have this medical emergency, right?
No.
It didn't cause
Didn't.
him, right? And you said in your testimony that he was manic, right?
Yes.
And in all those messages we see from him earlier in the night, they look like very normal messages, right?
I guess, what do you consider normal?
They're very factual, talking about where you are, what you're doing in the living room, talking about him being at work, the messages that we looked at during the day, right? They were Kim communicating with you.
Yes.
Okay. And you had been using meth the afternoon into the evening that night up until close to 10, right?
Correct.
And you're the one on the call that says that you have to get the fuck out of there, right?
I don't think so.
Well, that was your voice on the message that or on the audio that we heard earlier. And you testified that was you.
I don't remember you saying that.
Okay, but that was your voice that we heard, right?
I think so.
Okay. And fleeing from the scene was also part of that cover up, right? So that law enforcement didn't know you were there?
It didn't become my story until after I left.
Okay, so you had multiple stories, right?
Yes,
Okay. And not returning to the scene was your call not to return, right?
correct.
And your calls to Joey at 10 and 10:01 were your choice for a cover-up, right? To pretend you're still at a friend's house.
Correct.
And the message wondering the next morning if Joey is at work was something that you sent to help further your being at the friends that night, right?
I didn't know his state, honestly.
Okay, but you certainly knew, as you testified earlier, that he had a major medical issue that night before.
Yes,
And he was most likely definitely not at work, right?
I don't understand the question.
He probably was not at work based upon how you saw him and thinking he had a collapsed lung.
If I had to guess, no.
And you heard testimony about the prior threats you had to stab him.
I heard the testimony?
Yes.
Correct.
And you testified today that you don't remember whether or not you threatened to stab him, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You testified earlier this morning that you didn't remember threatening to stab him,
That is correct.
but you heard the testimony about your threats, right?
Correct.
And you heard the message or the call about you laughing about threatening to stab a boy. Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend and then laughing, right?
I heard that, yes.
And when you find out law enforcement has your phone, your response is, oh, fuck, right?
Correct.
And so all of this was done to cover up the fact that your testimony is that Joey committed suicide.
Can you repeat the question?
So all of this was to cover up the fact that Joey committed suicide, right?
Correct.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Ms. Rock for redirect. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Attorney Grody, would you be able to put that right back on the screen, please? Yes, please. Thank you. Samantha, when did you decide to tell the police or to tell anybody that you were not at the apartment when Joey stabbed himself?
After I spoke to JP on the phone the first time.
Okay. And do you see Exhibit 303 on the screen?
Yes.
And do you still have a copy in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see that first phone call that you had with JP anywhere listed in that document?
No.
And in fact, that first phone call that you had with JP when you decided that you were going to say you weren't at that apartment, that was before you sent those Snapchat messages to Peyton Carnot, correct?
That was correct.
And prior to you leaving the apartment, did you have any conversation with JP about saying that you were not there that night?
No.
So to be clear, that came during that first phone call you had with JP.
Correct.
And that phone call is not listed anywhere in Exhibit 303.
No.
You can take it down now, Attorney Grody. Thank you. Samantha, I want to talk about Greg Allen. You said that you've known him for some time. Is that right?
Yes, he was my boss.
You did. What type of work would you do for him?
I did gardening at his motel, and I also did landscaping at his personal home.
And did other family of yours work for him as well?
My mother worked for him for years, yes.
And has Greg Allen been an individual that has financially helped you?
Yes.
And is he somebody who continues to financially help you?
Yes.
Do you need his financial support?
Yes.
Have you ever had any type of sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No.
We heard this recording of a phone call that you had with him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you know that that phone call was recorded?
Yes.
Why in that phone call are you having some type of sexual conversation with Greg Allen?
I was just entertaining him so that he would keep helping me financially.
Is that something you felt you had to do?
At the time, yes.
Did you have any intention of being in any type of sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No.
And would you tell your true intention to other individuals?
Yes.
And how would you describe to other individuals your relationship or your feelings towards Greg Allen?
Strictly professional. I thought he was creepy and old.
And while you were in a relationship with Joey Carnot, did you ever entertain having a sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No, never.
Soon after Joey's death, were you in a position where you needed Greg Allen's financial help?
Yes.
And was that the purpose of you contacting him?
Yes, it was.
We saw a text message where you were asking Greg Allen to help you purchase a cell phone. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you had said in that message that you would pay him back in other ways. Do you recall?
That is correct.
What did you mean by that?
I could work off the payment.
Is that something you had done for him in the past?
Yeah, I would do different projects for him all over his property.
Now, Attorney Templis had showed you a message that was sent from a phone to an account that was labeled Sam's mom. Do you recall that? It was an article of the investigation.
Oh, yes.
And that was in fact you having that conversation with your mom, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing the date of that conversation being July 19th at around 9:30 p.m.?
Yes.
That would have been while you had your phone or while JP had your phone?
JP would have had my phone.
And so at that point, did you know that Joey had passed?
Yes.
And do you know, Samantha, whether the photo of the little article that we saw portrayed on the screen and in the exhibit was in fact the full article?
No, I wasn't.
So do you know for certain whether Joey's name was ever mentioned in it?
I don't.
You recall hearing the recording where you learned that law enforcement has your phone, is that right?
That is correct.
And your response to that is, oh fuck?
That is correct.
What were you concerned?
Very.
Why?
I had drug transactions on my phone. I had very high sexual content on my phone of me and Joey, and a lot of personal stuff.
Did you have any concern that your phone contained any evidence of you stabbing Joey?
No.
Did you have any concern that your phone would have contained any evidence of you threatening to stab him?
No.
Now, you said you don't remember if you ever threatened to stab him, is that right?
That is correct.
If you had, would you have meant it as any sort of true threat?
No.
Can you explain to us the context that you would have meant it in?
I would have just said it. I don't understand the question really.
Would you have said it in a joking manner?
I don't think necessarily joking, but more sarcastic.
So not in any type of serious, you're going to follow through with this?
Absolutely not, no.
And you did hear a recording, a very short recording of you joking who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't you joking that you stabbed Joey?
No.
And you didn't mean it as any type of admission, is that correct?
No, not at all.
And that's because there was nothing to admit to?
Correct.
Was there more to that phone call than that very short clip that we heard here in court?
Yeah, we had a full conversation.
And who was the person that you were talking to?
I was talking to Brittany Durant.
What type of relationship do you have with her?
She's one of my best friends.
And would hearing more of that conversation provide better context to what you made that comment in response to?
Yes, it would.
And if you heard more of that conversation, do you think that you would recognize it?
Yes. Yes, I definitely would.
Then, Your Honor, if I can connect to the screen, I would like to play what I have had pre-marked as Exhibit 202. It would be a portion of the sole recording that is on this exhibit.
What's the duration?
I would be playing 36 seconds.
Okay, any objection from the state?
No.
Then that will be permitted. So that portion of the conversation, additional 36, can be received and published.
And for purposes of the record, the sole recording on Exhibit 202 is 4 minutes in length. I have it queued up to minute 2, and I plan on playing from minute 2 to 2:36.
Go ahead.
I don't get what they're trying to do here, but
I don't either.
you obviously didn't do what they, you know what I mean?
Right. Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right. Right. I agree.
My mom threatens to stab
Definitely
her
agree.
dog all the time. So.
It's not like you thought he was going to do it to himself,
Right. No.
you know?
Oh.
How are you doing with all that?
Horrible.
All right, I have stopped the recording at 2:36. Samantha, did you recognize the two voices on this recording?
Yes, I did.
And whose voices do they belong to?
Brittany Durant and mine.
And is this a longer portion of the previous recording that we had played for us?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And does it provide better context for you to explain why you made that statement?
Yes, it does.
And in that recording, it is in fact your voice who jokingly says who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
And you also said you never expected him to do that.
Correct.
And you were asked how you were dealing with all of it.
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
Horrible.
Is it fair to say that Brittany is somebody that you can talk to about many things?
Yes.
She's a confidant of yours?
Yes.
She helps you during bad times?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions, Samantha, about what your priority was on the night of July 18th of 2024. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that your priority was getting the drugs out of the apartment. Is that right?
Correct.
And is it true that that was just one of your priorities?
That is correct.
Why was your priority getting the drugs out of the apartment and not assisting Joey?
I, at the time, didn't think that it was life-threatening and that JP was calling the ambulance. And so I didn't want him to get in any further trouble that would forbid him to see his son.
And you didn't make getting the drugs out of your apartment a priority until after JP and Christy had arrived, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, after they had taken over the care of Joey.
Yes.
Or what you at least thought was the care of Joey.
Yes.
We saw some phone calls about where right after you leave the apartment, you're calling Joey's phone. Do you recall
Correct.
that?
Yes.
Why did you make those phone calls?
I was trying to get an update.
And at that point in time, had you had this idea yet that you were going to tell the story that you weren't at the apartment that night?
No.
So were those phone calls to establish any sort of alibi?
No.
You talked about how you believe that JP was on the phone with 911 prior to you leaving the apartment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you paying close attention to what JP was saying on the phone?
No.
Did you in fact know who he was talking to?
No.
You were just trusting him at that point, is that fair?
Yes.
I want to just briefly talk then, Samantha, about this recording we heard between you and your mother talking about the words mania and psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have any type of medical background where you would know the legal definition of those terms?
No, but my mom would.
And in that phone call, you're also talking to your mother about symptoms or like mental health symptoms that Joey would display. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those are the symptoms that you have always been aware of him displaying.
Yes.
And again, you were aware that he was seeking help or trying to seek help for some of that through the VA.
That is correct.
Finally, Samantha, I want to talk about that recording that we heard of the clip from when JP and Christy first entered into the apartment. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, it's true that that is not a recording of the entire time when you were in the apartment with them. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's other conversation or statements that might have been made after that recording stopped,
That is correct.
including you telling JP that Joey stabbed himself.
That is correct.
Now, you heard Attorney Templis tell you that she didn't recall JP testifying to that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you recall him testifying to that.
That is correct.
And you've heard that recording many times now, right?
Yes.
And I want to be very clear. When JP tells you on that recording or asks you if 911 should be called, you do respond to him, correct?
Yes.
And what is your response to him?
Go ahead.
And you can hear that on the recording, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you hear yourself say, hold on.
Yes.
Who is that statement directed towards?
That statement is directed towards Christy because she started these real extreme rubs that you would witness with somebody ODing on heroin. And I was like, wait a minute, because I didn't want her to hurt the wound any worse.
And so after you tell JP, go ahead, you tell Christy, hold on, it's right here.
Yes.
And you're talking about the wound.
Yes.
Now, Attorney Templis has asked you multiple times that you're heard on that recording, or whether you hear yourself say on that recording, I have to get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Do you hear yourself say that?
No.
Can you tell what you said?
From what I could hear, it was really hard to hear and make out as mumbling. But what I heard was, I need to get these out of here.
And that statement was made in response to JP asking you if there was any drugs in the house.
That is correct.
Or if there was anything in there that shouldn't be.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
and that's when we hear you respond, I have to get this stuff out of here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sam or Samantha, we saw a couple of messages very recently between you and Joey from June 24th of 2024. Do you still have those in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Now, you acknowledged yesterday that your relationship with Joey wasn't always good. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There were normal stressors in your relationship?
Yes. That's correct.
There were normal stressors in your relationship?
Yes.
And there were times where the two of you might argue?
Yes.
Fair to say that one of those arguments might have occurred on June 24th of 2024?
Yes, it's when Joey had been up for a couple of days, and I was just reminding him how he was losing Kaysen, how he hadn't talked to his family in weeks, and that I wasn't going to stick around anymore, and that he would pretty much lose his job after that.
And in those messages, Samantha, do you threaten to stab Joey?
No.
Did you stab Joey?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross.
When you're talking about being concerned with anybody having access to your phone, you willingly gave John Pfeffer your phone, right?
Yes, I did.
With all of the content that you just talked about, the sexual videos, the whatever information was on there at that time, you gave him your phone with all that information, right?
Correct.
And when law enforcement gets it, you say, oh, fuck, and you're still at that point concerned and worried about yourself, right? And what's on there?
Me and Joyce, yeah.
Okay. And there was conversation about her, you were asked about that call with Brittany. Brittany was not at the apartment that night, right?
No.
Brittany only learned about what she knew through you, right?
She might have seen the articles. I don't know.
Okay, well, she'd see the articles, but the majority of what she learned would be from you,
I
right?
mean, I'm gonna object. That does call for speculation.
She can clarify the basis of knowledge, so I'll overrule it.
You talked to Brittany, right?
Yeah, yes.
To your friend Brittany Durant, right? And
Correct.
you told her about what happened, right?
Correct.
So she got a lot of information directly from you, right?
A lot from me and a lot from Michael.
Okay. Michael wasn't there either, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the person that was there is where she got the most of her information, right?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So this call was on August 27th. And at that point in time, you're saying that you weren't involved, but you said, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, right?
Right.
And you laugh.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that a month after your boyfriend, in your view, died by suicide or was killed by you, regardless of if it is either one, it is horribly tragic, correct?
Correct.
And talking about who doesn't stab their boyfriend at that point in time is absolutely offensive to hear, right?
In my opinion,
Yeah, is it not offensive to you to talk about it and then laugh?
I was referring to how ridiculous it sounded.
Well, you said who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, and then you laughed, right?
Yes.
And that was funny to you.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that that recording with your mom, when you were talking about mania or psychosis, wasn't so much about what it was, but more about you saying that that's what your mom should testify to, and that was what Penn or Jeff Hayes should testify to, right?
Correct.
You're 38 years old. You were 38 years old back on July 18th of 2024, right?
Correct.
You're a grown woman, right? You had the ability to make all your own choices, didn't you? I have nothing else.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a short break it's only going to be about a 10-minute one, and then we'll let you know what we're going to do next. Okay, all rise for the jury.
Okay, so now, fuck me, please. So that means it is now 2:45. No, 1:45. Fuck's sakes. And this half-hour thing is pissing me off. So it's 1:45. 1:15 their
Everybody can
time.
be seated, and the deputy can assist Ms. Krebs back to the table. All right, we're still on the record in State versus Samantha Krebs. The jury is 14 jurors have been excused from the room. It's 1:14 p.m. on my clock. Is the defense going to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. And if it hasn't been received yet, I would ask that Exhibit 202 be received.
Okay, that's received. All right, so when the jury comes back out, the defense will rest. Is the state going to call some rebuttal witnesses?
I briefly have one rebuttal witness being Sergeant Keither.
Okay. Is there any particular exhibits that's going to come up during his rebuttal testimony?
I'm just pulling them right now.
Just if you give us a heads up.
Copy.
Fuck's sakes.
I just want to make sure they're all in the right.
Previously received exhibits or are they new ones?
They're new.
Rebuttal
What
for
number do
what?
we leave off on the 300s? We've used 306, so the next one would be 307.
That'd be cool. Thank you.
All right, we'll have you mark those.
Why the state dragging this out, for fuck's sakes? Bing bong a bing Bombay, bing bong a bing Bombay, bing bong a bing Bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Sexy, everything about you so
307 through what number?
sexy. Oh yeah.
309. Thank you. Okay, hold on. I have them all off skew here. 309, 307. I think I never did this before.
Zara P, Zara P, Zara P, 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 Zara P, Zara P, Zara P is lovely.
Okay. All right, then we'll take a break till 1:25, so you got about 8 minutes. And then we'll have the defense rest on the record and then the state start with their rebuttal witnesses. Okay, we're on break.
What about the rest of it, Judge? What after rebuttal, there's going to be another break then, discussing about jury instructions. Why not discuss it now and say, right, where we are, how much closings is there, and all this and that? Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday done. Where's the rest of the week? What? What are we doing the rest of the week, you mean? If that's what you mean, this will be tomorrow. And then we will be starting a new trial as well, probably tomorrow. Death penalty case in Florida. So either tomorrow or Friday we'll be starting that. Might start Friday fresh. You rang, my lord. That's what you're supposed to say. You rang, and then my lord. So you mustn't have had the memo, Sarah P. I haven't played Sarah P PP for a long time, so I was like, we were talking earlier on about you. We were talking about. I remember that picture you sent me, the cum gravy. Do you remember that? It was disgusting. Only Sarah P could do that to me. But so Dennis, if you're still here, then we are going to crack a barrel. It looks fantastico. Oh, hang on. Robin G sent me a picture. Where's it gone? I won't show the other picture. Robin G, because obviously, you know, it's a bit rude of you, but I will show this one. Right, hang on. Let me get this up. Oh, right image. So here we go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. Ooh, Scott, get in me belly. That looks delicious. The chicken, I mean, I know it's an advert, so the chicken won't look that good, but the chicken and the sauce looks nice. The green beans looks nice. I hope those green beans aren't spicy though. Is that mac and cheese? I don't know what that is in the middle. What's that beetroot? What's the red stuff? Is that like cabbage or beetroot? And the scones. We have scones, but our scones, biscuits you call them, we call them scones. They've always got currants or sultanas in them. Um, who doesn't eat almonds? I don't think I eat that much almonds though. That's the gravy, right? Don't they sell the cam? Yeah, I think that's the gravy. No, that's not what Sarah P sent me first of all, but no, that is the gravy. Yes, so it would be like mashed potatoes, chicken, and that gravy. I just want to try it. So if I go to Cracker Barrel and try it, I'll do it. You know, we call them scones, but yeah, biscuits for you guys, scones for us. Yes. The only difference is that we put sultanas in them. Literally the only difference. But yeah, so hopefully, excuse me. Yeah, I will try them as well. What's the red stuff though? Almond pistachio or my kryptonite? Let's see. Gee, what's the red stuff, people? Do we know? On the right hand side, it looks like cabbage or something, but it looks a bit like beetroot as well. And what is that in front of it? Is that mac and cheese? Beets. I thought it was beets as well. Robert said cranberry sauce. Okay, I can't zoom in, so yeah, you might be well be right actually. It does look like beets though from here. Oh, now she's changed her mind. Said all beets, motherfucker. Oh, ask for seconds and take them home with you. Oh, are they free? Are they? I will have Big Dennis Sweeney with me as well, so he knows all the tricks of the trades probably. You better have some biscuits and gravy when you're here again. I need to, lovely therapy. It was, I believe, on a menu somewhere that I had. Don't think Cracker Barrel has beets, but Seastar loves beets, pickle beets. It's a restaurant I went with Erica Walsh and Jennifer Donnell. It's a chain thing. It is. It's like I wouldn't say under 100 or under 10 or something, or 10 and under, or 100 and under. What's pinto beans? Never tried pinto beans before. Biscuits are thin and crunchy. No, so yeah, bad. They're scones. So yeah, I got you, bad. I got you. Cranberry sauce. I like cranberry sauce. Don't know if Crack Bob had beets. Nobody does anymore. I need to look up what whole cranberries are nice. 110 grill. I don't know. Is that like quite popular? There's one in Boston, outside of Dedham, I think it was. It might be something grill. It might be. Erica Walsh took me, but I don't know what it's called. Oh, I don't know what pinto beans are though. They have an awesome country store as well. Oh, nice, Rhonda. Stewed tomatoes make you slap your you want to slap your mama. I love that. Pinto beans with stewed tomatoes make you want to slap your mama. 110 grills. Maybe, let me have a look. Let me Google it because that's annoying me now. Restaurant. I don't think it is. I don't think it is, people. It might be. It might be. It might be. Let me open Google Maps then. Is there maps? Here you go. Shit. I need to fucking put in Boston here. Right. 110 grill. Right, not that one. It's not the. I don't think it is that one, people. I can't see one. Oh, I went there with Erica. I don't frigging remember what it's called. It was nice. It was like proper. I had steak tips there, which was okay. It was okay. There was a Dunkin's next door to it. I think it's. It was not in Canton. It's probably about 10 minutes away from Canton. It was. Clam chowder's nice. Never tried blue crab steak. Clam chowder was nice. FBI documents. Shut up, Lady Di. Come on. 99 restaurant. Yes, I think that's the one. Oh, hang on. I think it might be the 99 restaurant. You might be right. Do you know what? I think you're right. I think you're right. Yes, 99. Yes, 99 restaurant. Robin G back in the net. Thank you, Robin. It was 99 restaurant. It was. I think they've got something here as well. Hang on, let me look at the daytime menu. Because I'm pretty sure they got seafood combo, New England seafood combo. Oh, they're not on this one. Reuben sandwich. I don't know what that is. No, not that one. Let's go into another one then. Just the menu. I just want the frigging menu. I don't want. You know, just when you just want a menu. Happy hour. No, I just want a menu. Menu. Starters and wings. No, not that. Not that. No salads. Skip salads. Sandwich and tacos. Aaron's taco. Aaron's taco is a nice taco. Seafood. Steak, ribs, and more. Sides. Premium sides. Daytime sandwiches. Lunch combos. Flatbreads. Classics. No. Cocktails. No, not that what I want. Oh, I was sure that they had like country gravy and something. Maybe they didn't then. I'm sure they did though. Oh, they do. They do. So they have country fried chicken, a crispy breaded boneless. Sarah P likes that boneless. Chicken breast and russet. What's russet mashed potatoes with country gravy, served with a warm honey glazed biscuit on one side, and then cranberry sauce upon request. I did not get that. I need to get that last time. So when I take Trisha out for a date, I will have that. I will order that. Just don't tell Trisha. That's all. Hey, here she is. Trisha McCormack, you're my hero. How are you doing, my darling? It's nice to see you. I cannot wait to see my little Trisha when I'm in Canton in Boston. I'm hungry. I was doing intermittent fasting. I went 19, probably 19 and a half hours without food just now. And I've just eaten my sandwich. So I've just broken my fast. So I'm in now. J Mac loves mashed potatoes, 99s. Yeah, I went there with Jen O'Donnell and Erica. It was really, really nice. Delish. It was really nice. I can't wait for it. Whoops. There you go. I am as well. I can't believe it. It's about 40 odd days, Trish. It's literally going so quickly. Unbelievable. Scott McGuinness in the house as well. Sorry, C-Star. Sorry, my darling. Good for you, fasting. So I'm trying to do, like, obviously, when I'm in Boston, Trish, I'm going to put so much weight back on. But I've lost 14 pounds, I think, now. So I'm on a juicing diet and everything. But like I do 24 hours and 18 hours, 24 hours, 18, and then the weekend I'm a little bit more flexible. Do you know what I mean? But when I'm in Boston, gloves are off. You know, it's eating time. It's eating time. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Trish. I appreciate that. Still got the boobies though. Still got them. Still going strong with the man boobs though. So I'm going to keep them for a little bit. Still got a bit of belly, cushion for the pushing, as they say. It's a countdown, Rhonda, you're right. It's a countdown. And I can't wait for it, honestly. I am. Movies, Jersey Jen loves the movies. You got it. Another flash for Jersey Jen. There you go. Flicked it for you as well. There you go, Jersey Jen. That's you done for the week now, Jersey Jen. You've had it for a week. Oh, you're home. Happy days, J-Mac. I'm glad you're home. I hope today went well. You were in our prayers this morning. Fuck cancer, everybody. J-Mac's battling out there. Let's go, J-Mac. You know, we're always with you, my darling. We love you. Well, I don't love you, but you know what I mean? Everyone else loves you. So, you know, I'm joking. I love you, my darling. Man boobs, thank you, everybody. You know, I like to flash them now and again. So that's your weekly take now. But this food looks delicious. I cannot wait to tuck in to this food either. So it's gonna be good. Yeah. So yeah, Trish J-Mac was in hospital having treatment today, infusion or whatever you call it. So every week we are always Team J-Mac, and she comes in to chat. So we love. Hang on, having surgery Monday to have my port placed. Oh, is that for the heart thing, or is that on the chest? The quarterback. I'll be back on it now. Oh shit, wrong one. Is that the one in the chest? I remember you telling me about it. Right, let me get the stream back up for you people. Oh, now I can't find the fucking stream. Right, just a reminder, everybody. Let me kick this off. Just a reminder, hopefully this will be done very quickly. We go on to our next trial, the murder trial, tomorrow or Friday. So that'll be more exciting than this, even though it's not exciting. It's a murder trial and, you know, and all that. You know what I mean, though. See you in a bit, Mama Ames. So, yeah, so I think J must have it in their chest somewhere. If you need a second opinion, J Max, send me some pictures. It's fine. I'll have a look for you if you want. So make sure they did the job correctly, and I'll have a feel when I'm there. So let's get the court back up. And here we are. Thank you, Trish. You're really good. You're always everyone's friend. Everyone needs a Trish McCormack in their lives, people. She's a wonderful individual. She really is. I wish there's more people like you out there, Trish. And to be fair, most of you in chat as well. Not all of you. Most of you in chat are really good people as well. Some of you are complete dicks and bitches, but most of you are really, really good. So, mycologist, patients get them on their arms, but I'm not doing that. I'm going to do that's why I need to check it. I do need to check it then, J-Mac. Let's not laugh about it. I need to check it, just in case. You know I'm here for you, my darling. So, still bust my nuts over and over, sharing a story of mine from 1984, but all good. I have chances to confront him. Scott, you're a very good sport as well. They pause that for a second. Very good sport. Dylan's not a professional, so send pics at your own discretion. disclaimer, everybody. Yeah, don't send me unless you want to pics, obviously. I love you all. Well, most of you. So there you go, everybody. Right, let's go back to this boring trial. Hopefully, this will be very quick, and then we get closing arguments. Then they come back with a verdict quickly, so that we can go on to our murder trial. The murder trial is about a 40-year-old man who killed his 28-year-old mistress and their unborn baby. So yeah. You make us all laugh. Good, I'm glad. That's what I'm here to do, make you laugh. I'm stupid, so. Still nervous and worried about infections. You'll be fine, J-Mac. You'll be fine. If you need me to kick your ass, I will kick your ass. It's the best thing for you. You know that, my darling. So, right. Let's get back to the trial then. Oh, shit. Where's the mute button here? Right. Here we go then. Right, let me just do this. Why is it... Oh, shit. It's muted here. That's why.
First rebuttal witness.
I do have one brief witness. It would be Sergeant Keither.
Okay, we'll have him come back up to the stand and be re-sworn.
So defensive arrested. He's got up for a brief testimony. Hopefully, it will be brief.
That the testimony you shall give
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat.
Okay, and officer, follow the same guidelines I gave you earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
So, Sergeant Keezer, I'd like to approach and give you what's been identified as Exhibit 307, 308, and 309. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, these are photos captured from inside of the residence on Park Drive Lane.
And as the lead investigator in this case, you spent time reviewing the photos in this case, along with the evidence you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer and have the court receive Exhibit 307, 308, 309, and I'd ask the court permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
All right, photo exhibits 307, 308, and 309 are received and can be published.
Sergeant Keither, what is this a photo of?
This photo is taken from essentially just stepping inside the front door, almost in that small area like where the kitchen would be to your right, and then we're looking into the living room area of the apartment.
Complex, were you aware that there was kind of a buzzer system where if somebody wanted to come in downstairs, they'd have to be buzzed into the apartment complex?
Yes.
And is there a buzzer located in this particular photo?
Yes, there's the buzzer for the apartment is located in the upper left-hand corner. You can see it sticking out from the wall, and like the shadow comes down from it a little bit, but it's kind of slightly washed out.
Okay, can you just point, if the pointer's not still up there, if you could just point with the ruler?
And if you can give him the microphone if he's going to say anything.
And you're pointing to that location that you just discussed, right?
Correct.
You can sit back down. Thank you. Do you see any blood on that at all?
No.
Exhibit 308. Do we see where the buzzer is located here?
The buzzer is, I guess I would say, kind of probably in the top third of the picture, but otherwise generally centrally located above the suitcase handle. And then there's a light switch, and the buzzer is located at that point on the wall to the left of like a lanyard and a key hook.
Okay, if you would be willing to stand up and just point to it where you just described it. And the record should reflect he's pointing to the area that he just described. Thank you. Did you see any blood located anywhere around that buzzer or the light switch or wall?
No.
Okay, and if we look at exhibit number 309, do you see the buzzer located, sorry? That's okay. Do you see the buzzer located in exhibit 309?
Yes. It's again located to the left of the key hook, above that light switch. There's kind of also like from this angle, it looks like there's maybe a cord that's hanging down, at least in the view of that buzzer.
And do you see any blood located on or around that buzzer or the light switch?
No.
Did you also, in your review of the evidence as the lead investigator, did you review all of the reports from the forensic evidence specialist who processed this scene?
Yes.
Was there any notation about there being blood located anywhere on or around the buzzer, the light switch, or the door?
No.
If there was, would they have noted that?
Yes.
And much like we had testimony, there was some blood. When we looked at exhibit prior exhibits, I think it was exhibit maybe 11. Do you recall there being notation about blood being kind of down around the floor, near the floorboard of that wall?
Yes, I generally recall that.
And there was testimony to that?
I believe so.
And it was exhibit number 14. Is that where it was noted?
Yes, it's a little bit higher on the wall than the floorboard.
So when there is visible blood, that gets reported by the forensic evidence specialist, and it also gets documented with photos, right?
Yes.
And did you see any around that location of the buzzer or the door?
No.
Now, in addition to the audio recording from John Pfeffer, you reviewed his phone.
Correct.
Is there an audio recording that is captured on John's arrival at the apartment?
So there's the audio recording that we've heard in this trial. And shortly before that, there is another audio recording.
And can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so there's an audio recording that in its file name is essentially Facebook 2024-07-18 214604. And then it indicates Samantha Krebs, like .amr, something to that effect. And that audio recording is a 26-second audio recording. Based on the date and timestamp in the file name, it would be related to 7/18/2024 at 9:46:04 p.m. So about 33 seconds prior to when the other one starts. In this audio file, like at the beginning of it, you just hear John Pfeffer's voice say, "Yes, Sam," and then it's just quiet until the end of it. But, well, I shouldn't say that. There's no more conversation. You just hear like background noise of like walking or closing car doors consistent with their arrival in the parking lot.
Recording identified on exhibit 1 in exhibit 1 called Facebook 2024-0718-214604 Samantha Krebs.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask permission to be able to play that.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, that's received and can be played.
Yes, Sam.
And was that audio recording approximately 26 seconds?
Correct.
And why was this call interesting to the investigation?
So based on the information that we learned throughout the investigation, again, the next audio file picks up, and then a short time into that audio file, John makes a comment about how he had like 4 missed calls on the way here. And this call is a call from Samantha Krebs based on that file name. And so I believe, from what I hear, I have believed that this is the like last missed call to John Pfeffer at 9:46.
And then after this missed call, when she would have called his phone, that would be within seconds of his arrival in the apartment?
Well, generally, the next one starts at 9:46:37, and then they're walking in, so maybe about a minute from the arrival in the apartment.
And so at 9:46, before John Pfeffer arrived, Samantha Krebs would have had her phone to call 911 if she called John Pfeffer?
Correct.
Did that contradict the testimony Samantha provided earlier today regarding that there was a 10-minute gap between her last phone call and when John Pfeffer came there?
Yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, counsel can cross.
Thank you. Investigator, this recording app that John Pfeffer had on his phone, that's where this last recording came from. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that application records conversations that are not phone calls, correct?
I guess I couldn't say what it all records. I know it records phone calls.
You know that it records things that are not phone calls.
I guess I'm not sure.
You're aware that this is the same recording app where the recording of when John Pfeffer enters the apartment comes from.
Yes, my understanding is there's a phone call at that time.
And is it your understanding that the phone call lasted that entire time that he was in the apartment?
Yeah, I don't understand what the time frame as far as like when the recording ends or starts based on the timing of the phone call.
So do you know with any certainty whether the recording from inside of the apartment was for the entire duration of a phone call?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Is it your testimony that you don't know whether this recording application records conversations that are not part of a phone call?
So it records, like, for example, in the call on the lead up, it's recording, him walking and you can hear ringing. So I guess I don't know what you're referring to as part of the phone call.
Do you know if this application is an application that only records the content of a phone call while that phone call is active?
In general, when I listen to the recordings, that's what it sounded like.
Do you know?
No.
And you identified this recording based off of a number, correct?
The file name?
Yes.
What you're referring to? Yes, there's a file name for it.
And the numbers associated with that file name, you believe, are associated with a date stamp, correct?
Correct.
Not with a phone number.
So at the end, it has the Samantha Krebs on it, which is a Facebook account name.
So a name.
Correct.
And this was something you think was associated with Facebook?
Yes. The beginning of the file name includes Facebook.
Nothing further.
Just some clarification. So the recording that we have, that's the audio from John Pfeffer that we listened to on the crime lab video with the surveillance video from the veterinary clinic. That particular audio recording, is that from a phone call that John made back to Sam and recorded it?
It's a phone call John made on his phone.
And is this also a phone call from Sam to John Pfeffer at this particular time that preceded that?
A Facebook call, yes.
Nothing further.
Anything follow up, Ms. Rock? Go ahead. Okay, while they're consulting, there was a reference during different times to 4 missed calls. Do you know the times of those 4 missed calls?
No.
Is that in some record?
This phone, so sorry, let me put the cap on my water. So this audio for 94604.
Setting that aside, but during some of the testimony, there was a reference to 4 missed calls. Whether it's a phone record or a Facebook record, are you able to say when those 4 calls were dialed and not completed?
Yes, so related to this audio, there is a record in both John's Facebook records and Samantha's Facebook records indicating a call authored by Samantha Krebs at 9:45:59, which I found to be consistent with this audio file beginning at 9:46:04.
There was a sequence of 4. Do you know the interval between the 4, whether they were minutes apart or seconds apart?
The other ones in that time frame were not in the records.
That's what he asked, though.
Just trying to get clarity because
He asked what the missed calls. He goes, yeah, we got him. Now he's like, oh no, we don't have them.
There's reference to 4 missed calls. Sometimes with phone records, you can see that on like a phone bill or something like that.
Right, so these were Facebook calls, and we know that there were things being deleted from the accounts. So this is what was received from Facebook.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Rock.
I have nothing further. Thank
Anything
you.
else?
No, thank you.
Okay, you can step down.
With that, Your Honor, that would be the close of the state's rebuttal evidence.
Okay, any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay, those exhibits once again are received.
How shady is that? Sarpi, I'm sorry. I should have followed up with you before now. I totally forgot about your father. I'm sorry. But I'm glad he's, hopefully he does well, my darling.
It's about 1:50 p.m. I'm going to do some work with the lawyers, and then we'll have you back out here, maybe closer to 2:30. So I'm going to scout some things out with the lawyers, so this is going to be a longer break. At this point, your notebooks in the courtroom, that part of the process is done. So the notebooks stay in the jury room from now on. So I'm going to do some work with the attorneys on some instructions, but it's going to take a good 40 minutes. So don't mean to keep you cooped up there, but at this point, I don't want you out and about in the parking lot or going for a walk, because we're going to try and get you back in here as close to 2:30 as possible. It might be, if we get wind, it might be later. I'll relay a message to the bailiff and give you a heads up. So if you got things you're doing, puzzles or otherwise, you can gonna get a little more time to focus on puzzles and.
Received, according to the clerks, they're giving me a head.
All right, are there any other exhibits that haven't been addressed from either side?
I think we have them all received, according to the clerks. They're giving me a head nod.
Okay, the clerk can just double check their logs to see if there's anything that was marked and identified but not offered or received. Each side should have a jury instruction packet. I want to be on the record for a jury instruction conference. Yesterday, we gave you some updated pages that were edited. So the first two are 100 and 103. Any objection to those from the defense?
No.
From the state?
I don't believe so. I'm just opening up the packet plus the ones you gave us.
All right, 100 is just the opening instruction, 103 is evidence defined.
Yep, that's obviously not a problem.
All right, the next one, at least the first draft, we had 110. And what I had asked during some of the breaks to consider is there's an alternative 112 if either side is going to ask for a lesser included. So look at 110, look at, I think 112 is the alternative. Either side is going to ask for a lesser included. And then what's the defense position on a lesser included?
We are not seeking one.
And what's the state's position on that?
Nor are we.
Okay. All right, 110 is single count, no included offense. So that's will be remaining in there. 1010 is the substantive instruction. So I want each side to carefully look at that and make sure that there's no typos or misstatements. So we'll go off the record while you proofread 1010 and then let me know when you're ready to discuss that. We'll go back on the record.
Wow, so no lesser included. Okay. So it's just straight up, I believe now. Is this murder 2? Is it murder 1? I don't know. But we'll soon find out. No lesser included. Okay. Then the defense will really have to bang in what reasonable doubt is then. If that's the case.
Judge, I think since we're at the point where we've had as much testimony as we have, I think you could put Joey Carnut in there instead of J.J.C. I think that would be in both the elements, and there's also a place in the last paragraph under jury's decision. And his name could go in both those places.
All right, any opinion on that?
I don't have a position on it. It's fine.
It says JJC, the state's saying just insert Joey Carnot.
Right, but it's
Joseph Carnut.
and it's also in 110.
Oh, yes, in 110. Joseph Carnut would be appropriate. I have no corrections to any other information in 1010.
Nor do I.
All right, back on the record on 110 and 1010. States asked that JJC be replaced with Joseph Carnut, and the court will grant that request. All right, then we'll review 140. Any objection to the content in 140?
No.
No.
All right, that's received. Is 141 needed?
Not from the defense perspective.
What about from the state?
No.
All right, 141 is out. 145 and 155. Any objections from the state to those two form instructions?
No.
What about the defense?
No.
158 is the updated version. It's past tense about the recording, so take a look at that.
No objection.
No objection here either.
Okay, 162 is agreed facts, and it just references the 18 stipulations, and I've got that list to give them to. Any problem with that
No.
from the defense?
No.
All right, 170 and 172, you can take a look at those that deal with generally circumstantial evidence and then post-alleged conduct.
No objection to either. Looks like it's just the normal instructions.
All right, defense, any objection to 170 and 172?
No.
All right, those are going to be considered. 175, any problem with that from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
All right, 180 is slightly modified from the standard instruction. Sometimes it's labeled in the standard instructions admissions, but historically we've used just call it statements of the defendant. So review 180 and let me know if you have any opinion on it.
No objection, Judge.
Me either.
All right, 180's in.
How long is this instructions, Judge? Is she guilty, not
200
guilty?
and 201, take a look at those on opinion evidence.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of pork chops. I'm not. Pork in general, I'm not. Roast pork and pork chops, I'm not a fan.
I think 200 is fine.
Lamb, though. Ooh, I'm all over it, lamb.
Any problem with 200 from the defense? 200?
No.
I agree. We don't need it.
200 in, 201 out?
Yes.
I think we keep 200, take 201 out.
Okay, that's what the court will do.
Robin, Mexi's a fucking weirdo. Mexi is.
All right, we didn't really have a formal other acts motion. Some of it's been, I think, rightfully categorized in panorama evidence or context surrounding the case. So is the defense asking for the cautionary instruction 275?
No, we are not.
What about the state?
That's fine.
All right, so 275 is out. All right, 190 is weight of evidence. Any problem with that from the state,
No.
from the defense?
Nope.
All right, 300 is credibility of the witnesses. We've referred to that during the trial. That has the portion where the defendant is testified, so double check that second to last paragraph.
Yes, and we would request that be given.
Can you say that again?
We do request the court.
Okay. Any problem with 300 from the state?
No.
Ms. Rock, anything else on 300?
No, thank you.
All right, that will stay in. All right. 325 and 327, there's some bracketed areas. And also the heading references juvenile adjudications. We haven't anything about that, so I'd probably take that out of the heading.
Yes.
It's fine.
All right, so 325 will be edited to just take out portion of the heading. 327, the bracketed portion should just reference conviction for crimes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what this adds beyond 325. Yeah, I imagine that 327 is supposed to be something that if the defense wanted it, it would give that special warning that you should bear in mind. But otherwise, it's really the same as, my view is that 325 alone covers the situation and we don't need 327.
All right, well, it does have additional language about
Must not be used for
referencing,
any other purpose.
right, the first one doesn't reference past crimes affecting decision on that. So what's the state's view on 325 and 327?
I think 325 is fine, and I think I'll let the court and defense discuss how they want to do 327.
The language I don't like is, it's a specific paragraph devoted to analyzing the truthfulness of the defendant. And it kind of highlights it as, I mean, if she's a witness like every other witness, I like the language that treats her just like all other witnesses. And I think that this would be a much more important instruction if there had been any sort of mention of what the other convictions are and if there was some risk of spillover or anything like that. But I guess the thing I just doesn't feel right about it is, having a whole paragraph that talks about how, this bears upon the defendant's character for truthfulness as a witness, whereas every other witness falls under 325. So it just seems like it's highlighting it's pointing the jury to consider it more, perhaps, for Samantha than other witnesses. And truth be told, in this case, it was, we handled it in the most benign way possible by asking the question and then the number right off the bat immediately. So I think everyone was treated fairly. I'd just like it to be kind of considered equally, is my point. And I just asked Attorney Rock what she thinks, and she nodded, so That should be good.
All right, the 325 winds up by saying it must not be used for any other purpose. 327 elaborates more. It says it must not be used for any other purpose, and particularly you should bear in mind that a criminal conviction at some previous time is not proof of guilt on the offense no charged. So the court's view is that additional language is usually for the benefit of the defendant. If for strategic reasons from the defense side, they don't want that additional perceived benefit. And you're satisfied that 325 covers it?
Yes.
That's your the final decision?
Yes.
All right, so if we take out 327, any objection to that from the state?
No.
All right, so we'll do that at the, minutes should note that defense is specifically declining 327. Is that correct, Mr. Obeer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, before we move on, look at the updated 325.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, both sides have agreed to 325. All right, 147 and 150 are next in sequence. Any objections from the state,
No.
from the defense?
You said 147 and
150 are the next two.
was there any stricken testimony?
I don't know if I cut some questions off, but
that, yeah.
It's harmless.
any problem with leaving those two in?
Yeah, we can leave it.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right, from the state, okay, those two stay in. 157 and 195 are the next two. Any objections from the state,
No.
from the defense?
None.
All right, 148. Any objections from the state? Any objection to 148 from defense?
No.
All right, 160 is a reclosing arguments of counsel, then they give their closings. And any problem with that one?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, after closings, 460, 480, and 515. Just double check the language.
Look, okay, is this right for 480? Normally, what I see is two verdict forms, one guilty and one not guilty, not just one verdict form where they pick one.
All right, we'll give you the draft. The form that we historically use is with a blank space, not having them sign, so they have extra paperwork that they might be confused with. So this requires the foreperson to insert either guilty or not guilty, and then sign and date that. So it's just a one sheet thing. Sometimes if I've seen with some courts, they give multiple things and don't have people physically write in the thing, and that creates some excess paper and maybe a little bit of confusion.
I'm all for saving paper, so I'm fine with it.
It's not so much the paper, it's just to avoid opportunities for confusion.
Right.
All right, so look at 460, 480, and 515 on the verdict form, and let me know if you have any issues when you're ready from the state's perspective and the defense perspective.
Looks good to me, Judge.
Same here.
Okay, so in summary, I'm going to just do the titles and just after I summarize each side, just confirm whether they agree with the packet and then whether they have any proposed additions. 100, 103, 110, 1010, 140, 145, 155, 158, 162, 170, 172, 175, 180, 200, followed by 190, 300, 325, 147, 150, 157, 195, 148, 160, and then after closings, 460, 480, and 515. And then the verdict forms part of the packet. 525 is available for the court to read after a verdict. On that summarized packet of instructions, any objections to those, Ms. Templis?
None.
Mr. Aubert?
No, Your Honor.
Any additions from the state?
No.
Any additions requested from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Krebs, you had a chance to consult with your lawyers on the instructions?
Yes.
Okay, and anything?
We talked in general about.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, you're deferring to them on those decisions. Is that correct, Ms. Krebs? All right. All right. The court had talked to the attorneys at different intervals over the last few days about at least the reports from the bailiffs that a particular juror hadn't been feeling well at different times, although the juror did attend, and the number of the juror was 14. And have the attorneys decided whether the person would be labeled as like a second alternate versus a first alternate? What's the state's view?
We did both have discussions and I agree that that would be appropriate.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Aubert?
That is correct.
You've discussed that with your client?
Yes.
She's in agreement that we can designate that juror as the second alternate?
Right.
All right, and then, so out of the remaining 13, some point we'll draw a name to be the first alternate. As we discussed at sidebar and certain breaks, in a scenario where 12 jurors are deliberating and somebody either has a bad meal or starts feeling sick, the options to substitute in the first alternate only exist if each side agrees to that. The case law says the judge can't force the parties to accept that, especially the defendant. There's a decision, I think, about 20 years ago from Justice or Chief Justice Abrahamson, where that was done in a case, but the defense had not consented to it, so that was ruled improper. Whatever name is picked out of the hat as the first alternate beyond juror 14 being the second alternate, is there a stipulation that that person would be sequestered? They could go home if something happens with the 12 jurors deliberating. We would call that person back to substitute in and they'd recommence their deliberations. What's the defense view of that?
That is our request.
All right, and is that something that your client agrees to?
In other words, we can say,
Okay, come on.
Your Honor, I had talked to Ms. Krebs about it before, but I just reminded her about my thoughts in particular about why I think that's a good idea. And she agrees.
Well, if he did pass, then rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. That what's the world coming to, people? What's the world coming to?
Okay, Ms. Krebs, on that issue of stipulating to the role of the first alternate, you're agreeing with that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You've had time to discuss that thoroughly with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the state agree with that or object to that?
We agree with that as well.
Okay. All right. The court had cut and pasted the list of the 18 stipulations, so you have a copy of that. I'd like the clerks to print off the final clean copy of the exhibit list, and I need you to carefully look at that just to see if there's not any kind of suggestive descriptions of the exhibit. So if the deputy clerks can print off 3 clean copies of it. I'm going to have one of it go with the instructions back to the jury room with the list of stipulations and the instructions. So I need sometimes, and it's not intentional by any clerk or staff, how they describe the exhibits might have some suggestive language in that. And so I really need the jurors to know what exhibits have been received, but at the same time, don't want to nudge them with any particular language. So we'll go off the record and let you take a look at that. I got a couple of questions I got to answer from my judicial assistant, so we'll be on about a 5-minute break while you look at the exhibit list. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's okay.
Let me mute that for a second. Yeah, I mean, I think if you've seen the video of how Charlie Kirk got shot, there's no way he's going to survive it. So rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I have not seen an official confirmation, but a lot of people are saying that he has died. So that's whatever you feel about his views and stuff like that. This is him and his family. His wife and children, that is Charles Kirk. So yeah, it's over the last few minutes, it's been all over Twitter that he's died. So, but I've not seen any confirmed site, as in, but he's somebody that went around. He had particular views, and he would, challenge you about different opposing views. Not everybody obviously agreed with him because his views might not be aligned, but essentially he just gave a different opinion. Some would say he's controversial. I just think he had a different view. I think he does have a podcast as well. Yes, I think he has a podcast. But I always thought he's quite insightful whenever I listen to him. But yeah, I'll say I've not heard it from an official source, but it has been reported on Twitter he has died. But again, I've not seen it from an official source. So so we'll see if he, prayers for him, whatever, so. So yeah, Joey's got. He's a pretty popular right-wing communist. He is, and again, a lot of people don't like his views, and I get it. People will be. He just challenged you, so. Well, I'm just going by the reason I'm saying is because if it's confirmed, but you're right, because it's not been confirmed. You're right, my name's so there you go. That's his family anyway. So as well. Where's that gone? Yeah. So anyway, we will still pray until we know. Until we know for sure. So as it currently stands, we pray for him and his safekeeping. So yeah, there is no confirmation that he's died, but that is him, and that is his family as well. So that's where that is. Right, I'll put this back on. Oh, I went off the wrong one there. That's why. I'm not going to post a video, Dave. It was it's quite graphic, as in you don't, I don't need to play the video. But yeah, it's not a nice. It's not nice. So. Hey Sean, how you doing, bub? Hope you're doing well. Right, that's back. Let me just check if yes, that is still there. Oh. We'll hopefully find out now what is going on in the terms of how much time they have and stuff like that. So on each side. 4 closings, so we'll see. Jeepers, I just seen it again. It's like the shooter is again alleged shooter is like a very old man, allegedly, but again, no confirmed sources for that, so I'm not going to show that. We'll still pray for
Versus Krebs,
Charlie.
back on the record to finish up some things with jury instructions and exhibits. The printout. Okay, yeah, we got to get to. There's something on the top of the printout.
Good luck to you, Southern Stones.
Right, we don't want that going back to the jury. Yeah. So take a look at the exhibit pages. There's something on the top that should not be there. And the ones that say not presented, we'd have those, just have the numbers there, but take out. So we can list the numbers, but we'd have to have those blank because I don't want them to speculate on what those are. So 45 through 48, just list the number, but if the list going back to the jurors, this is a separate list from the list that the clerks have to keep for their records. But the cleaned up version that would go back to the jurors should not have anything referenced under 45 through 48, 69 through 76. The reference on the last page to 200 can just be taken out. All right, the record should reflect that the attorneys are looking at the list, and Ms. Krebs is in court, so she can review that with her. So start with the first page, and if you see anything worded in a way that is problematic, at the top of the page where it talks about 401, that should be not in the copy that goes back to the jury. So we would take out that 401. So anything that was done outside the presence of the jury should not be referenced in this juror's version of the exhibit list. I don't want the numbers removed, but in non-bolded print, the numbers can stay in, but the description of 45 through 48 and 69 through 76 should be taken out. The numbers should be there and just blank spaces next to those. Any problem with the juror's version up to that point, Ms. Templis? No. Ms. Rock? No. All right, then look at the following pages. Most of them are not bolded, so that's how they were referenced when they came in. And on the last page, the bolded 200 I would take out. So be careful as to how it's worded. If it's problematic, let me know. So you got a few more minutes to keep looking at that.
I don't have any issue with it.
Nor do I.
All right, so just for the deputy clerk, starting on page 1, I need a cleaned up version. This is just the juror's copy. It's not the official copy. The reference to 401 at the top should be taken out. On page 2, the numbers listed 45, 46, 47, and 48 should not be bolded. Should be non-bolded, those numbers. And then the description should be taken out, so there's just a blank space after each of those numbers. The bottom of the page, 69 through 75, those numbers should not be bolded, and the description should be taken out. The top of the next page, 76, should be not bolded, and the description should be taken out. On the 4th page, court, it appears that it should just stay the same. As the attorneys agree with that? There's no bolded language there?
Correct.
All right. 5th page the same, and then the 6th page, take out completely the reference to number 200, and that's it. All right, if you can print 3 so they can do a final proofread on that. I'm going to put a sticker on the stipulations just as 402. The deputy clerk will pass out the cleaned up copies. Got one for me? All right, so what you've been handed is a cleanup version of the exhibits that would go back to the jurors with the instructions. And then there's a photocopy of Exhibit 402, which is just a court's exhibit summarizing the 18 stipulations. Do a final proofread of those. There's a blacked out part, just make sure they can't see through that.
That's what I'm looking at.
I blacked it out on a different one and then copied it again, so it's not the original blacked out. Can you see through that, Attorney Aubert?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, with those updates, any problem with those, Ms. Rock or Mr. Aubert? Okay, Ms. Templis?
No.
All right, going to give you a break. The court earlier this afternoon had the bailiff survey the jurors on 2 questions. First one was, does any of the jurors have a major family or work commitment before 6 p.m. tonight? And the 14 said no. So they're available at least till 6 o'clock tonight. Second question is, can all 14 jurors arrive here by 7:45 a.m. tomorrow if we start early? And they said yes. So the court has a number of options. We still have about 3 hours of time we can use this afternoon. So the court definitely intends to read instructions to the jury this afternoon. And then do closings and have them start deliberations at least till roughly 6 o'clock. The court doesn't want them to go further just because they started earlier today and want them to not be tired as they deliberate. And the court will consider input from the defense and the state as to their preference. So Mr. Aubert, on timing, you can go first and tell me how you would wish the court to proceed on mapping out the afternoon, at least till 6 o'clock if we want to use that time.
Well, the parties have been talking about it. Do you feel differently, Nick, or?
I'm kind of whatever you want. I mean, I'm ready to go. I think I would prefer to give the closing tomorrow, but if Your Honor wants to get it done today, but at the same time, Kirk, you had a lot with the defense and everything, and I can understand if you'd want some time. So I'm kind of
Right.
whatever you're up for.
And this was my thought, Judge. Just a lot happened this morning that, including some exhibits that we had just received last night, and we had to kind of scramble to address some of those things. And I just feel like personally, for me anyway, I would be a lot fresher and clear-headed in the morning. I'm tired at this point.
The balancing the court's trying to do is the jurors are attentive.
Yeah.
They're ready to work. I don't necessarily want to cast aside time we have this afternoon if they want to work. The idea of doing the state's closing, the defense closing, and the rebuttal tomorrow morning, the court will consider that, but I would like to get a ballpark of the time commitment because don't want the jurors to be tired later in the day as they're listening or potentially deliberating, at least maybe for the first hour or so towards 6 o'clock before they'd be discharged. But if they get here tomorrow, and even if they get here early and they got a couple hours of closings on each side, they're going to be tired after listening to both sides too. So, and I'm not holding you to an exact number, but does the defense have a ballpark on at least a minimal amount of time that you anticipate your outline is giving you for your closing?
I'm thinking 45 minutes or perhaps less.
All right. All right. Where's the state on that from their initial closing and then rebuttal?
I would think that The initial close would probably take about an hour. And as far as the rebuttal, that'll be the district attorney. I would 15 minutes, 20, 25. It's hard to say depending on what the event says, but something in that ballpark.
All right, and there, we'd have a break in between. If the jurors say they can get here at 7:45, can the attorneys on both sides get here at 7:45 and be in court and ready to go about 10 minutes after that? So start your closing around 7:55, 8 o'clock at the latest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any problem with that from the defense?
No problem.
All right, and any input from you, Ms. Rock? Ms. Templis?
That's fine.
All right, well, I'm going to give you guys about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come in, the court will start its instructions, and then tell the jurors what we're going to do after I read the instructions. And tell them that you'll be ready to go and get to work a little bit earlier tomorrow. Okay, you're on, I've got 2:35 on my clock. Please be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Tell the jurors 10-minute warning.
10-minute warning. Okay. Hey, Sacco. How are you doing, Lauren? Hope you're doing well, my darling. Oh, Sacco's here to keep an eye out on Scott McGuinness. Because Scott McGuinness is misbehaving. He's not. Yeah, so there's a reason why I'm not playing the Charlie Kirk video. It's all over Twitter, people. It's just, I don't want to play that. I've seen it. I wish I hadn't seen it. So, and apologies if we said that, he died. There's no confirmation, so we still pray for Charlie right now. There's no confirmation, so yeah, pray for him and his family, his beautiful family as well. So yes, what are we doing? He needs to keep an eye on himself. I know he's hard work, Lauren. Have you seen him? He came in like this. He came in dressed like this morning. Bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. So he came in dressed like that this morning. So, yeah, it's all space. It's all there. It's too graphic. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play it. It's you see it all explode and stuff. It's like Thank you, Lauren. In the neck, yes. So yeah, thank you as well to Scott for being a good sport. I'm trying to, I understand people are very interested in the incident that just happened. I know there's tons of streams out there. Lots of people actually stop their streams and just to start the stream covering it. So I would suggest if you want to see more, please feel free. And there's some lots of channels covering the incident. It's better to go there. There's no confirmation about that he's died. I should have done better reporting on that. I should have confirmed it. We don't know. So I'd rather not. I would rather not speak more of it because I have no inclination about what's happened. But yes, so there we are. Right, back to the trial. I'll keep it on the trial now because, as I say, other channels can do all the incident stuff and things like that. So we will be back tomorrow. I need to start a stream for that. It looks like we'll be finishing early tonight, and then tomorrow we'll be back. Well, they're saying 8 at the latest, which means that's 8:25 East. Is it 8:20? No, it'll be 9:25 Eastern. I'm so confused. Oh, also, Lauren, if you're still here, I've only got one left. Everyone's taken them all. One left. All my nieces loved them. So, 8 a.m. What was it? 8 a.m. Wisconsin time, which is 9 o'clock and then we delayed as well. So we probably go live at about tomorrow at about 9 o'clock as usual. So we'll go, and then Trisha as well. The little Jesus, they've all gone as well now. I think I've lost them all now because they've all taken them. Happy days, thank you, because I want to put some in my hats as well, but I've literally got one left. My sister took one. All my nieces took one. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you. And Robin, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry. That's why but we won't report any more on it here. So, because it's better. It's better. Thank you, everybody. So so state or an hour and about we'll say an hour and a half then, and the defense think 45 minutes. So 2 hours 25. So 10:25 plus a break. So say by about 10:40, say 11 o'clock, they'll be deliberating then. So, and that's 12 o'clock Eastern. So that's I think what time we will be. So Lida, if you come back in, the defense have requested 45 minutes tomorrow morning, and the state have requested about an hour and 20 for their closings. So we're looking at about 2 hours plus a break, so 2.5 hours, starting at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. So let's go by 9 o'clock Eastern. It should be done by 11:30, which will be 12 o'clock because they're on a half-hour delay, and then they'll go into court deliberations. What I might do then is keep it open with the stream. I might actually ask Mexi if she can. Mexi, if you're here, I might ask you a favor if we can just leave it on with you, as in just leave it on, and we might start a new trial then, if need be, But we'll play by ear. I'm not sure how quick it's going to be. If not, I'll message Mexi later to see. But we'll just have the stream up then. Do you know what I mean? For verdict watch. So, so yeah. I don't know. Well, I'm a bit shook. Do you know what I mean? I'm a bit shook, because I know everyone's not really listening to me right now, and that's fully understandable, by the way. So I'm not thing on it. I know you're all praying for Charlie, and I am as well. No, it's just never nice that these things happen in this world. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I won't lie. I'm a little bit shook. That if you haven't seen the video, don't watch it, people. I would recommend do not watch it. It's not nice. That's shaking me a bit, if I'm being honest with you. It's I wouldn't. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a little bit lost right now. No, thank you, my name's. As I say, we're still going because there's going to be jury instructions right now. So there's still jury instructions that could be read out. So I'll stay for that. But if people want to go and watch updates, please feel free. As that's much more important than this. But I'm still going to keep streaming for this. So yeah. Judge is back. So tomorrow, I'm lost, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't know what I'm even saying. But yeah, trying to keep it together. So the closing arguments will be tomorrow, about 2 hours total, with a break, and then they will deliberate in the morning. So they've been asked to come in at 7:45, and yes. I love it. I love it. . Oh, right. I will thank you for that. You know who you are. That it'll come in very handy. Okay. No, I'm not ending yet. I was just saying I don't mind if people need to go. I understand. We're just doing the jury instructions right now. We're just doing jury instructions, and then we'll be. Hang on, I need to do this. Right. Sorry, Bex. Thank you, Bex. Sorry. Yeah, I'm. Oh, we see some butts. I like big butts, and I cannot lie. I just don't like Samantha's butt. I don't like her butt though. I don't like her butt.
Everybody can be seated.
Oh shit! Hang on, I can't find my button. Here we go. There. I'll be here. I have a few clients. I will continue. No worries, my darling. And if we don't see you before you leave, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, Bex. It's nice to see you, my darling. And I promise you, I will tell you to fuck off again. I'm joking. Thank you, my darling. Right, let's go, people. Thank you, Jersey Jen, as well. Rhonda. No, you don't, Rhonda. You don't. Right, here we go, everybody. Strap her in or strap her on, whichever one you prefer, and let's go.
All right, the record should reflect it's 2:46 p.m. on Wednesday, September 10th of 2025. We're back in the courtroom. This is Circuit Court Branch 6 for Outagamie County, state of Wisconsin. We finished all our final edits on the jury instruction packet, and I'm going to read the majority of those to you now. How we've mapped it out with the lawyers. I considered their input. As I explained at the beginning of the case, once the evidence is done, whether it's this judge or any other judge reads you jury instructions, it's maybe about 20, 25 pages. Some pages are partial sentences or paragraphs. Not all are full pages. So sometimes it takes about a half hour for me to read it to you. I need you to listen to that reading of those instructions carefully because I'm giving you the law. As a safety net, you're going to get a packet of that. So as you are involved in deliberations and you're considering what the judge explained to you as the law, if you can't remember it, you'll have that packet, but I still need your attention in the next few moments when I read them. After I read all but a few pages, the lawyers give their closing arguments and then jurors go and deliberate. I asked the attorneys roughly the estimated amount of time they're going to be up to give their closing arguments. If we stayed close to that, the deliberations would probably start sometime after 5 o'clock today. So the court's always mindful of people getting tired and maybe losing their attention. In the history of the courts, the judges have to make a decision on when the jurors are deliberating and maybe they go home for the night and come the next day, or when they start the deliberations. The goal is to make sure you're fresh and focused and not distracted, worn out, and tired. So what we agreed with the attorneys, or I decided based on their input and my own thoughts and experiences, is this. I'm going to read you about a half-hour segment that's jury instructions. I'm going to tell you a few more things, but then I'm going to excuse you for the day. The lawyers are making a commitment to get here early tomorrow. That's why I had the bailiffs check. Can you get here at 7:45? because I expect them to be in their chairs by 7:45 and ready to go. So if I read you the instructions now, then we have one of the prosecutors get up and give their closing, their summation. Might be a ballpark of about an hour. We can take a break after that. I'll see how you feel. Defense will get up and give their closing. Maybe roughly that, maybe a little bit less. So we're talking about a 2-hour commitment on that. The state gets a chance for a limited rebuttal. It's not to repeat the initial opening statement, but to respond to what the defense says. So they get a rebuttal because they have the burden of proof. It's not endless or repetitive, but it's mapped out to respond to what the defense said. So based on the ballpark estimates, that should complete everything. And I give you the final few pages of the instructions, and then mid-morning you go and deliberate at the pace that you're comfortable with. So instead of having you start deliberations tonight, we feel that it's going to be a better situation where it's fresher for you tomorrow morning. So that's why we asked if you could get here a little earlier, and if they could get it here a little earlier so you can get down to business. So with that, I'm going to read you the initial instructions. Once again, listen carefully. Some of these are standard instructions that we give in every case. Some on the elements of one offense or multiple offenses are unique to each case, depending on how it's charged. You're court ordered to follow these instructions. As I said at the beginning, you're the finders of fact. You're the ones that decide what to believe. And the judge is in control of the law based on how it's written on the books in the state of Wisconsin. All right. At this point, to members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching a verdict in the case of state of Wisconsin versus Samantha Jean Krebs. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Now apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions. And from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. Now, I must caution you that if any member of the juror has an impression as to my opinion, the judge's opinion, as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you, the jurors, view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. The next instruction is number 103, which is labeled evidence defined. And I gave it to you at the beginning of the case when we were in jury selection back on Wednesday of last week. It reads as follows. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of the witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which the court has directed you to find. You'll get a list of the exhibits, and when we send those back to you, we'll also give you a document labeled 402, which is a court's exhibit that lists the 18 stipulations, and most of them just relate to the chain of custody that we discussed earlier in the case. So there's three categories once again: the sworn testimony, second is the exhibits, third is any stipulations. I need to caution you once again, anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial within this courtroom. The charging document, once again, is called an information. And in this case, the information alleges that the defendant, Samantha Jean Krebs, on or about Thursday, July 18th of 2024, in the city of Appleton, Outagamie County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Joseph Carnett with intent to kill that person, contrary to section 940.01 sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, the next instruction is 2 pages in length, and it's labeled, it is the substantive instruction, so it relates to the charge. It's labeled first-degree intentional homicide, and it lists the Wisconsin statute. It starts out with the definition of the crime. First-degree intentional homicide is defined in section 940.01 of the Wisconsin Criminal Code is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 2 elements were present. Element number 1, the defendant caused the death of Joseph Carnott. Quote, cause, unquote, means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second element is listed as the defendant acted with intent to kill Joseph Carnott. Quote, intent to kill, unquote, means the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. The next section explains intent. It says, while the law requires the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent existed for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. Now, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Quote, motive, unquote, refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Joseph Carnott with intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The next instruction is 140, the burden of proof. I did read this during jury selection, but I'll obviously read it again now. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. The presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term, quote, reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. Now, a reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt, you are to search for the truth. The charging document, once again, is referred to as an information. Instruction 145 cautions you that an information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way, and it does not raise any inference of guilt. Now, an exhibit becomes evidence only when it is received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. And I had the clerk print off, it's about 5 pages, maybe a little bit longer, the summary of all the exhibits. So you'll get that sent back to you. There are a few sequences where there's just blanks where either side decided not to use those. So it lists the number, but it's blank, and you should not speculate why those are blank. Each side had a decision to make whether they wanted to use those exhibits, and on some of them they declined. So looks like it's about 5 or 6 pages total. So you'll get that. Normally, we don't send the exhibits back right away. If some point you think you need to see some or several, we expect you to send a note out to ask for those, and then we decide whether they go back or not. Often we have to review the exhibits to see if there's extra things in there before we think it's safe to send them back to you. Recordings were played during the jury trial. Some of those were audio visual, some of those were just audio. During the trial, you heard those recordings. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You may consider the actions of a person on those recordings, facial expressions, and lip movements that you observed on the videotapes to help you determine what was actually said and who said it. Instruction 162 reminds you just that the district attorney and the attorneys for the defendant have stipulated or agreed to the existence of certain facts. You must accept those facts as conclusively proved. In this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated as to the listed 18 stipulations. So that's going to be on a separate sheet of paper that we'll give you with the exhibit list. The first 4 are separated out, then there's an additional 14. So there's a total that they agreed to before the start of the case. And we've cut and pasted it on there. So it's not the most organized looking document, but that's because the court did the cutting and pasting. But you'll see those 14 paragraphs to consider. Most of them relate to chain of custody and records custodians, so they didn't have to come in. Those are the agreed facts. All right, the next 2 instructions focus on what's labeled circumstantial evidence in 2 different instructions. Instruction 170 is labeled circumstantial evidence. It reads as follows. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. The next one is instruction 172 that deals with a different type of circumstantial evidence. It reads as follows. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt or whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you, the jurors, to decide. This next one is 175. It's motive. It overlaps with a paragraph that's in the instruction on the homicide instruction. Once again, it reads, intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. Instruction 180 relates to statements of a defendant. This is separate from statements from the witness stand. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claims were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things. First is whether the statement was actually made by the defendant. Only so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Second is whether the statement was accurately restated here at trial. And third, whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You, as the juror, should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the making of each statement, along with all the other evidence in determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. The next one is instruction 200 that focuses, I believe, mainly on Dr. Kelly. It reads as follows. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give to this opinion, you should consider, first, the qualifications and credibility of the witness. Second, the facts upon which the opinion is based. And third, the reason given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. Next instruction is 190. It reads as follows. The weight of the evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness, or even of several other witnesses. All right, instruction 300 is a full page. It explains how to assess the credibility of all the witnesses that have been presented over the days of this trial. It's labeled 300, credibility of the witnesses. It reads as follows. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. Now, in determining the credibility of each witness, and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider the following factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial. The witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand. The clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections. The opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about. The reasonableness of the witness's testimony. The apparent intelligence of the witness. Bias or prejudice, if any, has been shown. Possible motives for falsifying testimony. And all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. The defendant has testified in this case, and you should not discredit the testimony just because the defendant is charged with a crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and the weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. In summary, at the bottom of the instruction, it reads as follows. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. During the course of the testimony, there was a few witnesses that testified that referenced prior convictions. Under instruction 325, this is how you are to consider it. Evidence has been received that some of the witnesses in this trial have been convicted of crimes. This evidence was received solely because it bears upon the witness's character for truthfulness. It must not be used for any other purpose. There was a few times where there was questions asked where we didn't have those followed through with. Regarding questions that are considered incomplete or disregarded, the instruction 147 says, disregard entirely any question the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been. If the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. There may have been some time where I said disregard what was said. If there was anything that the court referenced as stricken or disregarded, the jurors are specifically told to disregard all stricken testimony. All right, at different times during the course of the trial, the jurors hear remarks of the attorneys, including in opening statements and closing arguments. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If the remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard that suggestion. Next instruction is 195 regarding jurors' knowledge. It reads as follows. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experience in the affairs of life. All right, the next instruction is 148. There were a few objections during the trial, so what the instruction 48 says is attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. Once again, you, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of all of the evidence. All right. When we reconvene tomorrow morning and you're back in the courtroom, one of the first things we're going to do is go right to the closing arguments. And I'll repeat this instruction tomorrow morning, but as we wind down today, you're reminded to consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys. But their arguments, inclusions, and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given to you by the court. Now, once they're done with their closing arguments, probably by mid-morning tomorrow, I'm going to read you about 2.5 pages of final instructions that dictate your conduct and also your deliberations. There's also a verdict form that I'm going to walk you through that is used back in the jury room. So we'll do that tomorrow morning. All right, we're at 3:15. I'm mindful that many of you are still available to stick around and do some work, but as I said, I balance the interest of the jurors and your comfort level and your ability to be attentive later in the day collectively and the input from the attorneys. So we're going to adjourn in the next few moments. As we get to this point in the trial, all the instructions I have given you are important, but the cautions on your conduct at home, outside the courtroom are especially important. To follow the court orders, to not interact with other people, to not do research, to make sure people don't approach you about asking you where you're at in the trial, what's going on. You've been obviously focused and attentive, and I appreciate all your efforts for these collective 6 days. As we go into day 7 tomorrow, I want to make sure we start fresh tomorrow. Nothing's distracting you, and we'll start the process soon after 7:45. I understand you can all get there. Sometimes occasionally something comes up if you hit some traffic unexpectedly, but prepare to get here a little bit before 7:45, and we'll have you here in the courtroom. You won't have your notebooks. If you think you need a beverage in here with you, that's okay. Once again, just have a top on it. We're expected during that those closings to take some standing and stretching breaks and probably a more involved break between the state and the defense closings, just to make sure you stay focused and are not distracted in any way. All right, so Dean and the other bailiffs will take you out, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m. All rise for the jury, please.
Yes. I saw the Trump one as well, Spacey Stacy. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. That's how I found out from Donald Trump. Donald Trump did announce it. That's where I saw it.
Okay, everybody can be seated. At least up to this point, any objection to the reading of the instructions from the state, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll have the podium out. We'll have a microphone on it. That's.
I'll get back to that in a second. So I'll just show you what I saw here so that you can see for yourselves. So Donald J. Trump posted on Truth saying, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies. Go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. We'll just take a moment to think about Charlie. So if you indulge me, just take a moment to think of Charlie and his family. Thank you, everyone. Right. I don't care what your politics is. I don't care what your thoughts are. That should never happen. That should never happen. God bless his soul. Right, I'll finish this here to see what they're doing, and then we'll end the stream.
in some sort of holding device that's on the podium. And we'll have that charged up.
Is the handheld mic the only mic available, or is there a wearable mic?
There is a backup mic that's got a clip on it. You can stick around and practice with it. There was kind of some feedback when we tried to have that available to use during one of the other witnesses. So
sounds good. Thank you.
You can stick around and talk to the deputy clerks about that, and I'll leave those on. And the handheld mic, if you need to take it out of the holder and walk around with it, that's fine too. But on PowerPoints and any kind of references to exhibits, if they're projected on the screen, we'll make sure that you get here early, plug in your stuff to make sure that it's going to work. It's for both the state and the defense. And you're going first, Mr. Grody. You're going to have a PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And having a PowerPoint?
I don't anticipate.
All right. All right. Are you going to ask them to put anything up on the screen when you're giving your closing?
I may have some printed exhibits that I'm just referencing, but.
All right. If there's a number exhibit that you want them to project on this screen in your closing, talk to them this afternoon about that, just so there's some continuity. All right. And once again, I know you've given me rough numbers on your closings. Court doesn't anticipate cutting either side off, but if it gets repetitive, then I might just have a sidebar. Okay.
Understood.
Anything else from the state?
No.
Anything else from the defense?
No, yeah.
Okay, we'll see everybody here at 7:45 sharp tomorrow morning. We're in adjournment.
Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for that. I don't have any words either. So, as I say, I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what your thoughts are on him. This should never have happened. So, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not. I don't know what to say. It's not my place to say stuff. People can articulate it much better than me. So, God bless to Charlie, and hopefully his family get well looked after. With that, I'm going to end the stream right there. And I shall see you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock UK time. And then I'll see what we do about the next trial if it starts tomorrow. Bear with me, just turn up, and then I'll chat to you all about what we're going to do for the rest of the week. So, yeah. I'll set the stream up, and then we'll just play by ear tomorrow. Anyway, love you all. Well, most of you. Thank you very much, everybody. And take care of yourselves, and hug your loved ones. And yeah. Much love to you all. Take care.
Ole, 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 Erin ha, ole, Erin ha, ole, let's go, Erin ha, ole, Erin ha, ole.